Let's get this going. Oh. Two top mid. God, I hate using this. Is it on? Oh, okay. Oh, go. We got a Russian. I wonder if this is a real Russian or not. Ow. 2v3 with pistols. Still B2. Already on mid. I think everyone did. It's one more upper, I think. Oh, top mid still, top mid. Oh, one blue. Long hand. I don't know what that was really. What the fuck was that? What? Up is clear. Clear. One lowers.
What? What? I can still do this.
Got bomb. Mid.
Oh, that's so sick. Yeah, no, safe. S-A-I-N-T. No, saint. Like, saint. Teresa. No. You need to spell out the word like the whole entire word. Like Saint Teresa. Saint.
Madiba. Hey! Oh, that's not.
Therese.
What's so nice about this?
30, 45, 36, 30.
Why?
Marbles and marbles and ball. Oh my god. Subscribe to Dolly.
How many people have bidded in this
I'm
one?
already subbed. See?
Phase 2.
Look at mine. I'm already subbed. Huh? What the Sigma?
Hmm.
No, I don't want your bumble thing.
I'll go A side. Yeah, no.
Bro's getting trolled.
How much you gonna get? Oh my goodness.
Ah.
Wait, what? Oh.
One uppers. Care lowers. Go, go, go. Yeah, he might go mid to B. Oh, it's gone up, top mid.
Stop doing that.
He's tagged short.
Lenny, stop doing that.
Nice.
It's not in at same choosing. Oh, no, good. Stop. What? That is it. Oh,
Nice.
wait, no, yeah. I'll tell you more on it. At same chooses. Oh, there's no.
B is clear. Top mid.
Oh my.
What? That's my email.
He's in back at this one.
What the? Oh. I think I like the killer. Why can't you just, you know,
What house are you for?
Last one, Lois plant.
Oh,
you
she's
could
never
just call
full.
SONY, I don't know how to say it.
Or
To get free.
really?
Yes, you can, to get free.
City. Just don't peek it.
I want to put shoes. Oh, how would it be? Oh, you place or can you install the box?
Hey, look.
Could be. What?
Oh shoot.
Little gibbets of rocks.
Yeah, no, they just
Gibbets.
I guess the
Actually,
normal
really
stuff.
gibbets. Oh, that was.
I got crazy, man. Well, it's support a creator.
Okay.
Support a creator.
The plan is for
The bugs as well as the bugs.
Oh, fuck, it's all that long too.
Oh, Courage JD. Not jokes, that's Archie. Not jokes, that's sorry.
What did Lily go?
She's up good.
She had my.
Oh yeah, that. The first 8%.
it's ballerina cappuccino. It's not cappuccino ballerina. It's not that.
You serious? Daddy.
No, he said cappuccino ballerina.
I need to get social details for that.
Big dog.
Come on.
Oh, banana, banana. Mm. Oh shit. $43 and 5. I did hit him. He still didn't die with the. Fucking aim punch. I hate it. Ram Beller. Well, you can get Ram downstairs. That's great. Oh gosh. What? Why? Wow. Okay. Oh, did he time out? He did too. Why? I don't get it. Why my knife is untradeable. Weird. He's not coming back. He's not coming back. Fuck off. Is it trolling? Yeah. And that shit came. Well, you can trade it here. What can you get for that? Zircus. Ooh. OD. Ooh. Church area. One more church. Crossing it. Nice. One B. There's no gun. What the? Blue pen. Fuck you. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Ooh. Why is my FPS dropping? Whoa. Why is my FPS dropping? Something's eating up my FPS at the moment. It's pissing me off. No, I'm getting rid of exit lag. It's just giving me horrible problems. It's trying to compensate with FPS too. It's using my Yeah, of course I. Yep. Is Lily upstairs?
Yeah.
Can you get my phone off her?
You look like Creekcraft.
Can you get my phone off her, please?
Dad, you look like Creekcraft.
I don't know what's causing this. It's here, Isabel. Yeah, it's down here.
Dad. Dad.
Mm.
Look. Look at the pillow. You
Mm-hmm.
can see what color it is. That is 100. Should I keep it on? I want this. Amount only on 4.
Let's put it there then. They don't have guns. Oh gosh.
Sugary first.
Second. Mm. fuck's wrong with this? Rush B. Mm-hmm. Yeah, silver four. I went up to silver four. Alright, I gotta figure out why the fuck is my I'm just using my CPU like really, really hard. Did I turn off? I have no idea what's causing it. Alright, let's go now to Premiere. Hmm. Oh boy. Come on. Just want to check what's in the fever case. So you either get a Shinobu or a EMP or a Shinrage. That is a lot of classifieds for that. Like a lot. Huh. I only have one card right at the moment. And I've got quite a few mil specs actually, which can give me at least one restricted. I don't know. Mm, I don't know. What do we? What do we think? Oh, actually, I just saw that on Facebook. Yeah, I will be streaming the blast. I actually finally managed to get the directives on how to do it. So I don't get stream banned like last time, but yeah, I will. I will definitely stream. I will definitely stream it. Especially the majors. I'll be streaming that. Hello, going B. Oh, green. Nothing B yet. Yeah, short bomb. Nice. I think I heard someone lowers. Lowers did. Did I see the bomb cross? Okay. So he has bombed in still. Huh? Where is it? In mid. She's in mid, in mid. Coming up short now. Ah! No bullets. Oh, you fucking. Why does it? Never mind. Get live orange. Yep, he is now. Forget B. None. I know you hear. I know you hear. Ah! Okay, never mind. There's a goose. One goose. The goose one peeked me first. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I still don't know. Alright, going B still. Oh, God. 2 AFKs. Green. Ah, they're alive. Smoking B doors. Uppers. Shit. Ah! Out. Ah. Okay, fine. Alright. What's up with you? 2 mid. Yeah. Uppers going lowers. Be clear. Be clear. Oh, fuck that. Oh, I can't jump this shit. I hate it. That's me. Ah, top mid still. Should have just saved it. No money. Right side. Nice. No B. Lower clear. Nice. Nothing. No Sui. Short. Mid to B. They're in. They're in. We're still missing two. I saw two go backyard. Fuck. Ah. You're right. Yeah, fucking right. Alright, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. I'll go short. Actually, no, I'll go B lowers. Always wants one to push. Hmm. Nice. Fuck! He's top mid, left, right, left. How did I miss that? Seriously. I knew there was a small gap in there. Go back here, the thing was. Going B. Oh my god. Oh! Nice, nice, nice. Sui, left side. No B. Bombs mid. Nothing. Fucking hell, one lowers. I didn't. I should have seen that. Oh. Yeah, he's a bit crunched in there already. Fuck this. Can I afford to? Yeah, I'll be alright with it. I still want to be right side. No B again. I God. Top mid. Fucking lurkers are lurking around there. There's one mid. I just yeah, he's heavy tagged mid door. Yeah, nice. Play corners. He's in B. Why? Oh, ow! He got destroyed. Damn. My boy got destroyed. I don't feel comfortable in dust at the moment, really. After those lousy warm up plays. No, Sui. They're going short or mid care. Please don't die. Please don't die. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Fuck this forward here. You're gonna go for it. What? Let's kill as much as I can. Oh, oh! If you had kit. Oh, right there. Ah, did you mean the rivals one? Um, Dark. Possibly the Blast rivals one. Majors are WoW, but what time did the rivals one start? Actually, I'll have a look at it later. Mid. Okay. Hey, B B B B B B. Oh, he's tagged. Upper still. Nice. Still uppers. Huh? Where'd he go? Oh, they gone backyard. Yeah, they sneak up. Oh, nice. One long, I think. No bomb still. Why are you looking there? Huh? Not. It's B. Yeah, yeah. Oh, unlucky. Oh. Okay. They are playing. They're playing scattered, so yeah. Just keep sides. No. Not yet, no. I might do later on. I'll see if I can. One flash and B. None. Gosh, here we go. Yeah, come. Oh, that lurker, seriously. You got one. Okay, come on. Yeah, there's a lurker on B somewhere. Oh, fuck, his top mid. I don't even know what time it's starting here in New Zealand. Bro, what time is that? Two in the morning here. Um, what time is it? It's gonna start in about. Oh God, it's 2 in the morning. Seriously. Oh no, it's gonna start now. It's starting now. Wait, no. Nice. Yeah, they're gonna start. I don't know if I don't know if I'm gonna be even awake after that, bro. Falcon versus Mouse. Um, I can double flash you out. Smoking. Oh my God. Car. Mm. Ah, that car person. That car person wrecked everyone. Gosh. Yeah, go. No. Push. Oh my God. 68. Nice. Oh man. You just made a noise. One mid. Oh, I thought that was just a scout mid. There's two. This M4 in mid. Nice. One short. Oh, fair enough. Oh, I don't know, but I'll say I'm just. Mm, okay, yeah. So. What did I do? The fuck did I do? You heard in window. He's gone. Um, not my fault. My God, he ran up short. Why are you peeking it? Ace is gonna cross all the way to the other side. God. He's down there. Rip. Wow. Okay. Who'd he kill? No, he's in short. I don't want to climb that. Oh, for fuck's sakes! He went around. He went around. 124 points back to 123. All right, all right, all right. Fine. Let's see what we can do, boys. What we can do. Oh, 2 a.m. bro. Seriously. All right, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Okay. Live in 60 minutes still. Okay, I will stream it. I'll stream it. Come back at 2 in about 72 minutes time. I'll go have a few games still.
Qualifying one. They'll be disappointed, I think, for Silvio Scribante.
Huh? No, it's still 72 minutes on the on YouTube. So it's not going to start yet. It's not starting yet. Yeah, I'll show you. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Hang on. See? 70 minutes too. Not starting it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. No. I'll definitely stream it. Definitely, yeah. I'll stream it. No, I was playing with him. Oh god, it's snowing, Ashen. I have to get my. Going B. Haha. Nothing. Left side, maybe. On side, outside. Oh, it's AFK. Haven't seen him come up yet. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh. Second mid. Oh, I should have waited for that. Speedway. Arches, sorry. Ben. Ben. I guess we got one. All right, we got money. Second mid. Seen me. One second. Pulling back. Flashing on mid. Okay, apps. Apps tagged. None. Someone go back to B. Oh no. Still her. Nice. Can I get a buy, please? Yeah. Chipper. I'll go B. One T steps. T steps still. They're pulling up. One close right. Still one running B. If I come down here, he's gonna see me. Running B. Running A. Coming. Going A. Nice. Second mid. One short. Fuck's sake, short. Bombs drop on A. Mid. Left side, left. Nice. Bombs on bottom banana. Can you push it? Smoking second mid. Second mid. His second. Ooh, print stream again. 25 minutes till show starts. I'll go B. Two, banana rush. Yeah, they're on B already. Save it. Man, it's been a while. Wow. Okay, never mind. Open mid. I just said open mid and he still touched it. There's an open and top mid if you want it. He's still there. Second. Man. Oh, gotta. Gotta rush it to eco. Lots second. Up these stairs. Care second. T stairs. Possibly going B if they do. Wow, they're just taking their time. Still got utils. Oh, noob. It's already long enough that he will go to the side. Force it. I'm gonna go. We're gonna go for this. Running second. Nice, nice, nice. Why Twitch not going? It's weird that it's quiet tonight. It is going. Mm-hmm. Fuck sakes. A. GG. They're going to be. B. All right. Why'd you stop? One crossing. Behind. He just sits there. I'm gonna try B with SMG. Watching him. Plant. I have library. What's your? Non-cost, non-cost. Damn. Left side. Going archers. Flashing out. Still left side. We have to move. Scout mid. Is he still there? Oh, hell no, hell no. I'm going a. Fuck me. They're both low. To your left. Oh, come on. Thank you, thank you. Did he cross? Two banana. Two banana. Short side. Coming you. Nice. Bomb's going B. Places. Yeah. CT, CT. Oh no. Church, church, church. What? The church guy died. Nice. Mid still. CT, CT. Oh, he still pushed it. Fine. Wait. I'll watch the cross. Collapse. No cross. Dead mid. Care coming B. I got apps. Fuck. Side, side, side. Oh my god. A's clear, I think. Apps. B. Oh, one apps. Just aside. We all died there. Short, short, short. One archers. One back. Okay. He's here. He's here in A. Plant. I'm coming through banana. Nope. Blue maybe. You want blue? You want to upgrade? No mid. One archer side. I'm pushing up.
One archer side.
Oh, God. They're ecoed. Fuck off. Oh boy. That's it for me tonight. Is he playing Premiere? He is too. Okay, how long do we have left?
Hmm.
The top four of the finest teams that the world of Counter-Strike has to offer, and now they go mano a mano here in the cage to prove who has the finest set of players, who has the finest set of tactics, who's going to be reigning supreme when all is said and done here at the Rivals.
I believe that Mouse Sports, they've been looking quite okay this term. It's been looking up and down, but overall, I think like their individuals have stepped up. They have been playing a great game. We saw Jimmy yesterday, also a player that has been named out maybe for not having the best season yet. He has stepped it up, especially from yesterday. But I think overall, what I would like to dive into this one is that I feel like Mouse maybe have like the deeper playbook. We still know that Falcons is somewhat of a new team. Also, the fact that Monacy has only been in the team since Melbourne, and I think that maybe this matchup is obviously about firepower, but I also believe that Mouse Sports comes into this game maybe with a deeper playbook and the fact that they have maybe a more like a better, like, how do you say, like a team play coming into this one. So that is maybe where I want to go to, because yeah, sure, you have some really strong players on the Falcons side, but I think team play wise, I think Mouse has been looking incredibly solid.
What do you make of that, Dust? Team play on point here for Mouse?
Yeah, I mean, I think really the thing that has impressed me the most about Mouse Sports is even though Brolin is a new IGL without much experience, they have maintained a lot of their strengths. I think their playbook is a little bit more streamlined than it used to be. I think it was a bit deeper with Shuhei. I think that they've had to simplify things when you have a new IGL, you have Spinks just coming into the team. They're going to be adding layers over time, sure. But what I think they have impressed me with the most is that their mid-rounding is still very good with Brolin at the helm. And I think that that's one of the hardest things to do as an in-game leader is to figure out how to make something a nothing, how to thrive in the chaos, how to figure out how to fix something when your system breaks. And I think the fact that Brolin and whoever the other voices on the team are, as well as their coach behind them, has been able to maintain that strength even without Shuhei, which is the thing that I feared the most about them when they lost him.
And it takes so much courage for a guy like Brolin to step into the shoes of Shuey and actually going in, and everyone started thinking that he would not be able to fit this role. You know, coming into this game, and just the team in general, actually proving everyone wrong. And the whole idea about that the team, I think, as we also talked about, that the team is just functioning well, so everyone chimes in. But obviously, Brolin has like the overall idea of what they want to approach. So mid rounding is difficult, like the most difficult part of being an in-game leader.
Also, two players have lifted up. I mean, the fact Xerxes playing better than he played last year, he was already pretty good. Now he's really good. And then Torzi has really kicked it up a notch this year. I thought he was a very underrated opera last year, but now I think he's even higher.
We'll get to Torji, but first, in his own words, we'll hear from Brolan. And I want to start on last night's game. You guys get to 2-0, but after that map 1, it seemed like there was an extended conversation between you and Cyclone out in the arena. It was a tough map for you individually, but the dub came through. What was that conversation about?
No, we were a little bit stressed on in the end of those two. Just wanted me to, yeah, just basically he does it pretty often all the time, but maybe not in the studio, but also outside when we're actually talking as well these things. It's just try to prepare me as much as possible for the second map and these things. So it's nothing special.
Nothing special. But we did have a special final round there. It was the Xerxes 1v4 pop-off. Then you had that massive Jimmy map. What a relief is it, or what kind of a relief is it for you as an IGL when you have a player having that kind of individual game that you can rely on?
Yeah, obviously it's really nice. Don't need to do anything too much. We only just try to do the smart calling. Basically, not focus that much on the visuals, but yeah, I think both Dory and Jimmy played insane yesterday, and I think it's just one of these days. Like I think everyone can pop up in my team, and it happened that Jimmy and Dory was really good yesterday. So yeah, it's just really comfortable for me to know that I have trust from the team, and if they listen to me, we. Yeah, probably gonna win some rounds, you know. So it feels good that they can pop off sometime, of course. Yeah.
Now this matchup, you got Falcons. You played them in Melbourne. Didn't go so well that time. How do you think it's gonna go here?
Different game. Different game, of course. We know that they're a really good team, and yeah. Now in Melbourne, we did not play our the best game, of course. We really maybe a little bit satisfied that we came to semi-finals, and we was maybe a little bit too focused on finals already, and. Yeah, now it's just a new game. We are really prepared and know how capable, how good they are, to be honest. And yeah, I think it's just as usual prep, but just try to know that it's gonna be a tough game.
A tough game indeed. Didn't go their way last time, but they're feeling strong, they're feeling good, and right now, all the players seem to be popping here, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, Melbourne was kind of a shocker, right? Because it wasn't just that Mouse loss, it was the fashion in which they lost. They didn't even look like they were in that game, and Falcons just were inevitable, it seemed like, that tournament, and even almost beat Vitality and dethrone them of having that chance at that series record. But what people need to understand is that prior to that matchup, Mouse owned the last 3 head-to-heads in a row, including a best-of-5 grand finals at Cluj-Napoca. So when you look at the overall history of this matchup, Mouse Sports do still, in my opinion, hold a slight edge.
There's a good point, you know, like the overall picture just paints that Mouse Sports is still looking comfortable against. You know, it's not like one best of 3 is going to determine who's like the greater team. Maybe that is actually the case what's going to happen now, since we're talking about who's actually being the top contender to take down Vitality. But I think overall we need to see that Torsi needs to go in there. I think that Torsi is so instrumental alongside the Surgeon to go in and actually segment the game. And you also heard that Brolin said that with his experience on in-game leader, if you have your individuals popping off, it's so much easier to also dictate the game, and actually because you can just call whatever you want, kind of, and they will just kill him basically. Whereas if you actually go back to the point where if your individual not popping off, maybe a little bit like we saw yesterday against FaZe Clan, when things are not going the way that you're supposed to, that is why you need to rely on your experience, and that is an experience that Brolin might be lacking a little bit.
Speaking of that experience, someone who does bring it to this roster in spades, your old teammate Spinks here can be a steadying force for the rest of the roster, no?
I think so, definitely. I mean, he's been playing great ever since coming into, being a little bit more like in the whole compact part of the action on the map. And I think he also brings some calmness to the team. You know, he's a guy that's very vocal about what he wants to do. You know, it fits perfectly, in my opinion, into how Mouse Sports wants to play, that they need everyone on the team to be a bit vocal. And obviously they're if you look on the other side of Falcons, you have like the superstars in terms of Nico and Monesi. I don't think there's like necessarily a superstar the same way on the roster, but I think they rely a lot more on everyone on the team to contribute and actually be a team that that can play on multiple things, that everyone can step. But Brolin said it himself that they need their individuals to step on, and it's everyone inside the team that can do that.
And I think Spinks, besides the experience and stage presence he provides his team coming over from Vitality, he also provides in very key areas in the sense that he's taking more aggressive positions on certain maps compared to what he used to do on Vitality, which allows him to be more active and more enabled, which is I think something that he wanted. Two, even when he is playing some of those same roles he used to play, when they actually execute and they actually get him out into open space, he is one of the best trade fraggers in the game right now. And that follow-up force behind Xerxon and Torzi's aggression is what really gives him that added layer to actually peel through sites and actually get map control. And then also defensively, he's just so mobile. He just wants to fight. He has that extra bit of fire next to Xerxon and Torzi to really just kind of tip the balance and allow them to disrupt teams.
Now, before we hop on over to the other side to check in on Falcons, we did get a word from two players, actually, in a bit of a standoff. One of them was Spinks, and on the other side of the table, we had Nico. Let's hear what they had to say.
With Spinks and Nico ahead of their head-to-head matchup. Now, fellas, there's been a few bouts here. There's been some face-offs between you guys over the years. How do you think it's going to go this time around, Spinks?
2-0 first for us.
Laying it out? 2-0 for them? What do you think?
I mean, I didn't go that way in Melbourne, so we'll see.
We will see indeed. Yeah, get in there.
Maybe in front of the arena, no, but we are in studio now, so.
Oh.
Mouse Studio champs, heavyweights there. How are you going to handle it?
Yeah, he caught me off guard. I forgot about that one. Xerxon is a beast in studio. No, I'm joking.
Did you see his 1v4 last night?
I did. It was good.
How do you shut down a 1v4 like that?
Well, he didn't play against us.
Oh.
That's true. That's true. Are you going to beat them so bad they make another roster change?
Yeah, they need to. Yeah, one more. Even two more, maybe.
2 more. He's coming for your job, Nico.
A good thing is we have plenty of investments.
Oh,
They're
that's
ready for
bad.
another guy to step on
Seriously.
up. You think it's a 2-0 for you guys?
2-0. I mean, I hope so. But I expect them to, come out hungry. We beat them in Melbourne. I think this time around should be a more intense game. But we are ready.
Is your young Padawan, Monesi, going to take down Torji?
This is why we brought him.
That's why they brought him. Is Torji ready?
I don't know if Tozi is ready, but according to yesterday, Jimpat is ready, so it's fine.
Yeah, Jimmy woken up. Jimmy just 1v5. He's got it taken care of?
Yeah, we don't have to worry. We're good.
Are you afraid of the Finnish beast?
Easy.
We want to fuck him because he declined us last year.
There you go, Jimmy. They're coming for you.
Holy shit.
Jim Pat on notice.
Absolutely fire.
That was one of the best press conferences we had.
I loved it.
That was sick. You love to see that. That's what you want to see at Rob.
I like that. Like Spinks was a little bit more aggressive, and Nico was like he was more defensively, but in an aggressive way.
But then it came out of him. But then it came out of him.
Backfiring back when. Yeah. Well,
Sometimes you just got to poke him a little bit. You poke the bull, and then you get the charge.
Well done there, Mike.
Well, I do some fine work out here. But on the desk, it's all about you guys doing some fine work. So let's talk about the Falcons. Because the other side of the thing, they've been adding again and again and again. They've been adding these superstars, these magnificent pieces. We've got Monesi now, of course. And this is a Falcons team that is looking like they might just be ready.
It seems like Falcons is getting to the point where they wanted to start off with the team. Like it's a team now that they've gathered together a team that they actually believe in. I think that's maybe been some of the issues that Falcons have been having for a long time. So they whole believe in the team, and also that they couldn't get the players that they actually wanted. Now they've actually gotten that duo that they've been talking about for so long. And that must do something to the team. Not only for the remaining of the players, but also for the coaching staff and the likes of Sonic. Like he's been having the vision of creating a team that can take trophies, and then now he's finally gotten it. And it has kind of relieved some kind of the pressure that was maybe put on top the Falcons coming into this new season as well. I think that they overall feel like they've come to a point where they can actually bite back for what they're through.
And of course, Dupree, you would know a little something about maybe those previous players who wound up feeling a bit less wanted.
It has happened that I've been inside that team. Yeah, I'm gonna take like a passive stance. Maybe there's a bench somewhere I can sit on. I don't know if it's there somewhere.
The bench is the desk. You're on it with us.
I can sit on the
Dust,
desk
you're
if
off
you
the
want
bench.
to.
You're into the court.
Okay.
What are we getting here from Falcons?
Listen, I think people don't realize that Falcons were always inevitable. I think that part of it is just getting sheer talent onto the team. That's the very obvious one. Nico, obviously one of the most versatile and talented rifles that we've ever had in Counter-Strike. And then Monesi is the best operator that we have in the game right now next to Ziwu. So those things were always inevitable. But what I really feel like people don't give Falcons enough credit for is the system that they brought to this team. When they picked up the Heroic Core and they picked up Kixen had that Heroic Core playing really good Counter-Strike, him and Tessus. They had good fundamentals. They knew how to play defaults. but they also had the tenacity to go for aggressive plays, to be scrappy, to get in your face in the early rounds, to bring the pacing changes, to just have a really well-rounded game. And I think what happened was when Kixon came over to this squad and he got someone like Nico, that's a much different second voice than he's used to having. And I also think a new coach behind you in Zonic is definitely a different voice than what he had behind him when he was on Heroic with Saul. So I think it just needed a little bit of time to kind of compromise, figure out where they were alike, where they were different, you know, and figure out what works best. And now they have found the best version of themselves.
It's crazy that you would say Dupree isn't a talent.
I am a talent. I'm a 32-year-old talent, right?
Well, now you're on the desk. That's the perfect age to be talented here. That's what we try and recruit.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, like, I think you made a really good point about the whole Kixon thing. You know, that is also an instrumental part to why I think the Falcons are definitely playing better. Like, he brings in the system, and I also believe that you need to look at how your in-game leader is working together with your coach, something that maybe was, like, discredited a little bit how things were back in the old lineup when he was working with Snappy, you know. It was kind of a clash from two styles, you know, that they needed to get to work, and they never really got to that point. And I also just believe that the feeling that Sonic now has for his team, that he can believe in his play, and he has this duo of Manisi and Nico, you know, it's going to bring some fire for them.
It's funny you mentioned Sonic, because I talked to him before the game, so let's hear what he had to say. I'm curious for your perspective. You've now been part of two teams, kind of a unique situation in Counter-Strike where you've had success and then opted to make a change, right? Most recently with Dexter, but even before that with the Dupree into Flamesy move. How do you signal to the team? How do you keep them focused when there's that kind of constant pursuit of the upgrade where maybe it's tough to stay focused when even with results, sometimes changes are on the horizon?
I think it's part of Counter-Strike nowadays. I don't think in any teams that you are safe, I would say. It's always about, you know, having talks. I always try to be as honest as possible with players, even if it has to mean on the short term. I have to tell them some bad news maybe, even though we are in a tournament. So for me, it's about honesty. And yeah, sometimes it's tough to balance because at the end of the day, you need to make sure that Falcon Spacers, you know, has the highest chances of winning the next game. But yeah, I mean, talking with them, building the trust, I think that's always what I'm searching for.
Now in this matchup in particular, Mao's on the other side. You got the best of them last time. How do you think it's going to go here?
I mean, Mouse is probably the second best team after Vitality this year. So it's a tough opponent. We got the better of them last time in Melbourne, but I also know what they are capable of, and it just felt like everything was working for us. And on the other side, for them, it was a tough game. I think it is our goal is to try and have this, you know, patience and try and search for the momentum, because this was what worked kind of last time for us. That when we got the flow going, then you know, everyone was communicating more, taking more fights, and playing on our terms. And it's not a guarantee, of course, because we might get off to a bad start, but I think throughout this tournament, we are really building on the mental part about never giving up and always fighting. So I expect a much tougher game because Mouse is, as I said before, one of the best teams in the world.
Dupree, I'm sorry we keep having to do this to you, poking what might be some sore spots, but an interesting perspective there from Zonic of the constant pursuit of the upgrade, maybe having impact on current roster?
Well, I just have one wish, that you do not bring Sonic on top of this talent thing, because I'm afraid of getting benched for a third time, you know, that's going to be dangerous. No, but I mean, from what he's saying, he can feel the flow in the team, you know, adding Manisi and also getting Nico in the beginning of the year has just created a flow within the team that everyone believes in. And, you know, he touched upon this thing that no one in modern Counter-Strike can maybe feel safe within a team, which I personally believe is one of the reasons why Falcons had a hard time to get things to work, because as he said, like, you know, if you are not performing, if you're not feeling well, you know, you might get replaced, and that might do something to players within the team, that they feel like there's always someone like breathing down my neck that can actually come and take my spot. You know, that creates pressure on the players. But, you know, that is the given situation, and he's always been very honest about it. That's one of the things that I have always loved about Danny, is that he's just been honest about things. He doesn't like wrapping things up. He's being very strict to you. And obviously, now that they have the roster that they feel like they can win with, that's in the interest of Falcons as well, getting as far as possible, they can only be happy, right?
They can indeed. Dust, what do you make of that interview?
Yeah, I mean, I think it creates a pressure cooker situation. Sometimes under pressure, things form that are great, like diamonds, but sometimes they can explode in your face and can cause a really big problem. So I think, fortunately for Falcons, it's been more of the diamonds sort of the situation, where we've seen them win a tournament with their previous lineup to kind of make them feel good and have confidence going into Melbourne. And then they made a grand finals appearance there as well. So I think it's great stuff. And obviously the money, the Manisi addition and money to get him was certainly a really big injection, and they're going to be going up against Torzy on the other side. And what I really love about this matchup, as we bring it up, is that these are the two top 3 operators in the world, in my opinion, so you obviously being the other person in consideration. And what I really like about Munacy and Torzy is that I don't think people give them enough credit for how good their rifling is, and I think that's because of how good Ziwu is. You know, Ziwu was known as like this crazy aggressive AK threat, but these two guys that you see on your screen here, while they are certainly phenomenal operators, you're going to say Munacy's the better one, of course, but I do think Torzy, in my opinion, impact-wise is top 3, and I do think that both of these guys are very capable riflers as well, which just adds a new dynamic layer to how they can really provide assistance to their team in key situations, and so it's going to be fun to see that versatility play out in the matchup today.
And looking like pure statistics, yes, sure, you probably pound by pound go that Munacy is the better player, like he is more this superstar kid that everyone is expecting, and obviously Torzy on the other side, you know, he fits in kind of the system. He's a good and very important piece of the puzzle for Mouseport to have that success, you know, and he's had a great tournament. He's also had a great season, so he's going to be very instrumental. And I think that if he can go in and actually take the fight to Munacy, bring him a little bit down, you know, I think that is very instrumental for him.
So the other thing I want to say about the Munacy thing is I think Munacy coming on board has also freed Tessus. I think Tessus now feels a little bit less pressure to be that next star next to Nico, and it allows him to be a little bit more comfortable, and we have seen him thrive as a playmaker on the extremities because of it.
He has been thriving, but now it's time to find out what maps he might be thriving on, because it's time for the veto. So where are we going here, folks? Anubis is banned right off rip.
It's fun. These two teams share a map pool. They both hate Anubis. They're both not really good on Inferno. So, you know, those are kind of gone. But it always seems like Falcons force Mouse to ban Anubis, which gives them a little bit more flexibility to ban something that they feel weak on. And this time they decided to go against Ancient, which I'm surprised because I would have thought Nuke would be the one they might ban. I feel like Ancient's been kind of a good map for them lately, honestly.
I mean, this sets us up for a really great series when both teams, they have the same permaban. It also creates this whole, like, who they play like a game of chicken. Who's going to actually be the one floating the one and not banning out? Who's going to ban out Anubis first, right? But the whole idea that Mouseport actually decides to go for Nuke was one instead of maybe going for the likes of Mirage, a map that they've beaten Vitality on, they've looked really strong on. That must mean there's some confidence signs for Mouseport to go in, and hopefully also getting Mirage as a third map to actually take the series into a third round, because they are very much needed to win Nuke to go all the way.
Yeah, when you come into Nuke, I mean, look, Falcons have actually won 5 of their last 6 games on Nuke, and Munacy obviously has added a whole new layer to their ability to play that map. Head-to-head, Mouse owns them 2-1 on this particular map, but obviously in Melbourne, things were a whole lot different. Falcons blasted them on Nuke. It wasn't even close. And so, as we've kind of, I think, really been summarizing this whole time is that we don't really know who actually is number 2 right now. It could be Mouse, it could be Falcons, it could even be Spirit on the other side of the bracket, but we will find out today who is the leading candidate after this match.
I want to know what you think. We've given all the evidence, but it's time to put your nuts on the table here, folks.
Ooh.
Who's winning this one?
You know, I have to stick with Mouseport. You know, like, this is the team I followed yesterday. This is one I believe in. You know, it's going to go all the way 2-1, and it's going to be like multiple overtimes.
I personally think Mouse will win the series overall, but if Falcons somehow steal this map, I think they take the series.
So this map might just determine it, but the question is, what do our casters think? Anders and DDK, take it away, boys.
Oh, it's a tough predicament, isn't it? I have such a bias in favor of Nico, so I'm gonna use that as my tool to pick Falcons in this one. What about you, Dan?
It's so hard because there are definitely a lot of fan favorites floating around in this game on both sides. I'm on the Mouse train. I think the momentum's pretty crazy right now. Okay. And Torzy, Jim Fat, I mean, there's been some epic performances we've had the luxury of covering over the last few days. So I'm feeling that Mouse vibe. But Falcons coming off that Sydney finals looked pretty hot.
They have been on the incline. Things have been improving, and you know, there's still obviously there are certain weaknesses at times, you can kind of tell. But now with Munacy in the mix, it's just so hard to imagine that they're going to get worse from here on out. You know, surely they're still just integrating you into it. We're going to be on Nuke to begin with, the first map in this semi-final. So once again, big welcome everybody. Falcons versus Mouse, and it will be Mouse starting on that T side. Falcons on the CT side, and already a couple of dualies coming out here. We'll see if they could do anything at the start of the game here. Mouse, last time they played on Nuke, was not having a good time at all.
There go the nades straight into the upper side, down the vents, and we have ourselves a B play. Tessus has to be careful of that potential flank. Oh my goodness, Exertion straight in with the headshot there, Anders, and it is a battle here. That looks pretty favorable right now for Mouse in a 5 versus 3. Gonna get themselves an afterplan.
What kind of absurd peak is that? Who just drops like that from the ceiling? That's a rare way to take the fight, but obviously it's worked fantastically well. Kicksan and Magus left.
Nico called it in the little press conference there. He called out Exertion in the studio. Apparently that's a buff for Exertion.
I love that. I wish he could have stuck to it. Like, he had to break character at the end. I wish he would have just, you know, pretended like he really was, you know, just calling him out like that would have been funny. But, yeah, obviously, no chance to even get close to a retake here. So you're just looking for some exit kills if you could be allowed to do that. Some really awkward fight here. Nobody's hitting any other bullets. Magisk will eventually get a second kill on the board, so a little bit more money to work with. But Mouse begin with a bomb plant down in B. I did a check real quick because I thought maybe I'm just wrong, but I think all the rounds that they won last time they played Nuke in Melbourne, it was all on A bomb side for Mouse. Like they could only ever win rounds on A.
I think Mouse
so it doesn't have to be indicative of what's happening here. Obviously, it doesn't mean it's going to be a replay of the match, but it was just fun to see.
Yeah, super curious to see what both teams bring out with some of that history behind them going into Nuke. And also just seeing the performances as well, you know, which players are going to be stepping up. We saw that epic result from Jimfat yesterday on Mirage. So we had to have the force, of course, here from Falcons. Want to see on the outside with that scout. Might be being a bit teased, but there go the smokes. And Jimfat opening up onto Magisk as well.
So far, so good. Exertion making his way down below. And you can play a little game at home yourselves. Whenever you see Exertion out here alone and the other 4 in the lobby, you have such a good read of what's about to come. They do the opposite as well, where it's Jimfat in the lobby and other 4 outside. So they sort of switch it around about who's playing alone. It also means that when Falcons find either Jimmy or Exertion outside, they know so much about what Mouse are doing. So just watch on the minimap at home and try and get a sense of if you can catch what Mouse are going to be doing next, because it's such a big indication where those 2 players are going to be playing in this opening half.
I love the respect here from Mouse, as should be given. Falcons on a 4 spy, so very dangerous. But now Mouse finding their way onto the bomb site, and again, in these types of rounds, when you get the bomb down, your chances go up significantly to win the round. The retake potential just really isn't there on the 4 spies. And so for Falcons, going to be holding on to those guns, giving it another go in the next round, it seems.
Yeah, why not? You can't really construct a good argument why they should do anything differently, so we're all for it. We're going to see if they can do something with the Scout and the FAMAS in the next round. This one definitely not going to be too exciting, but, you know, Mouse taking it very slowly, and it is something that we've highlighted for them throughout the tournament so far, their ability to really play a slow game when they need to.
And it really is the calm before the storm, isn't it? We haven't really had too many engagements, just the B rush there, and since that, it's just been pretty chill, but things are about to heat up for sure.
Just the beginning.
I'm sure Falcons will probably try to take a bit more initiative going into this next round. They'll keep these weapons into it. Obviously, they'll be rebuying the next round anyway, so they can afford to take some more risks, maybe get aggressive outside, maybe go for a lobby take, something to try to surprise Mouse. But again, there is the mind games. You know, will Falcons, rather Mouse, expect such aggression? I'm sure that they'll be quite aware of that possibility.
It's I mean, again, they have a bit to look back for, right? They have played each other in the past on this very map, so I'm sure that they're going to be going through the history and try to figure out exactly where the advantage is. Maybe especially in that yard. The big difference, obviously, is going to be when m0NESY could pick up something more exciting than the Scout. Double smoke for the yard. Everybody really inside. Again, you could see Exertion is playing up on top of the silo for himself for the minute. Okay, Kixan getting some information. He didn't really get the kill there, but not bad info. Grenade around the corner. There is a Deagle holding behind him. In theory, if you push this, it could be kind of rough.
Now starting to make their way back outside after that early lobby presence. We still keeping a couple players here. Again, we mentioned it. Certainly aware of the potential for Falcons to do something disruptive. But Falcons, they are just not really taking any risks with that, not going to gamble on the early aggression. And they're going to force Mouse to have to move. The clock is on Mouse, of course. They've got to get that bomb planted. And there are those outside smokes. Now, how will this be read by Falcons? Because we can see Mouse are nowhere near the outside.
Yeah, it's just going to be Exertion, make it a walk across. And I think Falcon's already saying, you know, it doesn't feel like much is going on here. Execute onto the ramp instead. Tess is trying to relocate with the deagle in hand. They are going to be coming for him rather quickly, but Exertion goes down. And again, that is a big indication. They find him alone. They know what's happening to the rest of Mouse. Already rotating down below. Nico getting one more kill here. Tess is a headshot. Would be delicious, but he's not going to be able to. It's just Nico tapping away, murdering more people on the Mouse side. They shoot Spinks to the back and leave Torshi with no backup whatsoever. Alone versus 3. No time on the clock. Nico with a quad kill, making it work with the French rifle.
Beautiful read there from Team Falcons. Certainly prepared for this game.
Finally.
Oh, wow. Miles, you know, if you think that they would have a good shot at getting some position, maybe getting the bomb down at the very least, but they got completely stymied there on their way down into the site. Falcons knew exactly what was going on. And I think really showing here, Anders, as well, that Miles need to do a little bit more to create a harder choice in terms of the rotations for Falcons. If they just play a super passive game, it's going to be the case that Falcons are likely going to find their position. It is also Nuke after all, so Mouse, I'm sure, will get a bit more aggressive here.
Ooh, well, you said it. A little bit more aggressive out there right at the beginning. But that smoke, that water falls off of Mini, it wasn't there in time. So Exertion gets caught instead. And Nico in the yard. You don't want him fired up. He's going to be playing the mirror position on the T side. He's going to be out on the yard too. If he's already feeling good in the first half, that will be a problem for Mouse. No question about it. But I do like this from Spinks. And it is a classic Mouse strategy, wrapping around towards heaven. Even when Sue is on the team, they love doing this. And I think Brolan has kind of, you know, inherited it that much. Should be a good opening as they set up for it here. Looking for the double. He'll get it. Nearly the triple. Nico going to get traded up by Brolan. And just like that, Mouse are back in the round.
Still. And in the meantime, Jim Feather's crept into the vents, has made his way back up Secret on the outside and able to collect that bomb swiftly. Obviously, the round not over just yet. Manassi and Tess is still alive here to make a go of this one, and the bomb needs to be planted here by Mouse, and the footsteps will be audible. So all the information here for Team Falcons, at least where one player is, will they understand that bomb is right next to Jinfat currently as they make their way up the ladder.
Double heaven.
Yes, no grenades except for the flash on Jimmy. So they can't really stop them from getting out. Nice grenade. Oh, watch this, a flashbang. He couldn't see a single thing. And Brolan now creeping on. Now he's got the right idea. Wins the first fight. Trying to escape into the hotness. Barely survives. He's down to 14 health. But Monesi, he does have the kit, so he's just going to stick it there. No reason why he shouldn't. Brolan. Oh, wait. He comes off it. Monesi, he wanted to do it. He could have done it as well. Now he's almost out of time. And Brolan wanted to peek in one last second, and Monesi somehow manages to time it to perfection. Falcons, they win the round, and that's where someone like Monesi really pays off. He's ice cold.
Yeah, that was a dangerous game just coming off of it, but of course he has
watching,
such a good sense as to how to play that one. And I love that opening we just saw in the replay there. Seeing Nico, you know, a dominant force there on the headshots outside. I'm sure that's going to be a trend that continues. But the cool thing in this round in particular for me, Anders, was how Mouse was so good at getting into really awkward positions for Falcons. We saw Spinks obviously getting up into the rafters, unbeknownst to Team Falcons, and Jinfat in the vents as well. So they had multiple awkward positions for Team Falcons to deal with.
No one's outside.
Slows down Mouse.
All in lobby.
I must say that the double kill for Spinks was so crazy because they actually shot at him first, and you just transfer the spray anyway onto the HUD player. That's... I feel like normally you die when that happens, and I appreciate that Spinks wanted to go for the multi-kill, but a lot of times you're just going to be straight up traded. Tess's probably just going to try and, you know, take a shot and fall back. There's no reason for him to stick around. Yeah, instantly out of there.
Falcons have everything under control. Happy to give up ramp? I mean, they have pistols. I mean, well, there's a Galil, I suppose. I shouldn't underplay the Galil. But even still, we have Mouse on a rotation back through lobby, looking at that A site. Falcons feel so just sturdy at the moment in this defense. We'll see if they can connect the shots, though. Mouse about to unleash the attack.
I mean, you said it earlier as well. They're so good at holding back right now, Falcons, and the clock is just running down on Mouse. Mouse have been spending a lot of time in this first half waiting for some Falcons aggression, and they've really not had much of it. So the dynamic for the beginning of the match here really seems to be Mouse giving some space for Falcons to be aggressive and trying to catch them. When that's not happening, they just run the clock down low, and Falcons are still on the other side, quite ready with everyone alive and everything else. So, yeah, you got to wonder if Mouse can find another way out of this, if it could be worth it for them to try and put some more pressure on, so that Falcons at least have to use some more utility at the start and maybe feel a little bit more stressed. Because 3-2, I mean, it's already good. It's 3 in a row for Falcons.
Yeah, I do love that approach that we're seeing from Falcons. We can talk more about that in a moment. We've got an outside aggression coming on through. Don't want to run into m0NESY though. The smokes will go down to make it a little bit more difficult for the defense outside from Team Falcons.
And this is the other variation where you see Jimmy is alone inside of a lobby. Not that Falcons know that, but just to point out that if they were to find Jimmy there, I think they can put together almost the rest of the puzzle. Smoke going up here, and it's going to block everything for Nico. We can't see a thing there. Even diving down, Spinks in front of Unbreakable here. Going to get the shot anyway, m0NESY. No problem. He's so lucky to stay alive, though. Exertion very nearly had him.
However, really good pick there from Torshi on the secret area. Even though they're losing players, Mouse Sports outside, it's going to be the case that there is... Oh,
how did Jimmy not see that?
For Jimmy, let's see what he can make of it as he goes for the engagement. Nice kill onto Magisk. And now there's still an opportunity. 2 versus 3 here for Mouse. 50 seconds on the clock.
And Nico's going to see the smoke as well. There's no reason Jimmy should ever be checking this when the smoke fades, although he is actually looking for it. He's got the right idea. That's very smart. He didn't see it. He had no idea that he was going to be there, but just raw instincts on the rifler there. And Torshi, unfortunately, pretty much an unwinnable position. The bomb, not in his control. It's up there. Yep. You know, the A-bomb site. He can't really go anywhere. So he's going to have to save out the round with the AK-47. That's 4 in a row for Falcons. And a different attempt here, right? With Mouse, again, leaving Jimmy in the lobby, getting 4 people outside. And they try and do this wraparound, which, again, is one of their favorite things to do. Almost maybe to the point where it's also a little bit readable. If you watch enough Mouse demos, you're going to see this. And again, like I said, it goes all the way back to Mouse demos with Suhei in the lineup in a leadership position. They're still sort of doing that. Might be time to reinvent some of those things.
And one quick note there, you can see, you know, on m0NESY, I like that he's talking whilst he's AWPing, because there's a lot of players, AWPers, or, you know, like really aggressive, you know, riflers, you know, star-type players that aren't going to communicate whilst they're actively aiming at the same time, because you're putting that focus into hitting the shots. So of course, just another quality that we're seeing out of a star-level player like m0NESY that adds that value to the team. And, I mean, we're seeing it right here. 4-2, Team Falcons have seemed indomitable on their defense so far, despite some of the good moves we've seen out of Mouse.
The residual effects from that, you know, showing up in the economy for Mouse. It's becoming more and more of a tough job here.
Next.
See if they can put some pressure on the ramp. In a funny position. I think Tessus is not that far away, but yeah, you miss enough shots here.
He comes out here.
Could be in some trouble. But we are talking about m0NESY, so I'm sure he's got the confidence. There's Nico outside as the smoke blows open.
They're gonna go
Exertion being found.
Now.
Big part of the puzzle, I have no doubt, for Falcons. And they're setting up back here. You could see already setting up grenades. They know what could be coming next. That's an opening and a half. Megas, nice spray down. He does get the double, and Nico is there to seal the rest. He's such a menace.
Clean round.
11-2, and having him in that dynamic position in the yard, I mean, he can almost be anywhere on the map.
And again, seeing some great quality there from Falcons. Also, the opening from Torshi, the
your friends and anyone who wants to watch.
It's really cool to have the bodies around him. He gets the opening pick instantly. That's kind of your best case if you're Mal's in that position. And oftentimes, we're going to see maybe get like 1 there, you know, because he's getting overwhelmed by these pistolers who can go on both sides of him. So honestly, actually a crazy solid result on the anchoring there from Magisk on the site. And that's a 5-2 scoreline here for Falcons. And it doesn't feel like Mouse have been doing very much wrong, Anders. It's just, again, we've got some clutches that Falcons have managed to win, in addition to just unbelievably good mechanics and coordination.
You would almost love to see them throw in a really fast round to that A-bomb site. There obviously are some executes you can run where, as you climb up the ladder on the T side, you're basically throwing a Molotov that lands on the hut, even as you're just running forward. So you can do it really, really quickly, and maybe that would catch Falcons off guard. But again, the counter utility that comes out early in the round for the CT side is obviously hard to deal with.
Outside smokes going down.
This time, again, 4 outside with Jimmy inside of the lobby. He's playing far back so as to not get crunched in case the CTs are aggressive, but right now, they don't feel any need to. It's going to be Nico holding this line up.
Oh.
Great opening there from Exertion. That's going to put the pressure onto Team Falcons. So finally, Mouse in a really nice position. 1 minute 20 on the clock. They have a lot of control outside, so they have a lot of options here, Anders, in where they can pressure. As you've mentioned a lot of teams really favoring using control like this to kind of try to get into that B play through the outside.
Oh, Meg, this is so scary, but the reward could be absolutely epic if he can make his way forward and catch Jimmy up here. The rest of them, they are looking around Exertion on a bit of a solo mission. The bomb is making its way down below, though, with the other 3 players on the team. So Malphas, they've infiltrated everything. They're all over the map right now. One false move from anyone on Falcons here, and they're going to be dead. The odds are really in their favor here.
Who's still outside?
Magis is getting closer and closer to those secret players. That line of sight is still open. They haven't disappeared down the stairs just yet. As he gets closer and closer, they're going back into the yard. Magisk here, set up for a huge play.
Oh,
and
nice
he's just going to take them both down. Another player there on the outside. And it's great damage despite going down to Brolan. But Monesi is there from Squeaky. Gets crunched, but at least gets one.
Yeah, still not over yet.
Hold up, the kicks are now. They're going to go.
Kixan is here. The bomb's outside. There's only 15 seconds left. They need to pick up that bomb and make a bit of a run of it. Jimfat, the one to try and do it. And he misses a fight. Oh, no, Kixan. You've got to get at least that kill now. Exertion would have been on top of him right away. So it still would have been a hard round to win, no doubt. But that's going to sting a little bit. You want to see him get that kill a little bit faster. But for Mouse, it's such a relief, right? They almost lose it to that very long flank from Magus got here.
By Magisk there.
Look at him. It's almost comedy how they lined up for him.
It's so cool as well to see that type of play because Team Falcons, as we've been showing, have mostly played quite passively, so you don't necessarily expect crazy pushes like that from one of your side anchors. But with that said, another fast opening here with the initial nades on nuke here from Mouse. And in terms of the economy, this is now a round that could reset both teams. So a hugely impactful one if Mouse want to get into winning ways and start to take the lead. This would be the one to help them to do it.
And 2 going lobby.
Yeah, it does carve out a little bit of a position for them. Different kind of setup here with Brolan and Exertion outside, so quite likely that we're going to be seeing some sort of a B-split here. Bomb heading over towards the ramp position. Only thing that Falcons know right now is that they really can't see anything behind that smoke wall. They can't get the read on how many people have gone down. Honestly, taking down Spinks, but Jimfat's right there to trade him. A bit of an awkward jump away. Looked like he got caught on the railing.
There are 2 players down here though for Falcons.
Oh no.
Magisk contestants, we'll have to see what they can do. Mao's certainly feeling like there's somebody around here. The timing there is a surprise, but Exertion able to handle that very nicely, leaving just Tessus. Again, they might... Oh my god, Jimmy, of course, is so ready for that one. And now the bomb should surely go down, and there's just 2 left here, Nico and Kixan.
It would be fitting if it was Jimmy that brought them back into the game, because his performance yesterday was obviously legendary. And someone has to step up and try and fight Nico at the moment, so maybe it could be him. Down to the B-bomb site. The sandwich works. And partly assisted, I think, from whatever it was that was going on with Monesi there, because his whole plan really is to get the kill and escape. So a little bit of a slip-up, perhaps, created a path for it. 5-4. It's already much better for Mouse than it was the last go-around here on the T side.
Yeah, I don't know why he stood up.
I think we've got potentially quite an interesting game at hand. We should have, because obviously the semi-finals here at Last Rivals is so crazy. Like we've got all the teams that we really wanted. It's just going to be such a fiery end to the tournament. There's no question.
Oh yeah, it's just so insane what we have on our hands right now. We get a timeout as well, and Team Falcons, they did manage to save a couple rifles there, and we did see them take that second round or rather it was the third round with the 4 spike weapons they had left over.
Yes.
They managed to convert that by playing really passively, getting a good sense as to where Mouse was on the map. So we'll see if there's a different approach from Mouse or if they'll run into similar problems in this case. And I mean, right now they're probably feeling a bit more confident. They've been hitting their shots. Their aggressions have been working out. So I wouldn't expect them to be quite as having quite as many issues as that round.
No AWP on oh, there is on Monesi. But he's been playing very far back. He's not really been playing yard. They've been leaving that up to Nico. It makes me wonder if Mouse could want to exploit that mini roof, because you can get some sick drop downs on Nico. If he's playing the mini position and you allow Exertion or somebody else, or Brolan, to play on top of the mini roof and jump him, you can flash in for it. If you think that Monesi is going to be far away, which he has been most of the time, then maybe there's a chance to exploit that dynamic and get rid of Nico, even though fighting him straight up is kind of scary. But speaking of Monesi, he's actually moving into a position where he will be available to fight out there in maybe 10 seconds.
Watch Secret.
And Falcons haven't really peaked the secret with anything so
No,
far.
they haven't, no.
It's certainly a great thing to do it first with your AWPer. And so we'll see if Money can get any value. Typically, there's going to be Molotovs and things there to really stop any shenanigans. But Desertion, he's just going to go straight down. And the AWPer's the perfect weapon for this. Have to see if his reflexes are quick here, Money, as he gets teased and absolutely nails the shot onto Exertion.
No, they know not to
Very
go
well
down
done
and
there
out.
from Money.
But you can see
They're going
Exertion
to try
again,
one out Ricochet from the
trying
outside.
his best to,
Yeah, there we go.
you know, jiggle out any kind of an early shot, and he wasn't maybe far off. Testis is going to be falling back. They also know that Brolin was outside, so again, I think they know it's the same split towards the bomb side. I think they have such a good read right now, Falcons, of what's going on. From
Well,
one, finding
they've choked them
Exertion,
out.
but then Brolin throws in the Molotov from the back of the yard, and they can put the rest together, especially with Testis saying, yeah, they're going towards the ramp. The only maybe wrinkle here is the fact that they've kept on pushing up. Nico was not ready.
Oh my gosh.
And Jimfat takes him down straight up the ladder.
Oh,
And
man,
now
just
Magus
going
inside of the bomb site. He needs a little bit of backup, and I think there is someone coming in. Tessis up the ladder behind him, ready to try and receive.
Nice
The two
one.
Danes trying to hold on to the
Magus
A
going
side
there.
as much as
Oh
they
my
can.
God, he
He's
looked
not
their way.
successful at all. Defeated by the Finnish rifler. 3 on his side, and now Monesi and Kixan. Very tough round to retake. If you wanted to get a go at it here, you need to buy some space for Monesi to get up out of the ladder.
And that might be the
nice
space
Kixan.
there. That kill means everything. Monesi up the ladder, just like you said. But will they expect this position from Brolan? He's trying to really milk this one, find that perfect timing for the peak. And he's found a great timing for the
Monesi
peak.
was
And the
off.
follow-up is there for Brolan. The in-game leader delivers here for Mouse.
Gosh.
A shame that Incendiary on the high ground failed, because even if it would have killed anyone, obviously, it gives them a lot more to worry about as they're trying to go for the retake there. Nice beginning to the round here for Falcons, but an even better end for Mouse. And that's... I actually think this is kind of a shocking round for Falcons to lose. I'm very sure they had a super good read on what was going on. It's weird to see Nico not be as ready as I thought he would be for that one, because he's in a position to be there, and they pretty much had a little info. Now, they're out of money. Round number 11 here. Mouse taking great strides in the first half to stop themselves from ending where they did last time on Nuke. 16-3 in favor of Falcons. Don't really want that again. Or 16-6, or 13-6. Wow, numbers are hard, Dan. I'm not right.
They are.
At least
yes,
for my brain.
I'm right there with you, man.
If I just say enough numbers, no one will actually hear what I said anyway.
Yeah, you just confuse everyone. It's fine. All right, well. Gotta be careful. These Eagles, one more attempt maybe before they can jump on this position, but it's all a bait there. Magis, who's been boosting up. See what he can get. How much value is this bait? You really want to get one. They actually look straight for Magis. They understand the setup, but still, kills are raining in here. 14 Falcons. Spix will clean up ever so slightly there to keep the numbers advantage, but oh my goodness, Magisk is coming alive here on ramp.
They really should never get away with this. Monesi on the one side, Magisk on the other. He's picked up a rifle as well, and a straight headshot to take down Jimfat. Disastrous here for Mouse Sports. Why is this happening? Why are they going into the stack on the ramp with the boost up there? It's such a classic position. Exertion goes down, and Falcons, they rob Mouse
What a
of
save
a round
round.
that should have been theirs every single time.
Magisk has had some great performance here early in the semi-final, really delivering for the team.
Didn't even invest
Anchoring
in
on the side, and
anything.
just all of these
Just those
kills
deagles. That's
are
it.
just so epic. I mean,
5-7s and
that
deagles.
one from Spinx's perspective looked pretty gross, as did this one. Magisk is so fast right now and is really keeping Falcons alive.
Of course, he
That's
wants
gonna
his
really raise
sleep.
the morale of
He
the
doesn't
team
want to be
around us when you
fired
win
like
around
what he
like
did.
Oh, yeah.
Was asleep on IAM Melbourne.
It happens so often, doesn't it? It is hard to judge, but my God, here we go. Fast into the A-bomb side. We asked for it earlier, finally.
Oh my
In the
God,
final round,
Monesi.
it's
Holy
Monesi picking up a headshot on Exertion. He's stopped them in their tracks. They can no longer get onto the A sites. And they've lost the bomb just to make things even worse. Jimmy and Torshi are 2 versus 4. It would be justice if they could get this round back somehow in a clutch, just because of how they lost the last one, but... You know, it's Counter-Strike. It's not a court of law
there's
here,
no
Dan.
bomb.
There's no justice being dealt out.
There's no justice.
No.
There's no justice. I think, there's a lot of evidence that does not exist, but they'll definitely give it their best shot here. But with Magisk on the flank, it seems like it's almost all over.
Oh,
Jimfat
gone.
not expecting that pre-aiming. Well, I don't think he even had necessarily the awareness to pre-aim something there. That was so surprising from Magisk. Now just Torsi left.
And we're living in a world of Counter-Strike here where to win these kind of rounds is just epically rare. We saw yesterday, was it with Exertion, the 1 versus 4 the day before, trying to win it on Dust 2, and he did, but it is not often. Tessus takes him down at the end, 7-5 in favor of Falcons.
Thanks for the follow and like, guys. Keep it up. 3-minute break. I'll be back. If I'm not back, I've fallen asleep, maybe.
Welcome back, everyone. Second half is here. Falcons versus Mouse. It's the semi-final here at Blast Rivals. And right now, pretty much impossible to determine who's going to be winning. It's a good map for Falcons. They won last time up against Mouse. That was down in Melbourne. And now the question is, can Mouse change their fortunes? Can they pick up this early map win? Maybe with a pistol round here in the second half, it's doable.
It certainly is. A fast pace coming in into the upper side here. Nice opening headshot from Torsi, taking down Manasi. And the dualies are ready there from Exertion. But a quick bob and a weave, and we're in the lower side here for Team Falcons.
Well, that's a surprise. A Gush as well onto Jimfat. Lucky to be alive behind this one. It's actually not a P250 on Nico. I think he normally has that on the T side of this map, but they wanted to dive down into B. They've lost Kicksand at the same time. It's a nice position for Mouse, but it is not at all a one round yet. 3 versus 5. They're going to count to 3 down, and they're going to go.
And here it is, Tessus is ready. He's got to get a couple here, but it's going to be just the one. Jimfat with 2 headshots, and now it gets even worse. A 1v4, Magisk against the clock here. The defuse surely coming in very shortly. His position now spotted, and it's just the dualies. What do you even do against that Anders?
Just so many
running
bullets.
all over the place.
Yeah, there's nothing that he could have done there, I think, easily. he has to push forward into it, right? He has to assume that they're already defusing in. If they weren't just yet, he has no way to know that information, so has to pretend like they are anyway. Mouse winning a really important round, and even this early kill here from Torshi is absolutely critical. Really, really nice retake. Jimfat continues to do great work, and you're right, the sheer mobility is hard to deal with.
I mean, you said it earlier, there's no justice in Counter-Strike. I feel like that's a very good example of that.
Definitely not the right place to look for that kind of thing, you know. Yeah. We've got other stuff to offer, you know. Got some comedy every once in a while, good action, you know. Nico, 12 kills and 6 deaths. And m0NESY up there with 11 as well. That duo being reunited. Kind of a scary prospect for anyone that had to play them over in G2U. Everyone knows. Everyone's had to be on the other side of that. Okay, just guesswork here.
Shooting fish in a barrel. And we did get some damage onto Nico. But they've made their way down, Team Falcons. With the integrity of all 5 members. More bodies to throw at the problem.
If they could get a bomb plant and, you know, 1 or 2 kills here, then that's not a bad position to be in. There's absolutely nobody downstairs. They sort of trusted that some of the spam through the smoke, you know, would have revealed if somebody was there, but they're wrong at the moment. And also, I think for Mouse, they probably realized this could be a bomb plant. They just say, well, even if it is, we're going to retake it with Broline on the MP9, essentially opening up everything. We're going to be able to win the after plant. So does it feel bad to give up the bomb plant? Yeah, maybe. But right now for Mouse, I think it's just about stringing enough rounds together. Don't lose early on like you did in the first half. It's not worth it.
Yep. There's often the equation where it's more important to prioritize your own economy over the
That's the bomb.
T's.
They want to go up.
This is not the angle. This is not the angle there. Kickstand goes down, as does m0NESY. The bomb's been discovered, and it is just a shooting gallery from Broline dropping in. Now into Nico's crosshair. We'll see what else he can find. A couple Deagle headshots for some damage, but ultimately, Mouse coming out on top. And that was a good round for Mouse, and they continue to grow their economy.
Man, he was ready to go, Broline. Up as soon as he got the first one, he actually died. He just dove down with the MP9 to shoot more people. Okay, Falcons obviously assuming that Mouse would have made more of a correction and rotated down below. They can't know what we knew, which is that if they'd gone for the B bomb site, they would have been able to plant the bomb, no problem. But from their point of view, they probably think, well, there's no way Mouse haven't rotated. They probably have. So let's try and see if we can throw them for a loop and go up instead.
Yeah,
just that's how the game is, you know?
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a great call out. You gotta do the wild things in a matchup like this. The element of surprise is always valuable, and Falcons operating from the lobby mostly here, looking perhaps at that ramp. However, it's fairly fortified here.
And now Nico playing that same position that Exertion was playing in the first half, right? He's alone outside. It happens all the time. If you find him, you've got some good read on what might be coming next. Jimfat's going to be falling back. Doesn't really want to commit to that fight, and who could really blame him?
There's interesting options here for Falcons. You know, sometimes teams will just sit on that ramp control. You've taken that part of the map away from the CTs. You don't have to just shove into the lower site. You can kind of understand, okay, I know how they'll rotate off of this, and now I can try to exploit those holes.
Both Torshi and Exertion are so paranoid about Nico coming through mini. They know that he's out there somewhere, or they have a really good idea of it. You could see that they're all the time turning around to look. Like every 2 seconds, somebody's looking for mini. Torshi's out here calling it. This really for them is a game about finding Nico. If they do, they might have a chance here. Oh, he's found Torshi out in the open, and a rare couple of misses for Nico. That almost never happens. And now the question is, what do the rest of the team do? They were expecting Nico to get that kill, and then they could have gone onto the A-bomb site, and it would have been absolutely sick, I guarantee it. But now they've been slowed down. We're talking 14 seconds to try and get onto the A side. Magus has got 1 kill. Tessus will pick it up. Somehow he's up on the high ground. He's walked all the way around to get the job done. They get the bomb planted as well. And Torshi and Jimfat now are 2 versus 3. How did Falcons recover the round after losing really their main point of attack, which was Nico opening up the site and, you know, weakening that A defense? That all failed, and then they still brought it back. Magus on the high ground.
Yeah, that early ramp control being that key factor when all that attention was brought outside because of Nico. Matis just found a moment to slip in. And again, you know, I feel like there's been a lot of rounds here where he has been so instrumental in either the defense, just the clutch plays, or just knowing the timings and really coming in there to deliver for the team. And Falcons know that there's a save afoot right now. They're looking for it. Let's see if they can take the guns out of the hands of the remainder of Mouse. But, oh, we've got a standoff. Hello? Hello.
Yeah, it's talking about lack of justice. Had to be Kicksan, of course. 4 and 11 on him. Tess is 5 and 10. Devastating. That's 10 seconds on the clock when they start to get those kills. I'm really shocked. I think Mouse might be as well. 8 to 7 here. This is early on in the second half as well, so immediately slowing down the CT economy, immediately putting the stress back on Mouse here. If they fail this next round, Dan, it's not going to be fun for Mouse. It might be, even though it's a close match in terms of the numbers right now, it could swing in favor of Falcons very quickly.
Yes, but one thing I think that's we've already seen from both of these teams is that they are so capable of pulling out the surprises when there's not much going for them. So, true. Epic match so far between these two teams. Some of the absolute best in the world, of course, as we move into round 16. And there's much more movement outside here. Nico, he wants revenge for that previous fight where he faltered, and he's down Secret real fast here.
Yeah, that's going to be heard by Jimmy, so he knows to at least call it out. Keeps on running. Nico in these hallways, he is a demon. It's so worth going back and watching his POVs for how he peaks, because he pre-aims the wall every single time and will swing to take those fights. He has just one of the most robotic ways of clearing all of those angles. This time he ran the whole way, but when he does it more slowly, it's so fun to watch. Brolan boosted up now. Falcons, they themselves want a round like this. Not quite going to be as easy here with m0NESY. Dropping the MP9, still a 4 versus 4, and Nico's all the way back outside. He'll be found by Jimmy. 3 versus 4, okay, Mouse. Maybe there's a way.
I think with Nico coming back there, I think the plan was get that ramp take and they convince the rotate down and then come back into the upper side. But now Falcons have to adapt, and they're deciding to go down the ramp. 3 versus 4, so against the numbers of Mouse. Now smoke to block the window. Torsey on the other side. As Falcons start to slowly scale across onto the site. 30 seconds to go here. And Mouse aren't fully rotated just yet. There's the bomb plant. Mouse no.
Torsey, for a minute it looked like he wanted to shoot his way through. There is a Molotov on Tessus. Now it's very early, so it doesn't make a big difference right now. It could slow them down, but a little bit later on, that grenade could be absolutely huge. Torsey takes the first tight and drops Tessus immediately. That's just a bit of a start. m0NESY and Kicksan. Time for Kicksan to do something, but shot in the back of the head instead and leaving it up to m0NESY. 1 versus 3. He's picked up the Molotov from earlier. Gonna bounce it off the wall just to try and slow them down. He runs straight into the headshot. Very nicely done. And they have enough time for the defuse here, so he wasn't ever gonna be able to stop them completely. Nice retake for Mouse. They absolutely needed this round.
That 1v1 in the control room there, that was everything there for Mouse. And you were saying it as well, Anders, that this was such a critical one for them to win, to stay ahead, keep the head above the water in the series. Great work there from Torsey. Unreal stuff. And now Team Falcons gonna have to, reassess things. But I love the game plan, Anders. Getting Nico super fast down Secret, super heavy threat, forces out the smoke grenade, so he's drawing util out of the lower defender, Anchor, and then we get Falcons threatening ramp, and it creates both possibilities. They can either go down, the other team has to respect that you can, force a rotate, but then Team Falcons can go upper. So they get all of these options, and so I love the round approach, but always comes down to the headshots at the end of the day.
I think that the person that was there to sort of receive Nico right at the start of the push that it did was Torsey. And again, him not taking the fight to Nico, because they knew he was there. Jimmy had already heard him run down. Sometimes that is such an underappreciated aspect of the game. You know someone is there, but if he dies, the whole round unravels. So for Torsey to say, look, you know what? I won't do it. I'll hold the position. I'm not going to die here. Even though, it's not as flashy. Those kind of decisions are really, really important for Mouse right now, because once you let Nico loose on that lower side of the map, it's pure chaos from there on out.
And this could be a way back in. That's Nico's name. He's on the outside again, searching for redemption. The hero AK for Team Falcons. Looking to get the entry that could maybe be another gun picked up for them. heavy presence outside. You can recycle the AK if necessary. Yeah, throw this. Oh, there is the HE, and Exertion is so quick with it.
Nico had just jumped half a second later, and he's going to be ready for it. Tessus goes down, and you don't actually have to take that many more risks here. It's a 5 versus 3. Just make sure you seal the deal. A little bit of a swing there for Exertion. Feeling the momentum, feeling the excitement of it all. As they are about to take the round lead, just Magus, who's been playing very well, as you mentioned. You actually mentioned the breakdown. He's been criticized a bit, you could say.
Yeah, it seems like the focus is on him, but there's another headshot from Magiskin. If he can get more damage in, that would be great. And he should certainly be able to get some more fights, but we'll see if he can find those headshots. It's just scanning. They're not giving him anything here, Anders.
Yeah, they really shouldn't. But he is a dangerous player, and I don't know. There might have been a chance for Jimfat to immediately get the revenge kill, but one more there would have made a big difference. 9-8. Mouse. Much better than last time. Yeah, sick timing.
Yeah. Lightning fast reactions. Obviously, you know the H is coming. Mouse looking classy on the outside so far. And I feel like Nico's a player you can always see his emotions. Wears his heart on his sleeve. But I feel like this has been a frustrating nuke for him. There's been several engagements where he's either got caught off guard or not gotten the kill that he's looking for, which, as you say, fairly uncharacteristic, but it does happen. Counter-Strike is a game of many individuals, not just one. So his teammates will certainly have to give him a hand out there.
Kick Sander, Grenadier, setting up this diagonal wall. Toshi, though, could he actually see them if they go out by red? He absolutely can. You mentioned frustration on Nico. I mean, we have enough to make like a 10-hour movie of Nico reactions at this point in Counter-Strike history, but we're going to add to it now, presumably. Love to see the cam. Magisk ends up going down as well, so some of the hardest hitting players here on Falcons out of it. And Spinks, look at him. Going all the way around, so if they weren't already winning this round, I mean, he's pretty much closing slowly any opportunity for Falcons to do much of anything. Mouse looking to take 10 rounds here, and the next kill, I think, will pretty much seal the round. I mean, they're already, 85% of the way there. The wraparound, they know what's coming.
Oh, Kicksand is actually going to take him down. All right, so now the round could potentially be back on here for Team Falcons. Still outside, though, still have to make their way through the choke points, and without any time to work with, they're going to have to start taking really big risks here, and it's going to be highly telegraphed. We'll have to see if they can hit the headshots as they move their way back into ramp. Look for lower sight.
It's so confusing that Spinks doesn't win that fight. He's been playing really well all tournament. There we go, another entry. Tess is the one to pick it up, but it's a double position. An Exertion very nearly ends it. 4 seconds left here. The bomb is being planted, so at least they're going to have a chance to fight for it. 2 versus 3, and Monacy alive. Tess's now would be his time to shine. He's got to be careful, though. Swings out here, and not going to be peeked just yet. Closing the door behind him. They spot out Brolan. Using that incendiary. I don't think they care about that. They don't mind waiting up here. It's up to Mouse to try and get close to that bomb. And with a lot of speed behind it, one more headshot for Tessus. He's looking to seal it in their favor. 3 kills on him, and Brolan hunting. Panic to try and stop this. That bomb is ticking away in the background. And he taps it once, but he's not buying it. Tessus ice cold on the other side. He finally gets the headshot. Spins around, tries to go for the defuse. Does he have quite enough time for it? He just might! Oh my God!
Oh, that's so close, my goodness. Tessa stepping up for Team Falcons. Beautiful stuff there to keep things going, doing the damage and setting them up, if not to win, obviously that round, but to win future rounds as the economy now is strained for Mouse. There's an opening there for Torsi, and Tess with a hero moment here for Team Falcons. Oh, it's so close.
It just couldn't really be closer.
Oh my, that is, again, I feel like the theme is the lack of justice, and as we just keep seeing it. And we're back into the action. It's a fast push here, straight into the ramp, and that is Jimfact going down, so Team Falcons find themselves a weapon.
Straight out of that frustrating loss, trying to make up for it. How sick is that? Rushing the ramp with the Tech 9s and waiting. Oh my God, that's more frustration for him as he gets completely bodied by Brolan again, who, by the way, won that last clutch. 4 versus 4. It's a very, very fast bomb plant here. They have a smoke as well on Kickstand that can really slow down the incoming CTs. Tech9 swings wide, and Megaski is, I think, a single bullet away from taking down a double kill there. 3 versus 3, and then it's not getting any easier right now. Mouse, they can't really give up this round here, but they might be forced to. Nico back with the headshot, and now the flank is coming in. Monacy very nearly does it, but they're out of time right now. I think they know. Torshi's already so far away with the AWP, and he has the kit as well. Spinks looking to escape, but Nico will not let him. Falcons, they claim it back once again, 9-10. This is such a hard fight right now for both teams. What an exhausting way to start a series.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Torsi, at least for Mouse, saving the AWP. Obviously, their economy's a little bit strained, but yeah, this fast entry there from Monacy, starting the action, and then Brolin dropping down into the vent with a ridiculous shot. But the play I love the most was how Magis was actually going really aggressive with the Tech9, trying to fight for space, getting a lot of damage in addition to a kill, setting Nico up for an easy frag. And sometimes, Anna's pace is all you need.
Yeah, you can solve a lot of problems like that. Because there is sort of a flow of communication happening on the CT side, and when you lose sort of, ramp B, the bomb plant, like in quick succession, it's sort of hard to catch up with what's going on necessarily, and also because you don't want to over-rotate, you don't just want to say, oh, well then let's all go to the B bomb side immediately, because that can easily be the wrong call. So 9-10, let's go. This is exactly how we want this semi-final to begin. Monacy still not all the way, locked into the game. He's got 13 kills. He's not playing badly at all. But there's so much more. Here we go. Speed is back at it again. Relentless Falcons actually bullying Mouse all of a sudden. They're down below with the bomb. This could be a 5-man save. This is a really hard call for Mouse to make. They might just walk away from this one immediately.
I think you might be right here, but we'll see if Falcons are going to be able to force some fights at the very least. Because one of the reasons why Mouse would do that is because their economy sucks. So Falcons could get mega value if they're able to find some frags. But, I mean, they've got to be careful, too, because despite, putting themselves into a spot to now win this round, their money kind of sucks as well. So
I think emotionally losing rounds like this can be very, very hard. Now, you're right, though. If they can save all the guns, at least there's something there. And Falcons, they kind of respectfully walk away. Sometimes call this a unicorn round where just nobody dies, at least yet. Looking for it, though. They are searching for an opportunity, but the bomb, Nico, why? Why are you doing it?
Yeah.
But he was all the way by the red container. I'm confused.
I don't understand the bomb in CS2, Anders.
No,
personally.
it's true.
But 10-10, we're all tied up. And what was really interesting there, too, is that, pace was the answer to get Falcons back in it with pistols in the previous round to this one, and they went for pace again, just in a different location, and Mouse just still didn't seem to expect it a second time in a row, so you got to hand it to Falcons. That's a great call. It's worked out beautifully.
It's gonna condition Mouse a lot. Grenades, they want to do it again. They just don't respect them at the moment. Megas goes down. Torsh is gonna force some respect out of them, though. 2 kills, one of them through the smoke while halfway flashed. And finally, they put an end to the Falcons' terror run. Monacy and Kicksan alone, 2 versus 5 here. The bomb is lost somewhere else. Just take a deep breath, Mouse Sports. You don't need to lose this round. If everyone communicates, if everyone slows down this round, you're going to be fine.
Totally. We'll see what they're able to extract here. This defense looks quite nasty. Jimfat in a really good position. Look at that. Kicksan had no chance in hell. And so it's a great finish from Mouse. I don't think anyone even losing any HP that round. So 5 players survive for Mouse, and they're back in some relative comfort. As much comfort as you could be in a semi-finals against Team Falcons when it's an 11-10 scoreline.
This is going to be an exhausting game, isn't it? If it keeps going, when a semi-final starts like this, so back and forth, already some really heartbreaking rounds that are being lost. Well, if it goes to all 3 maps or we end up in overtime, that's when people start making more mistakes. You get a little bit more confused. It's hard to keep up with everything that's going on. Round number 22 going to be coming up here. Falcons, let's see what they can bring here. It's Torshi. I love that we have this camera angle. First one is there. You can see him looking at the kill feed as soon as he does it. He has no idea. He actually got the flick. Oh! He's actually so sick, isn't he?
He's so good. He's so fun to watch. And I feel like that round is such a good example that Mouse are fully adjusted to the pace change. So we'll see if Team Falcons actually respect that. They are slowing things down a little bit, not just gambling straight into a site or position. We've got more of a regular looking round.
Yeah, but look at the early utility. Falcons threw that quick Molotov under the hut. So because they've been so fast, they are trying their best to make Mouse throw all of their grenades towards Squeak and Hut right at the beginning, just to stop that from happening again. And if Falcons go and play slow now, we could end up in a situation where Mouse have no utility, you know, past 40 seconds.
And Nico's actually going to void the outside here. So Falcons, you know, representing some threat outside. And now they're regrouping into lobby. Mouse in a very casual setup at the moment. And Spinks asking questions outside. He's going to see there's nothing there. Spinks knows exactly what's happening now.
This is an awesome play to be making at this point in time. Now, last time he got this kind of a flank was from the other way, and it actually didn't work out for him. Surely going to be rewarded for his efforts here, because he's maybe a couple of seconds away from getting the entry as they're executing onto the A site. Jimpat inside, Exertion running from the flames, trying to get out of the misery. 30 seconds left, and they are pushing it. Nico goes down as well, and they knew everything. They had such a good setup to deal with this. Even if Spinks is going to end up maybe with no kills in the round, it doesn't really matter here. He set it up for his team to be ready for that execute. He can see them throwing the grenades from the T roof. He can call it in before it happens and say, yes, it is going to be an A execute. Get ready, boys.
Yeah, that's such a great read, absolutely. Because the best teams in the world, they mix up their timings a lot. That push at that timing for Spinks could be fatal in certain spots. But he has such a good read for it. And as you say, the information is half of the game in Counter-Strike. And Mouse winning that battle in that previous round. And now they are on the cusp of winning map 1 here against Team Falcons in the semi-finals.
And itself would be kind of a shock. And they actually have quite a bit of money as well on the Mouse side. Even if they lose a round in a weird way here, they're not necessarily immediately in overtime either. They can still fight for the 24th round, but Falcons, on the other hand, Swan Deagle, 1 Mac 10, Tech 9, and then a couple of Galils as they are already wrapping around this A bomb site. Brolin had no idea. Now they're down below, though, and Spinks and maybe in a bit of trouble here. Doing the best that he can, but ultimately edged out by Nico. 3 versus 4. And a lot of control for Mouse in this round.
Oh, I love this as well. Back up the vents. And pausing here as well. 4v3. Picked up a couple guns.
They're not in bad positions, Mouse. See if they can sneak through. Nobody knows. Oh, he checks it. There was a big opportunity there. And they pretty much had the lower part of the map covered as well. So if Exertion could have found that kill, then there might have been a way back into it. Torshi was on the other side with the AWP. So again, he could have been up the high ground. There was a way back into this one, but now it's about saving the weapons if you can, or maybe even more importantly, denying these weapons to Falcons, because if they start to pick them up, then next round is going to be even harder here. Jimmy, doubt he's going to be allowed to do anything fun.
Massive round from Tessus. And they pick up the AWP as well, so it's really looking nice there for Falcons. Falcons really finding, in the rounds which seem the most hopeless, they have found multiple occasions in this game of Nuke, salvation through some of these aggressive plays and the individuals. You know, Tessus, Magisk, most notably, I feel. And Jimpat will save that weapon, but now there's the danger that there's an AWP that can make its way into m0NESY's hands. But the question is, for Team Falcons, how will they best use this, Anders? Because generally, Falcons have had most of their success from some of these faster rounds. When they slow it down, it seems to be the case that Mouse end up winning the information battle, getting better positioning, and then shutting down Team Falcons.
It would be sick if they could find the opening for m0NESY, but yeah, it's not been the style that they've been playing so far. I think you're right. Still, round number 24. A Mouse. They just need one more round. One good opening kill here could seal the deal. Playing into overtime. Definitely not a thing the Mouse are going to be looking to do at the moment. Exertion playing alone in mini, and I think Torshi's already wrapped around. Okay, he's going to come back. I thought maybe he wanted to join Jimmy for some more aggression, but I think they've called it off if they ever wanted to here. Tess is up on top of mini. Whenever you see him here, he does love that mini drop that I mentioned in the first half. That's something that Tessus also really loves to do. If he gets the opportunity, then maybe he will give it a shot here.
So much tension here on the outside, I feel. I mean, Falcons, are they going to lose the opener against Torsi? Then Nico going down, and that's precisely why there's so much tension here. This opening duel has meant so much, and for it to go the way of Mouse certainly puts Falcons in a very, very bad spot right now.
That M4A1 is so dangerous in this position because it is just a little bit longer. Gotta be careful that the gun barrel isn't showing, because then you probably will be dead. Exertion looks like he's got it under control for now. We're at 45 seconds. The bomb is in lobby. There's Tessus with a bit of an opening, and it's Exertion that he finds. Let's see the drop into Mini, like we mentioned earlier, and they're going to try and see if they can crunch it from there. Nice pickup. Brolan goes straight down. What a fast kill coming up from Tessus. We didn't even get to see that. One click and Brolan is deleted. Torshi eats a grenade as they're trying to get up on the high ground here, but the bomb's going to be planted, and Falcons 2 kills away from getting the game into overtime. What a fabulous way to get the semifinals started here. Torshi goes down and kicks and gets the last on Jimmy. And it's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Falcons claw their way back.
You love to see it. Let's get the most rounds possible here. And it's between these two teams. It's looking really, again, we said it. Falcons seem to be delivering the best when it looks the most hopeless. And it really seems like Mouse are consistently gaining more advantages that, you know, just if you put them on paper, they are going to be winning more of the time. And it just still doesn't seem to matter against Falcons. Tessus has been the one that has stepped up on multiple rounds now when they are in this position. So it's great to see. And I mean, it's not surprising, Anders. Falcons is stacked with talent.
It's a recall to a conversation we were having earlier in the tournament, Dan, about, you know, having a slow start just as an individual player, but then finding your moment later in the game when you can actually make a difference. And Tess is absolutely doing that, because he was a bit of a burden to the team at the start of the game here, no question. 12-12 though, we're in overtime. Money problems pushed away for a minute.
The question is, what are the solutions for Falcons? Because again, you know, returning back to the fact that they like to open outside, but they just consistently lose the opening pick, and you can't allow that to be the case, you know, constantly. So either they switch that up or they run a different type of default. They are picking up that outside timing once again. So much utils out there. Magic could be denied anything on Squeaky as well. So now it's making things as hard as possible for Team Falcons.
By statistics alone, in the last 3 months, they really favor either ramp splits or, you know, or just straight ramp attacks. But they love that B-bomb site on Nuke, something that they really enjoy calling in the mid-round. So, apart from going fast, if I had to make a guess, I would say we are going to be seeing more of those coming into this one. Checking that forward position that Exertion was in the previous round, this time with the Molotov. Would have been a nice way to find an opening, no question.
And I feel, you know, Falcons has done a good job here, because Mouse may be paranoid of those super fast plays. They have no util left. There's a minute left, and there is an incendiary, and that's it, really, for Mouse. So Falcons have successfully depleted all the utility of Mouse.
Yeah, and that's from those earlier fast pushes that we were talking about. So Mouse are going to be slightly more worried and throwing their grenades maybe a little bit sooner than you would have liked. Speaking of time, 30 seconds. Kicksan, the one to find the opening on Jimfan. That's an issue for the A-bomb side. Brolan, he's got some problems here. He does have one teammate up on the rafters next to him, but they're pushing forward. Spinks also coming up with a potential flank. He's going to drop Modesty before he even has a chance, and this A defense is rock solid. Oh man, I thought that was going to get much better for Falcons. I actually think they had kind of a sick setup, but I guess when it starts with that flank on Spinks, it all kind of washes away.
Spinks has really been an absolute master of the secret position, really finding every timing. I feel like that's very difficult. He's found it. He's been the one that's got on the better end of it. And I think we see another example of that there. Nico turning away just at the wrong moment. And there's a world where if they actually keep pushing and try to find Spinks, that could have actually gone a lot better. Either they force the engage, there's no util left, so you know, he'd have to fall back, they create space. There's a lot that could happen, but hey, we're into the next round here, and it's another opening outside. On to Nico again from Torsi.
So impressive, isn't it? Wait, did they just reveal him with their own grenade?
I think they did. I think they did, Anders.
Oh, kind of a dick move, isn't it?
Hey man, you gotta give Falcon something to work with outside.
I was just praising Torshi for how many times he's defeated Nico out there, and then they go and throw it all away potentially. Jimmy goes down. One-man disadvantage here. We'll see if Spinks can bring him back. He does have the AK stolen from the previous round, and a little bit of a jump here. He's actually wrong on the timing.
He's missed it.
Well, he's still back here, so can kick open the door, and not ready at all. Closes it behind him to avoid any draft or any bullets coming through. Okay, never mind. Wanna see taking care of business. Brolan setting up the initial retake here. He's got Torshi coming in behind him. Another grenade into the smoke, and it reveals Tessus on the other side. I don't know how he lives through that. He should have been so dead. It's back turn as well. And Torshi very nearly getting spammed down through the smoke. He's in a tough position here at the back. Two people on the other side. m0NESY has already tagged him down to 42, and it's not going to get easier. Flashes coming through, taken down. What a dynamic between m0NESY and Megascared with the flashbang setup. And Falcons, they win around here in overtime, which I think is really needed.
It is surprising, though. I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, that there's that own goal type of element there with the reveal. And that's, I mean, that's a great opening. NiKo has been, again, having such a frustrating game outside. I mean, honestly, it's an own goal, Anders. That's all you can say about that.
I mean, 3 of the kills in the round, 2 of them in the yard and the 1 down below, had to do with, you know, smokes getting blown open. And some of the time it worked, and some of the time it kind of backfired a little bit, unfortunately. Here we go. Last round of the first half of overtime. We're looking for the first team to get 16. They're just calling it in. Guy on the hut. As they're going to be setting up the smokes in the yard. So let's apply a little bit of pressure. Relocation in from Exertion. It's kind of dangerous, but I do like it.
You've got to be confident. Exertion in position. m0NESY, though, dangerous elements. And, oh, wasn't quite ready for that, but Exertion reveals his position. Has to reposition, and m0NESY respects it. But ultimately, slowing down Falcon's approach on the outside.
The grenade, NiKo again caught in the open, and they nearly line up for the kill. He's going to be so frustrated. It's happened so much out here. And now the question is, could Exertion do more? He's had a chance for a reload. He's got all his bullets left. And they're making their way across here, the diagonal smoke. It's Mega's gone the other side towards the lobby, so he's the solo player in this round, which is going to be fine. But the fact is, they need to win a fight here down below, or at least need to get the bomb plant. There's really nobody here from Mouse either.
Yeah, normally you would expect Spinks to be living down here.
Oh dear, Mouse. Have they given up too much space? Last time this happened, Falcons tried to get up out of the ladder to get back up to the bomb site, and that was a massive mistake. That was where Brolan had the MP9. This time, it feels like they're going to follow through. Molotov to stop any rotations in. The bomb is going to be planted, and I think Falcons are right back on top of this round. Even with a man disadvantage here, this is a strong position to be in. Brolan could have got shot in the back, but Megas is playing this expertly. He just doesn't want to show himself. They might guess that someone could be here, but they can't really spend the time to look for it.
Really good post-plant positions here, as good as you could ask for. No util here for the retake, really, for Mouse. And m0NESY in a great position. Lands that one every day against Exertion as the push continues here, but it is just players from Mouse falling to the floor as the defense looks immaculate there from Falcons. Brolan now is the last person standing, and it's just not going to happen. What a shutdown, and that gamble from Mouse. I mean, there's advantages to not moving your setup, Anders, but this time it failed for Mouse.
And it's a weird callback to that previous round, but even if it worked last time for Mouse, it's still that feeling of you really want to wait and never know what's happening down below. I mean, that's obviously, you're seeing the power of throwing the yard smokes because you can sneak people down to the B-bomb site without the CTs realizing. But typically, when there's that little time left in the round, some of the CTs would be moving. There would be more of more of a push to try and find some information there.
And you know, you mentioned it previously that the B site is super favored for Falcons, and Mouse maybe, I'm not sure, just gambling the upper site. Normally Spinks would be there, but he's up, and we're going to get the fast pace, the pace change. They love it here, and they go running straight into the ram site. Mouse, will it work for them as it did for Falcons? Tess is handling it brilliantly, picks away Brolan, and falls off safely.
Has stuck around just to try and get one more headshot as well. It's always risky. Oh, NiKo, hold on. He was impressed by Spinks earlier. He said, you know what? I did like that idea. I might try and steal that for myself. Exertion, he should never really be looking for this, but somehow he is. That is so... It's 1 minute and 16 seconds on the clock, Dan. Why is he checking the T-spawn flank at that time? That's so unusual.
What's
but he's
crazy
rewarded.
is that Nico actually had the first few bullets too, so he's going to be even more frustrated. I mean, we know Nico is frustrated already. That's going to be even worse. He's going to feel for sure. If you get the first bullet off, you should have had that kill. So, surprising.
I hope Blast bought those titanium desks because we've already lost a couple in the heat of the battle, and Nico's certainly getting fueled up to maybe break some more furniture. 40 seconds here. Oh my god, that's absurd. What is he doing? Kixan, he's had almost no highlights throughout the match so far, but he just swiped away at that mini position. Will get shot in the back eventually. Jimmy finding himself in an awkward crossfire and taken down from the Dane below. m0NESY getting a kill, and Torshi 1 versus 2, 20 seconds, trying to hunt down the sniper on the other side, but smartly m0NESY's not going to give him the chance here. He does have the bomb on his back, so he could fall down below. And honestly, if he gets the bomb planted here and escapes far enough... Oh, Tess is smart, though. This is a great point to rotate. They do have an HE as well on m0NESY. He's going to use that to blow open the door, so Torshi can't play any weird games. Wait a minute. He misses the shot. It won't be for the second time. m0NESY takes him down. A nice 2 versus 1 here for Falcons. And they're going to pick up another round. They're getting real close.
Yeah, and especially after the fell flank there from Nico, you're starting to wonder. But again, the recoveries keep coming for Falcons, and with the AWP there for Torsi, that is probably the best weapon that you could have in that type of clutch situation. So very scary stuff indeed, but Team Falcons just somehow managed to do it. And that flick from Kixan, honestly, Anders, I've made a lot of videos about aim. I wouldn't be able to explain that one, so we'll just leave that. We'll just leave that one there.
Nice. Yeah, for anyone that wants to, you should check out some of Dan's content, because there's more to it than you think, you know? More to it than you think. 15
I'm a nerd.
to 13. Yeah, I know, Dan, you know. I feel it's too late. Also, it is funny, obviously, we're being taught aim by someone who plays with an inverted mouse. I just
Hey,
have to, I just have to call that out, you know?
It's like training with the weight vest.
I know. That's all right. All right. You had that pre-made answer. I appreciate that. Here we go. They're 1 round away. Falcons. It could be such a heartbreaking way for Mouse. Again, 13-6 last time in favor of Falcons on this very map. It's not that long ago either, down in Australia. And for Mouse to now get it into overtime and then potentially be denied a victory anyway, I don't think that's going to be a lot of fun. Smoke blown open out here. Nico, for once, he's actually got m0NESY outside, and they were ready for it. Torshi's been doing great work.
Great Molotov, though, from Nico. That's going to slow things down, buy time for his teammates to rotate. But even still, I love it from Exertion. Doesn't want to wait for his teammates. He knows the timing's important, but misses the shot. And that's a key moment here where we have to reset for both sides as Mal's now reconsider their options.
Jimmy and Brolan inside of the lobby. Kixan, though, hold the phone, pushing forward. Not quite as ready as he would have liked, but he still somehow wins the fight. How does he get Brolan? I could see how he could have surprised Jimfat here, but Brolan just almost getting the kill. 19 health on Kixan, and now he's just buying time. They're going to wrap around once again. We've said it every time we watch Mouse play the map. It's something they just absolutely love, and it should work. I don't think there's enough defense. At a minimum, they should get a bomb plant. Kixan goes down, and now the question is, how much more could happen? Magus does get a kill, but he's on the T roof. This is all-out madness. They've all traded places. Now the Ts are playing in CT positions, and the other way around. It's upside-down world. Tess is caught trying to get up. You're going to have to be a lot faster to get rid of Spinks. 2 versus 3 on the retake. I doubt this is going to happen.
Nico making his way up. I don't know that he's made it up there. Oh, but Exertion turning the corner at the perfect moment there, catches him, and now it's just Magix with 11 health, and he's not anywhere close. So you're right, Anders. This was kind of insane. If you look at all of the positional swaps, really, really wild stuff there. Just again, I mean, that is evidence that both teams are so high level that everyone can just start playing intuitively outside their own structures to find opportunities and then seamlessly play off of them.
Okay,
yeah, get those stats. Let's go.
Why not? Save the AK. By the way, he had 11 health and he went down to 4 in that range. It's like when you know exactly how the bomb radius works. You've probably been playing too much Counter-Strike, let's be honest, but I appreciate it. Magisk, we said it, he's been the subject of a lot of criticism, some of it probably quite fair. Tessis also not exactly been, you know, shining the way that people would have wanted. The two Danes are playing pretty well right now, which obviously makes me happy. I thought Gage Counter-Strike was dead. I was already ready to bury all of it, you know. It's like, we're moved on. Never mind, you know. We had our day in the sunshine, but there's still some out there, you know. We're still doing a little bit.
Yeah, he's still got some stuff. He can still revive that. I mean, I'm just surprised by Nico's stat line. He's 18 for 19. Given how many rounds we've just seen him just die, he's the first death in so many rounds. The fact that he's still got 18 kills is actually quite impressive.
I mean, I think the fact that they've been able to catch him out in the yard so much is probably a talking point for the desk as well, in how much Mouse have prepped that and how ready they are to catch him. Because who really wants to fight Nico in the yard at all ever? But they're actually doing it, and they are consistently winning. So that tells you they are ready. It's not just a coincidence. They have the grenades down. They catch him as he's walking through the smoke. It's really sick. But this time, Craters, Gravity, defeating Spinks, and that could be the first step in the right direction for Falcons. Close now to winning the map. They just need basically 2 more kills as Brolan is practically dead already.
Kicksan with another one there in the upper side, and now there's no choice but to go straight into Munacy's AWP. That is absolutely not the direction you want to go in, but where else could you go? Munacy falling off. They have a 4 versus 2, so Falcons can certainly change the approach.
Here's the flank again. He's far away from the action, so it might not actually feel like a flank to Mouse, because he's just going to be coming in from the ramp by the time the bomb is down. Mouse really should never win this round. It's so unlikely. 50 seconds. Even planting the bomb is hard to do at the moment. But they have got the digits in somehow. I'm surprised that they didn't get jumped and pushed more. Monacy, he sees just a fading face around it. Torshi picking up Kicksan here. And Jimmy was the one escaping through the smoke now. They have a bit of a shot maybe. Mouse, could they force it into double OT is the big question. Smoke on Monacy as well. Tessis will get Torshi. It's all up to Jimmy. Turns around, but shot in the back by Monacy. And Falcons on the defuse. 16 on the board as they pick up the opening map of the semifinals. What a relief for them.
Mouse tried to drag that out, kicking and screaming, but the Falcons would not let Nuke out of their talons once they had a grip. Stealing their opponent's map pick now. It's looking good for the Birds of Prey.
But they needed this one, Mouse was like they had it in the back, you know. They fumbled, they lost multiple force buy rounds, multiple situations where they just looked like too stubborn in terms of not rotating. I feel like they came out in this series with this in like the feeling of actually wanting to go out and play more aggressive. They wanted to get the influence. One of the things that they said themselves they didn't do well in Melbourne, you know, they needed to play not scared. I think they did that. But then again, at the same time, they actually managed to mess up the rounds they were not supposed to mess up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I told you that Mouse Force was going to kill Nico outside pretty much every time they saw him and get man advantage or at least put themselves in a decent winning position from that point forward, you would probably think, oh, sure, they'll convert. Or if I told you that, you know, Mouse Force, they got like 5 rounds on T, but then they lose the 2 ecos that prevents them from getting, you know, 6 or 7 rounds that could have made them almost undeniable going in the second half. So certainly Mouse had the opportunities, but Falcons, credit where credit's due. Major steps up in a big way. He's been playing really well so far this term, actually. He's been one of the guys that people fear not be on the chopping block. He's been delivering. And despite Nico getting kind of rattled outside a lot of those rounds, everyone else was able to find really big key moments to help them stay in this game.
And like the whole Nico narrative that you're talking about, he didn't have any impact whatsoever. He kept getting shot through the smokes when it was blown up, everything. I think that also obviously played into Mousesport's favor, but at the same time, whenever they would get Nico outside, they would blow up the smokes. They would get no information only by killing him. They simply looked too stubborn in the way so that they did not rotate enough onto the B bomb side. It just looked like they were, okay, we got Nico. This is a really great card in our hands. Now that we just have to stack up for the A bomb side, they're probably not going to hit the lower. And what Falcons did, you know, they changed up the pace when they were like being sneaky, whether they're being fast. They just played out the rounds perfectly, even when they lost Nico constantly.
Yeah, I think the big marks for Mouse against them in this one is obviously the 2 ecos, or 3 ecos actually, that they lost in the first half. I think the other one you're going to look at a lot is the fact that they were unable to really get any retakes going consistently on the lower bomb site, and they often gave that up, as you were kind of alluding to. And I think the other big one that's really going to hurt them is that there were even rounds where they didn't seem to have a read on ramp room. There was times where they were getting flanked at heaven and getting caught off. I mean, it was just kind of a nightmare, if we're being 100% honest. This is one of the ecos we were actually talking about right here in round number 3.
And obviously, like, Nico is obviously doing his thing, you know, he understands the situation. By getting a surgeon, he knows that's probably going to be the only one. Then he knows he can rotate off, gets another kill, and they just play off each other. And, you know, with the individual prowess of Nico, you know, even with a FAMAS, he actually just makes it look so easy.
There was actually a takeaway in Brolan's interview with HLTV last night where he said one of the things that they were happy about from the FaZe game was it finally felt like they were winning some of the shaky rounds that usually go against them. Well, we're right back to the script for Mouse here. Every shaky round manages to slip out of their grasp.
Yeah, you really feel like Mouse, if they could have somehow at least gotten like 2 of these 3, you know, ecos that they lost to, or even one, obviously, would have made the difference of maybe having this thing in the bag in regulation without even having to go into overtime. And again, for a team that did so many things right to be able to get 5 rounds on the T side, despite the fact that they got ecoed on round 3, so they didn't even get to a roaring start like they were hoping to. They found 3 more rounds still towards the end of the half to keep them in contention. And then again, they dominated Nico outside defensively. Like, these are really good things to have, you know, going for you to try to convert your map pick of Nuke, but it just didn't matter. Again, they couldn't retake lower, they weren't rotating properly, and they weren't able to handle some of the sneak plays that got thrown against them.
And both pistols, you know, they had everything in the books to get this one.
Oh, that's so painful when you,
know
look
what's
back.
funny
When you
to
say
me?
it like that,
It is tough.
that hurts.
You know how much this hurts for me too is like Nico doesn't even get credit for the kill on Sphinx the final round because he cratered. Like, that's just how evil things were towards Nico outside this game. But still, he played really well, particularly in the first half.
It's brutal. Some brutal moments. If you're Mouse, how do you pick yourself up after this one?
It's going to be tough. You know, they know they're going up against Falcons now on Dust 2. You know, a map that we know that Falcons is most likely feeling like a heavy favorite coming into. You know, they feel so confident in this map. Like, the amount of tactics they have, the amount of fake they can do, it just plays in, and you know you have Monacy, probably, if not the best AWP in the world outside of, if not looking at Saiwu, obviously, and then also the playmaker of Nico. You know, the way that they can control the game on both sides, actually. I think it's going to be super tough for Mousesports, and obviously going from losing this game, they're also going to be saying to themselves, okay, we should have won this game, and maybe they're going to bang their heads against the wall thinking, okay, if I would have made this mistake in that given round, that would have changed the outcome, but you know, but you got to try and leave that behind because you got another map coming in, and in top professional Counter-Strike, anything can happen. There is a case that Mousesports, I mean, it's going to be, yes, it's going to be very hard, but there is always a case.
And for the Falcons as well, right? Even in a map where half the time it felt like Nico was getting neutralized, they had this other guy, Magis, stepping up once again. He's putting together quite the resume here at Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Magis' performance has been pretty damning so far this year, for honest. You know, particularly in Melbourne, he looked like he was really off of things.
That's the past. Think about the present. He's doing so great
I
right
was setting
now.
it up, okay? I was talking about how, you know, from those ashes in Melbourne, he's arisen here in this Nuke game, and I think he had
they're
a
Falcons,
phenomenal
not
impact.
Phoenixes.
I think overall, like for matches, like throughout his adventure inside of Falcons, you know, it's been difficult for him. You know, now he's gotten a team that he was probably promised back when he was actually pulled back for this one, and also coming from being ranked as the best anchor of 2023, and then coming and leaving Vitality coming into this. You know, it's been difficult for him. I know that I've played with him, and I know him as on a personal level. And he's a guy that works hard, you know, and he's a person that understands that his needs of the team. So he's not been satisfied with himself. And I even remember that the first time it happened for him, he told me, like, he had 2 back-to-back negative events. He told me that this is the first time this has happened for him. You know, it was very hard on him. You know, he expects a lot of himself. You need to do that as a competitor. But to him, to have that, you know, that was difficult. So to bounce back now, maybe it's a really good time. Also looking that the major is just a couple of weeks ago. Ahead, not ago.
Time is a flat circle, really, if we're being quite frank.
Theory,
and the time is going to bring Mouse and Falcons back to Dust 2. So my question is, how are we feeling? Do we have any faith in Mouse after that collapse on Nuke?
I mean, the fact that it's Dust 2, it's going to be tough. We talked about it in the pre-game session that we felt that Mouse needed to win Nuke to go there. They should have won it. Now there's also, like, on top of them playing Dust 2 is going to be a mental battle coming back to the game. So now I'm a little bit worried. I'm actually thinking that Falcons going to close it out 2-0 here.
Well, potential concern that they might just do. But if they were going to win, if they were going to bring it back, who would you be looking at Mouse here at Dust? Who would you be looking at to spring them back into this matchup?
I mean, I think really, you know, coming into this next one, it's just their ability to load the box with talent and just be able to try to go out there and go out swinging with pace. And so, obviously, Xerxion's the one that you look to be the main kind of point of entry, but I think Sphinx is the follow-up fragger is the other big one. And obviously, on a map like Dust 2, we know how important long A control is, and that's where your A anchors have to come into play. And really, that's going to be up to Brol and Xerxion and their op Torzy making the right reads to be able to defend against that sort of thing. So, there are routes to victory. They have beaten this team twice, but they haven't beaten them since they got Monacy. I think that's the big X factor as well coming into a game like that.
You were coming in swinging big for your boy Torzy. Does he have what it takes?
I think he does, man. Like, I think he's often gone underrated. I think this year he's finally kind of getting the stars that he deserves. You know, obviously, you're always going to overlook him because of guys like Zuo and Monacy existing in this world, but I think Torzy has really shown what he's capable of throughout this last, you know, few months.
And he was really great in the last map. You know, he had multiple frags and impacts. So overall, I think Torzy is looking great. He's looking great in series. Yeah, obviously you need to look better if you also want to beat Falcons, but, you know, he's going in the right direction. But, you know, coming into this too, he definitely needs to keep up.
Headed in the right direction, but they couldn't close on Nuke. Now, we're going to take a quick little break here, folks, and when we come back, it'll be time for Dust. And I'm not talking the analyst. Mouse with an implosion on Nuke, but now they get a chance to do it all again. We head to Dust, and the Falcons just need to triumph here, and then they will move. But who better to start the dialogue on Dust than the man himself? Dust Discs, go ahead, discuss.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and talk about this because I do feel like Falcons look like the most fierce competitors on Dust today. They've won their last 7 games in a row, including against this very Mouse Sports team in Melbourne in a very one-sided fashion, I might add. Mouse Sports, not as great of a resume, but in the past they have proven that they are capable of beating this Falcons team before they got Munacy, beat them twice, and they've also beaten some other good teams like Vitality and Aurora. So I think both these teams share similar strengths in the sense that they have so much rifling talent. When you're able to get them out into open space on T side, they can just do so much. You know, Nico and Tessis is a great combination, and then obviously Xerxin and Spinks is another great combination. They also have good rifling oppers on both sides, which is going to be huge in open space as well. And I think the big differentiating factor of who's going to win this map will be determined on A anchoring. We know how important long A control is, Dupree. And actually, Falcons made a recent change to their CT side at Melbourne, where they've shifted Tessis back into an A anchoring position when he used to be their B rotator. So I want to see how does he handle the pressure that Mouse puts up against him when he gets tested. And then on the opposite side, it's usually Braun that has to deal with that sort of thing as the IGL. So that's going to be a really key matchup, I think.
And looking at why I think that the Falcons does too is so strong is that they try not to overcomplicate things. They have their protocols under control. You have Nico taking a lot of mid space. Whenever they get the catwalk control without actually getting damaged, then they're very notorious for the catwalk execution. They seem to just like to grow up, and actually play the numbers. It's a thing that we've talked about in CS2 being really strong, just playing off the numbers. And eventually, whenever they just seem to just do things correctly. They don't need to do anything. The playbook doesn't have to be super deep, but overall, the way that they just approach the map with the protocols, it's just hard to do something, and sometimes it is very, very simplistic.
It's one of those things where I don't think either team has like the crazy tactical edge on a map like this. No one's reinventing the wheel on Dust 2.
You don't really need that for Dust 2.
Exactly. It's all about mid-round decision-making in critical moments. Like, do I go for the mid-B split? Do I commit to the cat cross? As a CT team, do I pivot my rotation? Do I think I had the right read on if they're going mid-B or if they're crossing cat? Do I deal with the spawn-based plays? Or do I just let them have it and try to play for a retake or just try to play on site? Those are the critical decision-making moments that will matter the most in this game. Kixon has a little bit more experience doing that, but Braun has proven that he is capable of doing that with all the success that this team has had. But again, he hasn't done it against m0NESY yet, and that's the big difference maker in a map like this, I think.
An op can be all the tilt on the scales. With what you've laid out, with what we've discussed, with what we saw in Nuke, who you got?
I said it at the very beginning. I thought if Falcons could steal Nuke, I thought they would win the series, and I stand by that, and I think now it'll be a 2-0.
With things looking a little bit grim against FaZe yesterday and the things going back and forth, I still think the Mouseboard maybe needs to have some kind of adjustment to make it. So, yeah, I'm going to shift over to 2-0 Falcons.
Okay, they've won over the analysts. Have they won our casters? One more bout, perhaps, on Dust. Anders and DDK, who you got?
So tough, isn't it? Last time I was a very, very Falcons favored. I think they're going to do it 2-0, but I am impressed by Mouse. I mean, they still play hard Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw it. Torzy's having a great game, and I mean, a performance from an AWPer like that on Dust 2. I mean, you can never count that out. But at the same time, if Nico comes online here, and I feel like he has a way more of a chance to come online on a map like Dust 2, I do feel like I'm going to edge Falcons, but it is so hard to call. And we're going to just have to see how the economy falls here, Anders, as that is often quite telling. We saw it yesterday, FaZe having a horrendous start, getting on the other, like the wrong end of the economy early, and they fought back, but it still wasn't enough in the end. So we'll have to see how that falls as we go into map 2 of the semi-finals here. Blast Rivals between Mouse and Team Falcons.
It's going to be Mouse starting on the CT side with Falcons. T side setting up a little bit of a push towards long, but it's just Magisk, I think, taking a peek. Oh, actually more than that. I take it back. He's actually all the way out pressuring Brolan. Although the rest of Mouse, interestingly, they're not buying it. They don't feel like it's a lot of pressure at the moment. Nico to begin with. Glock to take down Spinks, and that means Jimfat's alone at the bomb site mid-air. He clips m0NESY out of the sky. Might be on Falcons, but his wings are absolutely gone here. And falls back to try and see if he can hold on to it a little while longer. They are pushing in. Good utility coming in from Falcons to get onto the bomb site. Nico, one more shot. He should be dead right now. How is he not killed? Finally, Exertion takes him down. And he's got a couple of bullets left. 9 here, to be exact. No bomb plant yet. And he pushes in a kicks and a drops. If you could see the sigh of relief there for Nico. He got the triple, and he lived way past his due date.
Oh yeah, that's what you want to see if you're a Nico or a Nico fan, and he had such a rough start on that game of Nuke previously. Getting into the action straight away, nice shot from Jimfat. I thought that he, with the confidence he was showing from the doors there, I thought he was going to get some more, but Team Falcons overpowering the B sites and getting off to a good start with that first pistol. And Mouse, we'll see how creative they can get here. You've got to be real creative in this kind of a position as the CTs. You don't get many options, Anders, when you're on an eco on Dust 2.
Yeah, and I like the stack. I wish they had bought a $200 flashbang just in case,
Just one.
But I will always say that. So right now, I think just a couple of kills here. I doubt you're coming into this with the USP thinking, oh, wouldn't it be sick if we could win the round. But, man, they're all stacked up. Probably going to be bored at some point soon. Starting to slide down the middle. And all of Mount Falcons, they're just moving up long. There's no pressure. They have everything they need to smoke the cross, which they already have, and kind of keep it going. I think Brolan might have heard the smoke going down, so I think that they have a good read. So actually, maybe just exit kills at this stage. If you can find that, that's probably pretty sick.
Yeah, if you can take a gun away, hold on to an AK, of course, that would be a beautiful result. There's only one on the board, though, just Nico's. The rest are Galil's. m0NESY with the scout. In fact, they're going straight into m0NESY. Headshot to start things off with, sees every other player calling for help, I wonder. Well, it's not going to get there quickly enough to save m0NESY, but there we go. The Rangers really favoring the AK, and Nico is mowing them down. And so off to a good start. 6 kills at the end of 2 rounds, and it's a nice quick one there on round 2, Anders.
And if you were going to do someone, why not let it be the scout after all? Kind of get rid of it, and m0NESY will pick up an AK in turn. Yeah.
Man, you made me alone, motherfucker.
Okay, listen, they're having a good time. I much prefer that version of Nico to the
desks are safe.
Desk smashing, eye rolling beast that he can be.
Long take there for Mouse, making sure they hold on to that. Brolan is dug in. Towards in a position where he can go and assist Cats, but can also play the nade game here, the support for his teammate. Pop flash Brolan in potentially. Actually, he doesn't have a flash left, so never mind. Scratch that. There it is. They spotted the movement towards Cats, so not a huge level of threat here.
So the peak that Nico does is calculated on the fact that Mouse won't have an AWP in this round, because otherwise you're going to be Molotoving out the position that Exertion was in instead. So that's something that you're probably not going to see later on. But I love the fact that he tried to do it, because obviously if he throws the Molotov in this round instead, then all he's really doing is telling Exertion that they're going to get catwalk control. So trying to get the kill instead, I like it. It's going to be an A split. They actually do have 3 people here in position. So Mouse, in terms of where the troops are, is not a bad start to the round, but it will still come down to some of those early kills, because once one of them falls here, it is a bit like dominoes for the A defense. You just tend to get overwhelmed. 35 seconds though, Dan. It's running the clock very low.
Yeah, and Brolan lost his support here. He's now isolated. He did have Torzi as a bait here. He's a slight off angle in that position, but man just looking for it, finds the inside headshot onto Brolan. And now, as you say, not much time. They have to just send it straight to the side. Nico takes down Exertion with the molly, and right now, this scaling is going quite nicely here onto that A site for Falcons.
They got everything they wanted. Deep Molotov onto that sole player at the bomb site, Exertion, who was trying to hold on, so he has to run out while he's still on fire. And Brolan couldn't stand up to the Galil that was coming in. I don't think he had head armor. That sounded like a bit of a meaty shot, so even the Galil there on Magisk is a pretty nice weapon to open up with. Huge for Falcons. I mean, obviously, fantastic start. Best case here, Mouse is saving some of the weapons, which they are doing all the way across the map. But yeah, again, I think the desk highlighted it for us pretty well. We're not always looking for, you know, sick strategies on this map, but a lot of it comes down to some of these openings and, you know, just the mid-round calls for when you're doing what. And yeah, Falcons, it was just an A split in a sense.
Yeah.
But executed really late.
And you could see that the spot for Brolan was pretty nice, because from Magisk's position, indeed, it is an off angle. He has to make a micro correction to actually land that shot. So that does give Brolan the first bullet against Magisk in that fight. But Magisk is really in form right now in this series. We've discovered looking at just Nuke. So good to see that form continuing. And I mean, also, Anders, it's so tough on the CT side. Falcons played a slow game. Mouse had 0 util. They had no AWP. They have not very many options at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that obviously comes into it in terms of just trying to keep the dream alive, defending the A-bomb side of the previous round here. Already, Nico is pushing out. Torshi's pushed up into the middle, and we've got a bit of a double setup. Now, they hear the singe of the Molotov there, so they're going to have an idea of what's going on. The question is, how do Falcons react? A weird round so far.
Oh my goodness, Torzi's spot there. Imagine if he got into that spot. Unknown, but he's been spotted, he's been tagged, and he is low, and they are coming for him. There's definitely going to be support there. They've got to be careful here, Falcons. They are making their way slowly forward. They are so cognizant that there is a setup in mid, and Torzi's trying to force the issue. m0NESY, though, able to handle that. No problems at all. And look at that, the stack and the boost. Nico is the one to get the headshot indeed, and the cleanup there against Mouse is looking very nice.
I feel like the degree to which m0NESY just doesn't care about the fact that, like, they know, they heard the scope. He knows that he's giving away that information, but he's just basically saying, it doesn't matter because I will just kill you anyway. Fabulous to see. Kind of terrifying to be up against, to be honest, too. Brolan around the corner here. Okay, not the best spray. Tess's kind of slipping up a tiny bit. Won't change the round at all. 30 seconds. They're going to make their way onto the A site here. Falcons, it's a powerful start for them. They've pretty much managed to roll their way forward. They'd love to exchange that MP9 for something better right now. I think that's the mission that Exertion is on. Baited into the shot. Monacy absolutely knew.
Yeah, Exertion knew that he couldn't just go for the AK without revealing his position. Good attempt. Jimfat takes down Monacy, at least. And they want to try to fight a bit more here.
Honestly...
Oh, faking the runaway, actually. Never mind. That's been discovered by the HE.
Yeah,
the ring start for Falcons.
The grenades can't hear you, so doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right. Monacy is actually trying to optimize that round so much that he throws away the AWP to get the MP9, to get the last kill on Jimfat to make a little bit more money. And obviously he would have picked up the AWP again if he would have got the kill there. So just trying to make the absolute most amount of money that he could have in the round. 4-0. Mouse not stepping foot onto Dust 2 yet. Vote over on Blast TV. Be shocked if it doesn't favor Falcons. So far, the good people in the chat seem to be favoring that. It makes sense. Oh, we got some Mouse fans. Oh, this is a smoke for CT spawn, by the way, that's thrown outside of B. This is a nice one to be able to know about. If you, I think it lands the same way up on the box in the middle. Nice.
Gorgeous. Falcons off of that one. Starting to sprint forward. Nice opener from Nico. Hickson will be lost though, but Jimfat with the defense on B, making life difficult here for Team Falcons, but he's got to be careful because Nico is outside B right now. But there's the assist. Exertion coming on through to deal with Nico, but they did not check for Magis. There's a nice trade from him to hold the space outside the B site and open up time for his teammate to win the 1v1 on the site. Can Monacy find it here? The delay is really nice though. Jimfat, not just the delay, the frag, and Monacy with the miss. It's a good recovery though into the 1 versus 1. Monacy is making so much noise here. The advantage almost there for Torzi, trying to find the timing. The bait comes through. Now Monacy knows he's got a chance here. Off of the sound cue. Torzi trying to find his way in, and Monacy's absolutely nailed it. What a timing from him.
Oh, he had such a long fight against Jimmy at the back of the site. I thought, normally if you miss a couple of shots and it's kind of, that's it. You know, you don't get to stay alive with the AWP. And then he had that excruciating battle against Torshi. It's so rare that we get to see these, you know, 1v1s. Oh, from Torshi's point of view, pure misery, isn't it?
Oh, they're so good. They're so damn good. Monacy's in. He's looking great. I mean, that's what you want to see, right? The AWP, but hold that thought. It's another fast play into the long, and Tessus is right out there.
Yeah. There's no real weapons on the Mouse side, so they are getting chewed up. Parting fadeaway kill from Torshi as he escapes. Puts Nico down for the minute. We'll see what Spinks and Jimfat can do, but again, with the weapons here, it's so unlikely, and I think Falcons are going to be aware that there is at least a chance. You could find a rare timing, maybe. But everything is going according to the plan at the moment. That 1v1, it's one of those rounds where it's hard to come back all of a sudden. There's the rare timing that we were talking about. And a missed shot. But the B-bomb side is empty, so regardless of what happens here, they can just make a run for it. Kind of annoying if they give up too many weapons to the CT side, because that's obviously the first step for any team to sort of make a recovery here. Maybe they can steal some weapons away.
Yeah, no kit sadly for them, so no options at all. But yeah, that's such an iconic 1v1, isn't it, in that previous round? Torzi up against Monacy.
And well, they can get close with the MP9s. I think that's fine. Just keep the AK away. There's no chance to win. They don't have the kit. It's not going to be a 10-second defuse in a 3v3. Not on the B-bomb side of Dust 2. Yeah, trying to do what they can. Make a bit more money. Make it more expensive for Falcons. I do appreciate it. Okay, that's kind of a sick spray down. And they're going to be careful now here. Spinks sticking around. Monacy will drop him as well. So they do lose the AK. Kind of a shame. I feel like that would have been nice. They have money to buy a Mouse. Not the end of the world, but obviously you cannot buy the AK on the CT side. 6-0 in favor of Falcons. Second map is looking very strong right now, with Monacy playing well, with Nico playing well. It's such a duo to be up against.
It certainly is, and to be honest, despite the fact that we did have such a run of rounds from Falcons, those previous two, I mean, that last round, thanks to that great attack right at the end, Falcons lost every single player, so it's a full rebuy. And then the previous round, obviously, was the m0NESY clutch, and they lost 4 players there as well. So Mouse at least setting themselves up to get back in if they're able to take this round. And Torsi's back on the AWP, and it's just full util. This is the best chance for Mouse right now.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's a good way probably to frame any potential for a comeback here. It will typically start with Falcons running out of money. Nico laughing. For Nico to see m0NESY at his side again, I mean, that's... Many people kind of knew that was going to happen eventually. No shot onto Brolan. That would have been kind of a horrific way to start the round for Mouse. The dream of the comeback, I think it has to start right. It has to be in this round. They're going to blow open the smoke, see if they're ready. Torshi's got the AWP on the other side. So yeah, again, straight fight down the middle. m0NESY is so close. It'll be Nico, his partner in crime, as they double up to take down Torshi. A flash in to set it up. And m0NESY throws the flash. They actually are a tag team. First he wounds the enemy AWP, Nico kills him, then he gets flashed in, and Nico does the rest. m0NESY's henchman here in the middle. Exertion is finally sick of it, and will take them both down.
That's a big moment there from Exertion. They seemed unstoppable. But now the round calms down. Falcons have to assess their options, holding for now to see if there's another move, and there certainly is. Mouse moving through the doors. There is a player lower, and it's going to be Tessus. Exertion had no idea, and... Oh, okay, we get the trade coming through from Brolan. Great timing, capitalizing off of that, but 40 seconds for the 2v2 here for Falcons to decide where to go.
I mean, there's 2 Danes left. What's awkward is the fact that the bomb's in middle on Tessus, right? If Magus had it, it would be different. But Brolan, he's well aware that something could be coming. 27 seconds. I actually think this move for Brolan is super smart. Let's see if he gets the timing down right, but that is the bomb on Tessus. If Brolan wins this fight now, the round is officially over. I think Magus is way too far away to do anything with. Oh, he makes the noise as well, and Tessus knows. He slipped the net. This is absurd. He's going to be running into it. They will be able to get the bomb plant here, but he can't really break for it. He has to make a straight run out long to get spot, and Magus, he doesn't go for the fight. He wants to stay alive here. Brolan actually took almost no damage on that one. So this round is somehow still on.
Brolan going for the frag. The confidence there is going to work out for him. Tessus desperately low against 2 players. Over the top, and he finds the headshot, but he's opened to Brolan. And that's going to be Mouse with a much-needed round. But they only survive with 1 player, so that's going to feel very stressful going into the following one.
Crazy close round. That long 1v1 in the middle with Brolan and Tessus not even seeing each other, but towards the end hearing each other. It says something about, you know, how much information matters. Nobody wants to move. Nobody wants to give away even a footstep there. Okay. Well, you said it already, Dan. They were going to be, a little bit beat up on the money on the Falcons side. They have enough to make this really interesting, but after this next round, they will be running out. So the question is if Mouse can pick up this one and start the comeback ever so slowly here. I think it's all on this round. I think the entire map more or less pivots on this one. Flash to come out. Nico just rushing the corner and pushing Brolan back in the sight. They're pretty much all out here. Typically, when you've got 5 players, you actually just don't want to walk away. You just stay here. They've got 2 smokes for the cross, and that's really important because it means they can throw one and maybe go back and do it again. Oh, they are very hesitant.
Yeah. They're looking for the mid-space take from Mouse. Not doing it, though. Mouse holding position. m0NESY glass cannon on the AWP here. I feel like m0NESY of the 2 AWPers has the aura with him so far in this Dust 2 game. And indeed, Anders, the unusual turn from them all the way through T-spawn is m0NESY. He's announcing his position here and keeping attention on this long position.
Can he get the flick on Torshi? I feel like eventually Torshi's going to get restless. You can see flick is close.
Oh my.
And here comes the crossing smoke, and he's really trying to sell it here, m0NESY. The fact that he lives and can now try and do something here, he gets pulled everyone away. It's just Jim Fan at the back of the B bomb side, and it's due to m0NESY. He's sold it over on the other side. 20 bullets here. They do line up for him, and it's a lot of damage. But now catching the cross, any rotation through here is going to be dangerous. They want to hunt down m0NESY, but look how smart he is. this is something that we mentioned earlier on Nuke. Sometimes not fighting is such a better choice. Now they are wasting their time. Oh my God. Say it isn't so.
Outrageous.
How could that be? I actually need to see the replay. He hardly saw anything. By the way, he's not even fighting. He's fighting Exertion, who's pushing him down at the same time. This is why the Falcons wanted Monacy. This is why they had to get him on the team. He is a once-in-a-generation talent. Back for more. Takes down Exertion and pulls the rug up from under Mouseful. It's 7-1 in favor of Falcons here. A devastating shot that cuts down the middle of the map.
You can see he's so happy with that one. What a performance. My God, Monacy, I mean, truly special. And the thing is that you need to see Torsey on the other end able to be that counterbalance. But to counterbalance a player like Monacy is certainly no small feat.
Yeah, they feel it as well on the co-stream. I can't really blame them. You see, Tessus is laughing in the kind of way that you laugh when you watch somebody do something like that and you're just like, I'm so glad he's on my side. I'm just so glad he's on my side.
It's kind of comical sometimes how good players can be, and that's definitely a moment from Monacy. Wow, okay, well, we're back into this one, and we'll see if Mouse are able to recover from the earthquake that is Monacy in that previous round.
There's been really no real CT aggression, only in rounds where they've had MP9s and limited weapons. But in the few buy rounds that Mouse have actually had, there aren't a lot of opportunities for them to push and do like they're doing again here Upper Dark. It's nice, I don't blame them, but you would love to see it in rounds where they had more to fight with, where they had more of a setup and actually had the rifles to back it up, because right now, you know, once Falcons get into position, they're doing a really good job at clearing out the position. Well, actually, saying that, they completely betray me by failing the Molotov.
I do like that Falcons have shown when they get this long take, like you said, the expectation is to just hold and then eventually push into the site. But they've shown that, hey, sometimes we're going to rotate all the way back. We get a glass cannon from Torsey. Oh, no, not a glass cannon, but the singular orb.
Yeah, that's all he's looking for right now. Oh, that's a shame. There was 3 HEs on Mouse. One of them was an Exertion. There was just we don't ever really, it's rare on Dusty that we get to see, you know, grenade stacks working out. They've run the same strategy as the last round, but this time they've left Magus here instead of Monacy. And Mouse are getting curious for what is lurking down along. It's one Dane with an AK. Too much to handle, and Tess's, the other Dane on the server, going to be crouching in and taking down Torshi. It's pretty sick. With Jim Fat. Not much you could do on the other side of the map, unfortunately. 8-1. Falcons are leaving no room for Mouse to enjoy Dust 2.
I love the strategical look from Team Falcons, even in these rounds where, in theory, they would still have a big advantage to kind of just barrel all together. And in theory also, one of the reasons why teams tend to do that is because you have less potential openings. There's less ways for a round to go wrong. And against the best players in the world, you would like to favor that kind of approach. But Falcons create this situation where we're going to show you something, you're going to set up something, and now we're going to start introducing a lot of rogue elements. And they can then essentially dismantle Torsey's the entire play that could be revolving around Torsey gets dismantled, and everyone's caught out of position suddenly. So it makes Mouse just look really, really in bad shape in those situations.
I think it definitely is it's sort of an out of meta thing to go long and go back the way that they are. But it could also just be a reflection of the fact that, again, Mouse aren't pushing up so much. So there's nothing much to fear for Falcons to actually fall back in some of those rounds.
Fair point.
Well, Magus actually goes down. So an opening kill, 8 for the very best they could do right now on the CT side. And that is not great. But if they can get there, I'm not going to count them out yet, Mouse. Real tough at the moment for them, though. Flash around the corner. Not at all efficient. It's going to be Nico dead next. 5 versus 3. It's right there for the taking.
I do love the gamble to just say, hey, we're going to just really defend Cat Hit, give up long after the opening pick. And now they reposition again, back into more passive positions. So good fundamentals here from Mouse, off of the advantage. 5 versus 3. It's really on to Falcons to make something happen at this point. And Mouse rest on their laurels.
They're going to try and make that happen, I think, by pushing Cat and hoping that Tessus can catch some kills in the middle. Either that or they will just execute and rotate back with Tessus. But I wouldn't be surprised if Tessus is sort of the lurking player that's going to set up a couple of shots. There was one attempt. He is out here, but the bomb's on the other side. So Tessus is on his own. Just a lone ranger out there. m0NESY. Yeah, he wanted to run back to catch up with Tessus. Unfortunately, he's dead before he can even get there. So round is secured here. Mouse, they're going to get rid of one last player. Dropping m0NESY finally. He's been so hard to take down.
Yeah, great temerity there from Mouse as a whole. Off the opening pick, doubling down on Cat. Torsi gets that second defensive kill for the round for the 5v3. Just playing really focused here, not fazed by how difficult the opening rounds have been on this game of Dust 2, and also protecting their economy, not allowing m0NESY to go crazy. So another opening here where Mouse favor, making very sure that they have long under control.
Awkward incendiary. Yeah. Probably makes no actual difference in the round, but in just in case if there had been a rush, it would have been weird. Easy shot right there, just as the smoke goes down. And catching Torsi in the middle so early on here. We'll see. They just need one more piece of the puzzle, really. You know, you got a little bit of information from finding that shot. If you get any sense that there might be sort of a, you know, double stack on the A bomb side of it, you can guess that there's probably going to be one of the B bomb side here. So just one more bit of information, but they're not going to wait for it. They will just straight execute here. Quick decision being made by Falcons to overwhelm the defense on A, and so far so good. They're getting close. Unfortunately, they do burn Tessus. Their own Molotov. NiKo trying to make up for it, gets the headshot. They know that Spinks is here somewhere in the smoke, and it's m0NESY to find him. 13 kills, NiKo on 12, and Jimmy walking in from the B bomb side. He couldn't even get there in time. It was such a quick call from Falcons once they got to the catwalk to just try and go for it.
Yeah, and it was an ideal scenario for Mouse, given that they lost a player early. Usually, once teams will reset as the Ts when they get the 5v4, because the CTs are then forced, because it's so hard to push for info, they're forced to play defensively, and then 2 will be on B, and then 1 will be on A, and then 1 will be on the long position. So then if you just hit Cat, you're like a 5v1 in those spots. Mouse had an extra player on the site, so that's why it was kind of ideal for Mouse, but even still, the execute was so strong from Falcons. That's all that JimFat can do to keep this AWP online.
Yeah, that's his mission right now. And again, those kind of executes, you're right, even if you have a lot of people there, there's so much utility on Falcons as well that it is really, really hard to stay alive. 9-2, round number 12, the last of the half. Falcons dangerously close now to reaching the grand final here at Blast Rivals. They've been playing very well once again in this tournament. It's just such a long time for this project to actually do anything at all, but now that it's working, I mean, they look instantly very, very lethal. I'm glad we get to see them tested once again.
More mid-emphasis here from Mouse, a 2-1-2 setup. Not as much long control as we have seen early from Mouse. And that's a good adjustment because Falcons, after showing it early and conditioning it, have since been playing more towards mid and B in the early portion. You can just see it happening when m0NESY's on the other end of that scope.
Feels so risky. Long spray there for NiKo, but that doesn't really matter. He gets the kill on the Spinks, who is 1-10 at the end of the half. Tough break for him. JimFat's gonna go down. It's Tessus on that lurk smoke, pushing his way out. They're having way too much fun, Falcons. They're doing whatever they want, and why not? They've got such a giant lead. Bomb gonna be planted. It's m0NESY making his way onto the site while Magisk is just, again, playing his own little game, looking to shoot the captain, a mouse, in the back at some point sooner rather than later. Oh, he's just around the corner. Still, retake is very unlikely. Roland, he's actually so smart. What a rare position to check at that point in the round. I'm impressed. Might not make a difference, though. Modesty to get the last one. And it will be a 10-2 finish at the end of the first half in favor of Falcons. Second half is coming up. Falcons 3 rounds away from stepping foot in the grand final here at Blast Rivals 2025. They won on Nuke. It was in overtime, but now on Dust 2, it's a different question. They are so fired up. Monacy's playing well, Nico's playing well, and everybody else on Falcons is pretty much hitting shots at the moment. So for Mouse to make a comeback here, to claim this map back in their favor, it would have to be a miracle. They're going to start with a bit of a push towards the bomb site. Kixan is actually already here to receive them, and he goes straight down. Surely they won't slow down. That's just a smoke. I'm shocked that they don't try and run through, but they might have thought it was a trap.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. When you're going aggressive there, you do have to worry, is it a bait? Is it all bait? And teams do like to rush the B site quite a lot. And so Mouse sort of respecting that, but maybe that's also a confidence thing, Anders. You know, if not just going for it, you know, I wonder if Team Falcons in that same spot would have just run it down because of the confidence. But with that said, Mouse looking for something, but it's almost just given Falcons more time to get better position.
Is he going to flash into from the middle, Nico? They have a couple of interesting flashes here, but none of them are going to be used at the start of the engagement. USP clicks coming out of it. Spinks, he's only got 1 kill in the first half, and he's not going to get more here. Monacy, execution shot to the back of the head as Magisk is ducked down, shooting above the barrels now. He's got some teammates with him, though. At the very least, Nico is here. A jump on over, and a nice shot. Exertion takes him down. Tess is still running, trying to get onto it. It's just Monacy left 1 versus 3, and there's too much to handle. Jimfan and Brolan getting them back into the game here with a third round, and kind of, I mean, nothing too special, just Mouse taking a long, slow break in the middle of the round and then re-engaging the B-bomb site.
It's actually quite wild when you think about it because, I mean, Mouse couldn't know this, obviously. If they had just run through the smoke, there was just one guy on the site. But they reset and allowed all the Falcons to rotate, the double up on the site, have super fast rotations, and then we're like, oh, now we'll go in. But they still won, so.
It's the end of the day, you know, that's all that matters. But they did, in a way, they did, you're right, they did make it harder for themselves. So that's just how it is. Double scout, 3 Deagles. I cannot imagine the stress of being up against Nico's Deagle and Monacy Scout, and it's not fun, is it?
Very true, yeah. You really want to get onto a bomb plant, and then it sort of starts to work some of those danger points out of the equation. So you can just defend the timer of the bomb, but getting there is the hard part.
So another thing here where they have to decide if they want to run for the smoke, right? Because Kixan has one, so assuming they just don't get the immediate kill, that smoke is going to go up, and then there's more decisions to be made from Mouse right after that. As Meg all the way in the back, flash on out, straight headshot. It doesn't start well, but that is very well played. Smoke is down, and they do want to run through into the Deagle. It's an absolute slaughter. 2 kills, could have easily been more. If he had a couple of more bullets, he tried to pick up the weapon at the same time. 2 versus 3, and why not go for it here, Falcons? It's probably a spot in the grand finals if you win this round and steal it away from Mouse at the start of it. And you don't have that much to lose. Of course, you could save the Deagles and the Scout into the next round, but you must feel like they're a bit weak right now. They haven't even warmed up into the Dust 2 game at all, so why not try and take it away from them? Not going well at the start of the retake. Monacy, he's going to get dropped as well. So they do hold on, Mouse, but a real reality check for them.
Yeah, really, really nice hold. And 4-10, so it's a long road back, but a road that looks possible, given the opening 2. Yeah, that was a nice opening, and these 2 Deagle kills, really, really scary indeed. But yeah, once you get the bomb down, it does certainly become a much different game.
The pain of watching Counter-Strike.
Hold that thought. Nico's up mid. He wants that Deagle headshot, but it is Spinks to get it. And that's good on Spinks, but the assault might not end there because Monacy's picked up the Deagle. He wants to go.
Okay. Somehow it was more impressive when you hit the second shot with the Deagle, I feel like. Kixan getting dropped right after Tess's. Okay, they are holding on, right? They're at least refragging these kills. For Mouse, every time I get nervous. Monacy quickly gotten rid of. They know where Magisk is. Should not be a problem. He doesn't have any armor here, so would almost love it if he just stuck around to try and do a little bit more, to try and get a kill, get a little bit more money on board. It's gonna escape and reposition. 10-5. I mean, you already said it, but it is a doable comeback. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and every single kill here from Falcons onto Mouse is so painful because it means that Mouse's economy is getting absolutely brutalized whilst they're winning these rounds. And as you say, like the repositioning could potentially be quite nice here for Majors. Can he find an extra? Just even one more kill would be really painful.
And he could just try and charge onto the site, really, and make the drop down as soon as, you know, they're a little bit closer. Yeah, so he is going to try and find the timing. Well, Mouse knew Magisk had an idea of what to do then. Just didn't really work out in his favor. 10-5. First big test is going to be coming up. Monacy picking up the AWP, obviously. And rifles on the rest of Falcons here. If they lose this round, though, Dan, I mean, it does get kind of interesting. That's a double AWP setup as well. Magisk holding the other AWP.
Yeah, yeah.
Why is it every rifler also wants to be an AWPer?
All right, well, it's an opening that's very aggressive for long for both teams here. Very fast engagement straight through the doors and into Nico. The flash from Monacy providing quite the assist, and Nico is just chunking them down, and out of the smoke comes Monacy with the AWP. The Nico-Monacy combo is unbeatable here on Dust 2.
Yeah, so is their communication. Monacy only knows to pull out the USP because he'd already got the call that Spinks was low from Nico, so they're just so quick. There's really no time delay in calling out that information. Monacy shuts it down at the end. 3 kills. He's up to 19 in total. And they absolutely decimate Mouse trying to get out that long position. Magus didn't even get to use his AWP.
True, and they don't know about it.
For the longest time, Dupree, who's on the desk now, obviously with us, which I'm really happy about, he said he wanted to be an AWPer with Device on the team. For a while, we called him AW Peter, you know. So it's a real thing. He insists. He probably would still insist. If you ask him on the desk, he'd probably still say he could have done it.
On this map, it's pretty legit. And, okay, we're going to see a setup change coming through from Falcons. Knowing that they probably scared Mouse off of any fast long takes, potentially, Falcons are going to be reorienting m0NESY into the mid. And Mouse with just a hold across the map.
They could have saved both AWPs, but they decide for the AK on Nico instead. That is a big indication for the kind of decision-making that's being made. They said, well, you know what? Magus with an AWP is fun. Nico with an AK. It's really hard to argue with, isn't it, though?
I can't argue with it. I'm totally stumped on that one. I mean, Nico, he's essentially playing a spot which is great for an AWP as well at the moment.
Right.
Just the jiggle here at the top of Cat on the box. And
this is... So he's expecting that they will Molotov him off this position, and then he can just throw his own incendiary, and it's sort of a stalemate. If they peek him instead, then obviously there is an opportunity. Oh, never mind. He's actually sick of waiting for them. He wants to go and find them. The timing is so surreal. That could have been a double. He peeks into it. It is a scout on the other side, but still pretty bold. Smoke and a flash, and somehow Tessus still gets away with it. He is down to 1 health. How does he live through? That was such a clumsy fight in many ways from Tessus. m0NESY flicking left and right. He's just murdered 3 of them before we could even get through the sentence. 22 kills. How is he doing that? Why are they laughing about it?
Honestly, it's so funny because when you look at Nico going for the extra kill, you know, Nico's obviously a superstar. He's confident, but I think he knows that, you know, if he dies there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we, you know, I secure the 5v4. m0NESY's on the side with an AWP. It's fine.
What a demoralizing experience, just running into this guy. I bet a lot of the opponents of Falcons would have wished that there would have been more of a, you know, ramp-up moment. Maybe m0NESY doesn't feel comfortable. Maybe he doesn't understand the system. He's playing with Sonic now, you know. You'll have
the copium.
Yeah, pure copium. Like, that's how I would be feeling. And instead, it's just pure plug and play here. m0NESY. Pure artwork on Dust 2. 12-5. They are a round away from the grand final.
Incredible stuff. And keeping the same formation on the setup for the CT side Falcons as the previous round. m0NESY in that mid spot. Guardian of the doors. Looking over Catwalk. And Mouse also with the same formation. Holding any upper pushes. Holding any shenanigans outside long. But they don't have much to work with here. Might be looking to try to flash in through the doors potentially. If they could burst onto a lone player, that'd be great. But m0NESY's he's gone.
Yeah, he's already relocated. So B splits. With Spinks, the lone player coming up out of the other side. Deep grenade. Does he see anything over? He kind of doesn't. Nico takes some damage there. Jimmy goes down. Meg is still inside of the site. And the Tech-9s, that is what they're good for, though. You stay mobile. You've got enough bullets to pretty much keep the fight going forever. Bomb plant, and instantly they pull the plug here for Falcons. It's such a long time before these rounds start to matter. Right now, Falcons, they don't care about losing this round. It's just not very interesting to them. They have such a big buffer before they can start to panic.
And what kind of came to this conclusion is an interesting one, because for Falcons, you know, they understand the buy situation, so they kind of understand kind of what Miles wants to do and where the danger is for them. So after that initial presence, they completely void everything, play mega passive, so that they can have the range advantage against those pistols. But at the same time, you give up space. So that's kind of the trade-off, and it can result in a round like this. And I feel like you can't say that Falcons played it incorrectly, and you can't say that, and obviously Miles played it also correctly. So it's just one of those rounds in that way.
It'll happen, and it maybe especially on Dust 2, because it is quite common that you're going to have less of a defense over at the B side, and if the B splits roll in when that's the case, yeah, you're right. Sometimes a bit of a handshake, you walk away. 6-round deficit. What do they got for us, Mouse? I would so love to see a comeback into overtime. It would be so sick if they could pull it off, but At a minimum, they need Spinks to start to wake up. He had 1 kill in the entire first half. He's up to 5 now. They maybe need Torshi as well, who really got shut down. Obviously, m0NESY just showing up on a whole different level.
I totally agree. Torsi's such a confident and creative player that has such a high skill ceiling on his mechanics. Can find so much value out of very, very crazy spots. And so it would be great to see that confidence coming in on him. But as you say, that 6-12 scoreline, it is hard to be staring that one down. And we get another change here for the Falcons on the defense. More emphasis around long, perhaps expecting a long opening, but it's not to be. Mouse with the same opening as before.
Default opening, Mouse just testing the early part of the map. They really want to make sure that Falcons aren't pushed up into any of these forward locations, which is totally fine. It's good to be safe. Don't lose to an awkward MP9 that's hiding around a box somewhere. It's just not worth it.
A lot of teams who are in Falcons' position will play disrespect rounds like that. So that just shows you the mental state for Mouse, how they have to be paranoid of everything.
They clear this out. It's going to be another B split. We know that because of where the bomb is. Falcons know it too. Or at least they've guessed it. This is so tough to clear Nico's on the scaffolding there. It's going to be Magisk again with the AWP. That in itself will be a bit of a surprise, but if he's here, you're probably not expecting Nico to also be in this side of the map because you know Kicksan's the other B player, so they're going to be coming through on the other side though. So maybe they can make their way through. Timing is awkward right now. It's Exertion sneaking up the middle. They blow open the smoke to start with. Kicksan sits down and sprays very nearly the triple. Magisk put under some pressure. Nico has already taken care of middle, and Magisk, he can wield the AWP. A flick to bring Torshi low, and a 1 versus 3 is m0NESY. How fitting! The final shot to send Falcons right into the grand final.
Finals fury continues for Falcons. The test of Mouse, not enough. They overcome with ease and now move on. Another grand finals for the Falcons.
We got a new #1 contender in the world now. It's official. Twice in a row, Falcons have bested Mouse in a critical semifinals matchup. They are now your new #2 team in the world.
So you're ruling out Spirit already?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Spirit has to do a little bit more work. You know what I mean? They've been sitting out. They haven't been playing some tournaments. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Dust isn't on the desk for the next match, so he's just trying to get those takes out early. Yeah. But let's focus in on what we've just seen here. Falcons looking phenomenal here, Peter. This is a really strong map.
I think they, as I mentioned in the pregame, they're just playing basic Counter-Strike on the 2, but they just do it so well. They have a playbook that doesn't have to revolve about doing crazy things. They just do things really ordinarily. And when things just start rolling for them, they are just really good at adapting and making these small adjustments where it could be that they've been abusing A a little bit, then they just decide to leave m0NESY on A. He does a little bit of a fake, but they actually go 4 guys back to the B tunnels, It's these small adjustments that just keeps Mouse guessing all the time, and if they don't have the information, it can be hard to play around. And obviously it doesn't help that m0NESY is playing well, so yeah.
He is playing pretty dang well, isn't he?
No. The Flash himself is here.
Not at all? Not at all? That map was just, what was that? Just a warm-up?
No, I'm not in good form. It's just a game. I don't know.
He's claiming to
just a game, but you're in New Jersey. You've got back-to-back grand finals. That's got to feel pretty damn good.
Yes, it feels good. It feels good to just go in playoffs and just win teams. So I'm in grand final again, yeah. Waiting for Vitality to Spirit to finish, let's see. Very good tournament, very good tournament.
Were you surprised how fast success has come since you joined this team? I mean, this is only your second tournament. You're in your second grand final. Did you anticipate that it would be this fast?
To be honest, no, I didn't really expect that we can go to grand final in Melbourne because of our preparation. Like, we didn't have too much time to prepare, It's like I joined the team and we had like few days of practice and we insta grand final. So yeah, I didn't really expect, but we also need some time as well, Sometimes we can struggle, as yesterday against Spirit on the first map. We can struggle sometimes like this, but we have very good ability of bouncing back, Like, we trust each other that we can do comeback, and we always never give up.
Working with Sonic is something that you've wanted to do ever since you were back in Navi Junior, and now you actually have him as a coach. Obviously he's been coaching me for a long time as well. Do you think that Sonic can help you to become even better iteration of yourself? Like, do you think he can teach you a thing and actually bring something that will make you more great than you already are?
I think yes. I mean, if I would play good individually, I mean, I'm not gonna say that I'm not in very good shape right now, but if I'm gonna play very good individually, and he's gonna, I would say, share his experience and give me experience with how to rotate better, how to be better at macro, understanding in the game, then yeah, I think I would become a better player.
What's it like working with Kixen? I mean, you've worked under several different in-game leaders now that you've stepped up to the Tier 1 competition. What has Kixen been like as an IGL so far for you?
No, obviously every IGL is, I would say, different.
Sure.
Like, yeah, like everyone has different mentality and approach for the game. And I mean, like I would say I don't know how to explain, but he has different style of, for example, than Snacks. Like he likes to more like have more structure, I would say, around the map, like to take it more slow, to change some pace sometimes. And I mean, it works and it's good. I don't know, but it's hard for me to answer as well. Like he just calls very good. He feels very confident, and like the last word is always behind him. You know, like. Yeah, like for him, I would say.
Are you looking for revenge against Vitality if they make it, or do you rather want to face Spirit again?
I don't care. No, to be honest, let's see. Maybe Spirit will beat Vitality. Maybe Vitality will beat Spirit. But I think it's going to be a very interesting game to watch. And I think I would enjoy play and against the Spirit and against Vitality. So for me, I would say, doesn't really matter. But I don't need this revenge, you know? I just want to win the tournament.
I feel like that's a classic Monacy answer. Just want to, log in, have a good time, win the tournament. It is a good answer indeed. That's why it's a classic. I've got one more question, and then we'll let you go.
Yes.
You talked about, how quickly you went into the game in IM Melbourne, how little practice you've actually had at this point. Have you gotten some more reps to get the playbook down, or is this still just trial by fire, learning by officials?
No, obviously. I mean, I would say, good memory. I mean, I have not bad memory. So every time like we play official matches, and we also played like some few practices also in Australia before. I can remember strats, of course. I don't like forget them like this, because I want to remember everything, every strat, every nade, every utility, piece of utility. So. I mean, sometimes I just ask Damian Kixen to remind me at the beginning of freeze time if I don't remember. So let's say if I'm going to tell him, like, please repeat for me, he will repeat for me, no problem. But I feel all right.
But are you still just scratching the surface of what you can do in this team?
What means scratching? Wait, what?
Are you just getting started? Is there so much more that you're going to be able to bring to this team?
I think so, yes. I don't think it's our... Like, I think we can do better, in a lot of moments, in clutch situations, in post plans. Also, we can just do better because I haven't too much practice as well, together. So, like, for example, we can have more practice to practice defaults, to practice the way we ping pong of each other, bounce of each other. So,
sure.
Yeah, we just need more time as well, yeah. I don't think it's our, like, good level right now. But we play good.
You play damn good. If this is the start, I can't wait to see the finished product. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win.
No problem.
Can't wait to see you in the final, man.
No problem, guys. See you.
It is actually so damn scary that is the level of answer we're getting from him, that he doesn't feel like he's at his best level. He doesn't feel like they've had enough practice yet, and they're still already this damn good. Like, that's scary.
They're both in like the individual aspect, but also as a team.
Exactly.
Right?
This is like classic Ilya. This new generation of Counter-Strike players that are all so very humble and then absolutely rip your heads off your shoulders as soon as they're in the server.
Yeah, they're the online kids that you don't want to face, right?
It's terrifying, man. Terrifying. It's got to have been terrifying for you as well. Your boys obviously maybe got a case of the scaries on this one.
Yeah, I think Falcons played great today. I think for us, we're still just losing to ourselves a little bit. Now we have 2 weeks to work on it, go home, process, see what level we can get to in Dallas, and then go for it at the major.
I think it's clear to see that, you were very competitive on Nuke, and it seemed like you had a good game plan. I still feel like there was a little bit of stubbornness in terms of rotating to the lower bombs, and I feel like the pace change, they made you doubt yourself a little bit, and you actually had the game in the bush, lost a lot of like 4 spy rounds. Do you think that you have like a little bit of an issue in your map pool as of right now? Do you think that you are feeling a little bit unconfident in how you want to approach the videos, or what's the take on this one?
I think every team has some shortcomings in their map pool. For us, for example, Dust 2 a little bit. Also at times, Train's not the best. Inferno's a little bit shaky. I think it's like that for every team except your Vitality. Yeah, you mentioned the enter-ecos. Yeah, those were tough. Yeah. And the nuke thing going down B, you're right. It was also stressful and chaotic on TeamSpeak.
Makes sense.
There's multiple rounds where we kill Nico. And if you kill Nico, I really doubt there's anyone in front of him. Sure, they could play default with us numbers out there. But I think we lost a little bit track of where the enemy team is going.
Yeah, well, I think that's also like the take that I could feel like whenever you killed him outside, you had a great success doing that. You know, multiple times you were feeling like, okay, Nico has no impact at all. You keep getting the kills, but it's like, you know, the rest of the team would actually go where you did not expect it, and then you would end up in a situation, regardless of having the advantage, that you came into a tough post plant.
Yeah.
I have two broader strokes questions, if you don't mind. So the first one just being, obviously, there's just been this big pivot with Brolin becoming the IGL of the team, and obviously your team had a load of success pretty immediately, you know, after you got him and Sphinx on board. What has it been like for you as a coach, kind of training up a new in-game leader, and what's that system been like building together?
It's a good question. I think Brolin brings a lot of the old school IGL qualities already. He's a super hard worker. He's constantly watching teams preparing. Also something he did when he was playing himself. So in terms of bringing new material to the board, watching other teams, staying a little bit ahead of the meta, I think he's really easy to work with. It's also not the first time I work with someone who's new to IGLing. I did it also with Shuhei because he was just a playmaker when I first met him, right? And how do we create a system together? How do you work on leadership? How do you work on calling and these things?
So the next question I had to ask is this, for the longest time, it seemed like Vitality was your only challenger these last few tournaments you played, but now Falcons has started to kind of creep up. Are you kind of starting to be a little bit more aware of the competition? Is that starting to kind of make the team second guess themselves a little bit, or is the team still pretty confident that they're on the right path?
I think we're on a good trajectory, but I think also Falcons is. And in this picture, you don't mention Spirit, but I think they're also right up there.
Sure.
All of these teams can be competitive. I think a lot of teams right now can be competitive. There's maybe 4 you put up in the conversation right now. I don't think it makes us more nervous. I think, if anything, it puts us on a tension edge where we need to be our sharpest.
And also, like you mentioned, that you feel like you lose yourself a little bit in the process, and you start maybe losing the rounds you should. Is it because of the communication, or is it because people start lacking, like, you know, confidence? Because I remember, like, you talked about in Melbourne that you felt that you played scared, you gave them too much space, you didn't actually want to, like, you felt scared going for the plays. I felt like you went for plays today. It looked like you were actually trying to do things and try not to, like, be afraid of losing. What is happening inside, like, teams? If you can share a little bit, like, what happens when things start going a little bit south?
We're still a young team, right? And suddenly you start talking past each other. Suddenly communication is left up in the air. Someone says, hey guys, they can be down B. You don't direct the info to the guy that needs to hear it.
Right.
No one gives confirmation. It's little things like this. And for example, Nico not getting called out that they're probably not down B in this moment. And this we're still missing in this regard, yeah.
One question I wanted to ask as well, to kind of end this on a positive, is that we have seen, I mean, you guys have a lot of talent, we know that, right? And I think we have seen Xerxen and you know, Torzy really even step up higher than they even were last year. Is this just a factor of getting more reps, or has there been like a conscious thing kind of going on behind the scenes to help, you know, fuel them and let them be even better players than they were last year?
I'm happy you highlight the talent of the team. I think there's a lot of it. Behind the scenes, I think Andreas and also our sports psychologist Ole do a ton of work. But I gotta give it to Dorian and Xerxen, since you Dorian and Adam, Xerxen and Torzy, since you highlight those two. I think they're in a good headspace for development. They're constantly looking for improvements. Anytime there's any sort of feedback, they're trying out new things. If it's going into the game, if it's pre-game, if it's post-game, constantly developing and looking for an edge. So I think it's more on those two in general. Like, first of all, you need to be coachable. And I think also we have people around who do a huge amount of job or good work.
Well, I will let you go at this point. One last question before you do. It's eyes towards the major. It's eyes towards the future. If you had to distill the priority for the team down into one sentence, one thought here, what's the focus for MOUZ leaving Rivals?
Keep building and win the major.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you for joining us. That's a nice message to send to the troops. We are going to talk about our next matchup. You can pop those headphones off and walk on away. We won't keep you anymore. Your time is valuable. As always, thank you for joining us, Cyclone. How about that? MOUZ, they're going to keep building. They're going to win the major?
That was a very insightful interview. I feel like Cyclone really was very transparent about, you know, the leadership structure of the team, the development of the team, the things that they're focused on, the things that they already see, the discrepancies that we see. Like, he even mentioned it in his answer there that, like, yeah, we know our Dust 2 has its issues. We know our Inferno, you know, has some problems. We know that our train could be better. So they're very aware, I think, of like what is going wrong. And then that's half the battle, though. Is fixing it is going to be the next thing. And they're going to have a couple of weeks to do it. So we'll see how it goes.
Super humble interview. Like, I think, as you mentioned, Dust, he gives a lot of insight to what he have, and he seems to be understanding, like the players that he have, that they're still a young team. They know that they have the talent. He's talking about how Exertion and Torsi is capable of wanting to like keep learning and just suck things to themselves. You know, he praises everyone on the team, and he recognizes that yeah, sure there's issues, but we're still moving in the right direction. Sure, they've lost twice to Falcons now, and maybe obviously don't get the chance to fight off against Vitality once more, but. I don't get the feeling that they are in a position where they don't know where to go. Like, they know that they have their issues and things to work on, but it's not like we get this warning sign that, oh, where are we going? What is the direction we're heading into right now? It still feels confident regardless.
It does. It does. Now, over on the Falcon side of things, they've got to be feeling damn good, right? This experiment of bringing in m0NESY right after winning, it's not as much of an experiment. He's kind of a known factor, and that factor has been the X factor. They've been incredible.
Yeah, there was no hypothesis to be found there. It's a law already. You know, m0NESY is just that guy. And I think it helps that, you know, when you are bringing in a new player, the Opera is probably one of the easier ones to phase in. You know, there is going to be some individual freedom given to him, maybe to go for picks or what he likes to do. But also it's more about just kind of, you know, having everything else already in place. So that's really the only factor you really have to focus on is implementing them more. And if they're already this good, this fast with that little preparation with m0NESY, and that he really truly feels like he can be even better than what he's doing right now, then everyone else, watch out.
And he brings so much to the table. Yeah, he brings out he brings a flashy orb and a lot of kills, but he also brings a lot of fear factors to the enemies. They know that he could be on any corner. You know, I've faced against m0NESY. You know, he's super fast. And if you do the wrong pickle, like the wrong jiggle, or you don't hit the pickle, imagine him doing a pickle. If you do the pickle,
he will
find
you.
There's a reason why they call him the Flash.
m0NESY does not like the pickle. That I know. You know who else didn't? Nico, doing some good things as well on the server here.
I mean, like, Nico is just, you know, he just keeps impressing everyone. Like, you know, he's been like cited as probably the greatest rifle of all time. You know, he just keeps showing it. Even the game against Mouseblood where he got picked off multiple times. You know, yeah, that was a bit of frustration to see, but then it doesn't shook him off. He still delivers, and also like he just goes into the next map full bonkers and just leaves things behind. You know, I think he's one of the greatest additions to this team, obviously alongside m0NESY, but also to what he brings to the team in terms of the communication, the playmaking, and everything. You know, he just makes every single piece fit better together.
I mean, he's just probably one of the most versatile players I've ever seen play Counter-Strike, in the sense that he can be an entry fragger, he can be an aggressive lurker, he can support when he needs to, he can really just fulfill any role that you need him to in the server with a rifle in his hands. His deagle is nasty, and as you were already alluding to, the second voice that he provides and the insight that he has to help his in-game leader, to help his coach, to be that guy that has an extra idea if all of a sudden you're starting to feel drained. I think that is a quality that not many people have, even if they are very talented players in the server.
It feels like we're right on the precipice of a very interesting place in the Counter-Strike scene. Right now we have this lethal pack of teams in the 2 to 4 slot.
Sure.
Mouse, Falcons, Spirit, who are all trying to trump each other, trying to one-up each other. And then you have Vitality, who've been just able to keep themselves ahead, but we've seen the last few finals, it's gotten really damn close. And we know Spirit's about to try that as well. If Vitality waver, if they crumble at all, we could just have this melee of squads all vying for trophies.
Like, all 4 of them are playing incredible, and obviously Vitality coming into this game, you know, they have the streak going on, they have the chance of actually submitting them as the second highest streak in Counter-Strike history, which is great for them, you know, and a lot of people will probably go on that it just adds more pressure to them, because sure, there is a lot of pressure on Vitality, but then again, they also just came from Melbourne where they won the Grand Slam, you know, that is also the pressure taken off their shoulders. Now they find themselves to make a new record, you know, that is something they want to achieve, so I bet you that going into this series, Vitality is going to be super fire.
I think one of the cool things about it is like Vitality was already going to be seen as impressive just because of the streak they've put together, the map pool that they have, the talent that they have, the tactics. You get my point. I'm not going to sit here and rattle off everything. But the other thing that's going to make it even better is the fact that the competition they're playing is that damn good. It's not like they're playing plumbers out there, you know, as like the whole meme goes in basketball. They're actually playing teams that are getting better and better and better and chasing them down and making finals interesting and pushing them to their limits. And iron sharpens iron. And so far, Vitality has found a way to tread water and keep their head up there and be #1. If they can keep doing that, and they really are going to go down, I'm sorry, as potentially the greatest team of all time.
It's messed up that you would say that.
It's a long way to go.
Okay.
Come on. Don't do me dirty.
Okay.
There's
I mean, you're pretty safe. I think you're pretty safe with all your majors. I think you're still fine.
You're definitely gonna have CS:GO locked down. You just might have to start kicking some monitor cords.
Is there something called Counter-Strike 2?
I think so. I've heard about it. We've been watching a little bit of it recently.
Oh, I have no idea.
No idea?
Nope.
Well, I have an idea. The idea is that we've got an incredible matchup next. History potentially in the making. Vitality looking to set a record here. We'll find out if they could do it after this break.
The first thing I want you to know is me and Zayu are really bad at anything related to holding a pen. We're gonna do our best. The first thing, Matu, I think it will be easy for you.
C4?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, oh, you're such a bitch.
What the fuck? Karambit.
Yes, thank you. Let's go. Okay. Question mark?
No, it's like
I mean, there's only 3 days. Molotov.
Yeah, perfect. I'm thinking about mine. Wait.
Yeah, but then it's fake.
What the fuck? Kit? I don't know.
Minis, I don't know.
Window? I don't know. Flash maybe? Flash? Ah, it looks like a flash, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's a smoke grenade. Good job, mate.
Glock.
Yes, actually, yes. It was a Glock. What the? It's a map?
No.
It's a really long pistol then. Yes, P?
No.
No?
Yeah, it's really simple pistol. Like it's really easy. You click on it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but
one of the best pistols ever.
Deagle? That's a Deagle?
Yes, that's a Deagle.
Yeah, we are really bad at it. Hey, really. That's a bomb site. I'm so bad at drawing.
It's like a B side.
No.
Ah, yeah, I get it. Inferno, yes.
Wait.
So this is
short.
So Matthew, when you enter the site, you have a box to your left. Yeah, okay, I get it.
See, you get it?
I will do one that I think will be easy for you. Here. Entrance.
Okay.
Then B.
Why are you drawing this way? Like
boxes really far, because I cannot draw here. You have like a huge box. Here, people hide behind it. Here is a bomb site. There is a block here and a box on top of the box. A window. Mate, which B site has a window? Think.
Oh, I know a lot of bomb sites with the window. Mirage?
No, B site.
Yes. There's a lot of window, Mirage.
Okay. There is a fucking door here that you can enter.
Those two?
Yes. B side, those two.
Now, you guys, before the camera were rolling, saying you love each other.
Yeah, we love each other. Why there is a reason to hate?
What about you?
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Sometimes we have to hurt those that we love. Are you going to hurt him by ruining the streak?
Oh, not me, definitely.
Is someone on your team going to hurt him by ruining the streak?
Might be, but not me.
For you, are these just a speed bump on the road to history?
Do you think Spirit are ever going to be a speed bump? I think they've shown to be too good to just be an easy opponent, so it's never going to be that much up against good players like that.
Okay, never going to be easy, but do you guys have what it takes? Are you going to dominate? Are you going to roll right through into the history books?
I know how he's trying to catch us. Well, to be honest, I think CS2 right now is so competitive that, you know, if we have a good day and Spirit have an off day, it could be a domination, it could be the vice versa as well. They could dominate us if that applies. I think both teams, but specifically on our side, we just try to be as consistent as we can and keep pushing forward and just try our best. And I think today we have a good opportunity to play a good match and to study a lot of our mistakes and stuff, because they will punish a lot of them. So I think that's going to be, just an opportunity for us to get through it.
What a reasonable media-trained ass answer. It's not what we're looking for here. You going to mess them up?
Oh, no, how? I mean, it's a great teams playing against each other in the semifinals of a great tournament. And, you know, it might be random. It might be bad, it might be good, anything can happen, because, you know, the game is like, you know, the game is... Блять.
The game is blood.
Yes. The game might be close, and, you know, the close situations is what decide the result, so anything can happen.
Well, I think we got to turn the camera off on this Love Fest, because we're getting towards territory I don't think we can show on Twitch, but we'll see how it is in the server, boys. When we tell the tales of great fighters, it's not just about how hard they hit, but how they endure. Vitality has endured countless challenges from many a team to put together a streak that is climbing into the ranks of the legendary. They need one more to move up that next notch on the totem pole, and it's Spirit, the team of 2024, who serve as this next opponent.
This is an opportunity for Vitality to write their names into the history books as they approach a level of greatness that not many teams have felt before them. Only Team Liquid in the past, NIP of old, were able to accomplish streaks of this magnitude, of this length. So for Vitality here, even though it's a semi-final in a studio, there's a lot more pressure that's bearing down on them.
Yeah, and it always gets more impressive as you move on. People will make the comments about NIP, but you've got Liquid in 2019, Vitality. The levels that CS has reached right now, I would have thought it was impossible to win this many games in a row, to go 23-0. You know, it feels like it should be impossible, but somehow they've made it work. It's actually kind of hard to believe.
And for a while, they were just dominating, right? And that was one thing. But that hasn't been the case anymore. We've seen them get pressed. They've talked about it. They're tired. They're fried. They've been defending this streak for a long time now, and everyone in the damn scene is watching them, is chasing that target on their backs, and yet still they've managed to get to this point. But we've got a hungry team here in Spirit, and the Dragons' jaws are dripping, ready to ruin this narrative.
I know that Magisk was jovial in nature in that face-off interview, but people like Donk, people like Chopper, Shiro, they want to take this away from Vitality. They want to win another trophy in this season. They want an opportunity to stop Vitality right in their tracks, because everybody right now is trying to prove to themselves that it's not just Vitality versus all. Other teams such as Spirit want to enter that S tier to show the world it's not a one-team game.
Yeah, Spirit have been looking at Vitality, I'm sure. They had a month off, they had the time, and this is the matchup they've been waiting for. They want to take this team down, they want to destroy them. Donk wants to cement himself as the best player of this year and not let ZywOo run away with it.
And for ZywOo, meanwhile, on the other side, defending legacy, defending history, he's a guy who's always going to be humble, who's never going to quite lean into the narrative, but you know it means a lot. You know it matters. Having watched Donk before on that stage, the world #1, you know that stings, even if ZywOo doesn't want to let it on.
Yeah, ZywOo's not going to admit, he's not going to admit that he actually cares about that, but I think it really does mean a lot to him. I think this is something that matters to everyone. You have ZywOo, this legendary player, but he was always kind of in the shadow of Simple for quite a long time. He's kind of trying to break out of that shadow, but then you have Donk right in front of him now, who people will say is the most impactful rifler. ZywOo wants to be better than that. He wants to prove he's #1.
Everybody, well, all of these players, ZywOo, the Donks, even the m0NESY to an extent lately, they don't necessarily try to feed too much into the narratives, but what they talk about is their own greatness. They want to be the best version of themselves. Well, to be the best version of themselves, they have to defeat these sorts of opponents that are before them. So this kind of matchup, it's the perfect one you would want for Vitality to try to achieve the streak. The world #1, the previous major winner of the final Shanghai major, and then facing off against them to accomplish this goal. Like, this is, it's not, in a weird way, if yesterday was where you broke the streak over wildcard, it would be a little bit, kind of a mixed feeling.
No.
But this is a true victory if they accomplish it.
It had to be here. It had to be with this kind of a challenge on the line, and to find out how they're feeling about it, I had to ask the man himself. I had to talk to ZywOo. Now, ZywOo, you in your career are no stranger to records and history and new acclaim. This one, the win streak, is there something special in it?
Obviously, there's always something special when you're gonna break something, but for us, we're not really thinking about like breaking the record, like Liquid record or anything. We are mostly looking forward to beat Spirits. Yeah, they're screaming behind. It's good to hear that. But we're mostly gonna be more on ourselves, because we know like we struggling a bit more now, because we know people are looking more about us. We are like individually, we are not in shape as well. So we are not looking for breaking the record. Like, it's not in our mind, first of all. So we are just playing our A game, trying to adjust.
For you personally, I know you're saying you're excited to play Spirit after a little while. With Donk in the server, there's always that comparison, right? You're a former multi-time player of the year. He took it this time. Is there something special for you in that particular matchup?
For me, I would say it's like simple, you know. I'm not looking really like playing like only for Donk. It's like Spirits. I think he's playing good because you also have a great team around him. So for me, like, it's not because he's not gonna perform like we're not gonna win the game easily. Ishiro, Zantix, like all of these guys can perform. So obviously, it's like looking forward to play against a good Spirit.
How do you think it's going to go? 2-0?
I won't say 2-0, but it just depends. Like, oh, we're gonna play and all Spirit gonna play. Like, I think it's gonna be kind of interesting match, I say, like to play because I think they can take like 2-0. We can, like I said, we can lose 2-0, we can win 2-0, we can take one map. Like, it's all depends how we're gonna play, I guess.
The chosen one who at every turn tries to downplay his own prophecy. But still, fate is inevitable. We've reached this moment, we've reached this crux, that challenge. The parallels between ZywOo and Donk are inescapable.
They are, as Donk achieved something similar to ZywOo, both achieving world #1 in their rookie years. But the nonchalance that usually comes across with ZywOo in those interviews wasn't quite there for me today. This was a slightly more flustered look for him. I know he tries to downplay those kinds of narratives, and usually he succeeds in making me believe it. Today, that was a scatterbrained ZywOo, okay? That was him thinking in multiple directions. It's not a 2-0. We got to think about the team. Like, I mean, it went in so many different directions, and I don't think that was because of your interview, Mike. I think that's because he is thinking about it, but nobody wants to admit it. When I saw Vitality today, the aura was clearly different. Like, they are more solemn today. They're not really, like, in the same laughing mood that they're usually in. They're focused up in a way that I don't think they usually would be for a studio semifinals.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Vitality, you're looking at a team that they wish that they didn't have to think about this streak, because that's the pressure that makes games hard. That's the pressure where you can start to crumble, you can start to have problems. You want to pretend that this isn't a historic moment, but the problem is, it is a historic moment, and they have to play through it.
And you know, the flip side of bringing up the fact that it's a studio grand final, or semifinal, sorry, is that when we talk about great teams doing in front of a crowd, that's one thing. But that's an extra variable. That variable drips away here. This is, in some ways, going to be more purely about what's inside the server. You can't play with the crowd here. If you're Apex, you got to play with your opponents, and that's it. That is the be-all and end-all. And when we stack up Apex and Chopper in that conversation, I think removing the crowd makes this pretty interesting.
It makes it so that some of the performers for the side of Spirit who have had trouble with crowds, higher pressure moments, have knocked down Zontix a peg, for example. When it comes to Chopper versus Apex, I feel like Apex does relish the moment a little bit better. I think he actually has a better idea of how he wants to finish things. If you really look back at, say, the major grand finals in Shanghai, it was kind of off of the backs of Magix, who we now know to be one of the coolest guys on planet Earth.
Yes.
And it was down to Donk, one of the best players on planet Earth. So Chopper, on the other hand, it's not like the calls were necessarily helping Donk and Magix always. It was that they were just ascending to a level that, in many ways, I think Apex, he's going to help the team. He's going to call some things that are actually going to misdirect his opponent. So IGL edge, I'd easily give it to Apex today.
Yeah, we can say Chopper was ascending. Apex is already at the height of his powers right now. He's such an incredible IGL, because when I look at Chopper, I think of an IGL that he doesn't necessarily win his team a series all that often, but Apex does. You have that game against Falcons, they're down 12-6. They have a pause, they're talking about we need to fight back, and they come back, they bring that back into overtime, they win the game. That's one where Apex, I think an earlier, historically earlier Apex might have crumbled at that one, but Apex doesn't let it get to him. He's cool under pressure. He's going to make it work.
We're getting into these narratives, and it does feel like we're building ourselves up, right? The thing that has been true all year long, it just feels inescapable, is the greatness of this Vitality team. But it's so hard to sustain in Counter-Strike. It's just such an incredible achievement. And surely, again, this Spirit coming off of that month break, rested, sharp, thinking about their opponent, they've got the pieces. Can they do it?
Spirit are definitely the team that, if it's not them, it would have been Falcons. Falcons couldn't actually get it done. So there's a lot of reasons for me to believe that Spirit has a great opportunity here. The favorite, in my eyes, still has to be Vitality. Undoubtedly, it is Vitality, but it would be more of a 60-40 favorite than something where it's just a landslide. Like, the momentum is only going to be the thing that carries Vitality through this.
Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind about Spirit is that Spirit is a team that has pushed Vitality all the way many times before, and now we have a Vitality, they're showing the cracks. They've played event after event after event, and every team is looking at them, studying them. They're taking their pen and pad out, trying to figure out what can we do to beat Vitality, and they're showing the cracks. This is a Spirit that can absolutely push them to the brink yet again.
And it is the greatness of a rival that can push you to transcend, right? The reason why these things are so impressive is not because it's a cakewalk, but because of that challenge. How will Spirit challenge? We know we've talked about Donk, we've talked about Chopper. Who else is going to elevate this team?
It's got to be the supporting cast beyond Donk too. I mean, a one-man show wouldn't get this one done. So for me, you got people like Magix, you got people like Zontix, and I feel like it's been up and down through some of their performances. For me, I've been looking at Magix lately as the guy when the luxuries are afforded to him, when he actually has guns in his hand, when he has a good position, when he isn't just running in first with no flash. I feel like he has been overperforming lightly for his position. And also, when he's anchoring bomb sites, I have loved what I've been seeing. I've been loving the fact that you can throw two flashes in his face, a molly underneath him, and yet he's still able to weave around the utility and find that one kill to make sure that it at least stays a 4v4 when he's traded.
Yeah, you say when the luxuries are afforded, and the reason we have to talk about that is because he's not given those luxuries. He's constantly dropping nades, dropping guns. He's giving everything to the team, and one of the players that we want to see more from is Zontix. We need to see more from Zontix. He is supposed to be, on paper, he is the third star. He's the guy that, you know, he's the ROPS of the team, is he? Or is he the Flames of the team or something? You know, he needs to be better, but at this event especially, he's been weak. He's been a liability at times. And in this matchup, if Zontix isn't there, then Spirit, they just don't have the firepower to compete.
Is it almost a situation where because Magix has been shining, we've kind of given Zontix a little bit of a pass?
I don't know if I'd go that far. I think Zontix is he's kind of just existed, honestly. The beginning of last year, he was quite good. He fell off quite a bit through the middle of the year, and I think he's come a little bit back further. He's come a little bit higher up, but he just needs to be better.
To me, he's just been a top 35 player in the world, and he's just hovered around there, rarely exceeding that sort of expectation, but sometimes even falling lower than that.
Well, I want to know about that top 35 player, so I talked to him. Zontix. You guys, obviously, so much of the conversation is about Vitality, is about that win streak, is about the records and all of that. You've had the opportunity to play villain for some crowds before in the past. Is that something you relish? Maybe the chance to interrupt the storyline?
I think it will happen to them eventually. I don't know who will beat them. Maybe it's going to be us today. Maybe it's going to be other team tomorrow or a little bit later. But they know, and everyone knows, that they're a little bit tired. And in 2025 Counter-Strike, you cannot win that many matches in a row. It's just not possible. And it's going to be very unlikely for them to be on a like 30 or 35 win streak. It's like almost not possible. So yeah, today I think it mostly depends on us and not on them.
I thought that was interesting. He doesn't think they will never lose again. This is not some NIP 87-0 shenanigans. Zontix thinks that eventually they will lose. Might as well be Spirit.
Well, what happened after the 87-0, Mike?
Well, some things, and then some other things, and then some not so great things.
Some 87-1 happened. Eventually, they're going to lose, but is it today? Is it today?
I know, that's what he said.
Is it today?
I feel like Zontix should just be an analyst at this point, because he can never be wrong if he just never makes the statement there. I wish he showed a little bit more confidence, but that is Zontix's MO. Like, that's how he carries himself, okay? He's never going to be braggadocious. He's never going to jump in front of the camera and say, we're taking them down today. That's okay, okay? He gets it done in the server. He lets his shooting do the talking, or his body shotting, that is. So we'll see, and I guess then we'll find out, okay? We're using recursive logic here to explain the rest of this, huh?
Yeah, apparently. I mean, if we could see into the future, we would be really good in the present, but unfortunately, that's not how it happens. The only way you can get through is by enjoying the present moment. One more person that we should probably touch on. We've talked about ZywOo with the head-to-head with Donk, but he's not the one who picks up the op. It's Shiro.
Shiro has been the most slept-on player, and almost, I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's almost like he's underrated all of a sudden. Like people, I know, like Dust on the last segment was saying that Torzi's a top 3 opper. So he's saying Shiro has been knocked down a peg. Like, this
That's
guy...
his implication. Somewhere out there, Yanko is twitching right now as you make this statement.
I know, no, Yanko loves that too. Yanko likes to say that Shiro's a little bit lower also. Come on, this guy, in terms of his actual impact in the server, maybe it's not as flashy as somebody like Prime Simple, but in terms of clutch ability, he was the best clutcher of last year for me, okay? The amount of 1v3s, the amount of 1v2s that were just so difficult that he put together, and even including what he has accomplished at this tournament already. He's won rifle clutches, op clutches versus Falcons. He was keeping them in it on Dust 2 multiple times. I can't believe that I have to now go on Shiro Defense Force right now because public sentiment has seemingly pushed him to the wayside.
The reason we need to be on Shiro Defense Force is because they have that game against Wildcard, 1v2, last round of the half, he saves. Last round of the half. Shiro is not someone that has the most impact of any Opera out there. And I understand why people want to go and attack him for that and say, well, then you're not as good as Torji. I understand the reason you want to do that, but the reality is aggressive, passive, doesn't matter. You kill that many people, you play that safe, you play that solid and hit your shots that much, you're a top 3 Opera.
Well, we'll leave that debate to another time. We've observed the macro, we've looked around these situations, but now it's time to focus on this matchup. These two teams met recently in Lisbon. That time, as the streak implies, went Vitality's way, but Spirit, they've been thinking about that. Could they go a different direction here in the map pool?
They should go a different direction. It's Anubis pick was not something that I saw coming going into that series. It was supposedly a punish pick because at times people wrongly thought, that Vitality were weak on the map. Well, they've course corrected. They've shown that they're world class on it. Beating Spirit 13-6 is definitely going to make Spirit rethink that pick in my eyes. And honestly, I feel like the other 2 maps, Vu, could be in this series. I think Nuke and Mirage could be, but I think Spirit are just rethinking that pick.
Yeah, I think Nuke and Mirage are almost certainly going to be in the map pool. We may see Dust 2 in there as well. There's actually a lot of maps that this could go to. Unfortunate for Vitality, Spirit ban Inferno, though. It's their ban, and it's the one map that Vitality, it's been like a free win for their entire run. They barely let teams get to double digits. So the fact they won't be on here is part of what makes this such an incredibly close matchup.
Hey, you can just ask Mouse about that Inferno. With that in mind, right, do we expect Spirit to play any radically different? At one point when I was talking to Zontex, one of the things that he said is, we know how Vitality play. We also know how Vitality plays against us because it's slightly different than from other teams. Do we think we could see any wrinkles thrown in from Spirit to their typical game?
I feel like it has to start with the pick. I mean, if they go for something that's a little bit more cut and dry, like a Dust 2 and Mirage, then we're going to just hopefully see Spirit try to play the best of their ability in their own game. But if they go for a wrinkle, I think a wrinkle looks like Train, Mike. I think if they go for something that's just a huge curveball like that, maybe they have some T-side strategies or way to counter, that's when this one gets interesting to me.
Well, we've set the stage, we've set the story, but now it's time to find out. It's time for the veto. Inferno banned off rip. We knew that would happen.
Ancient should come up next. That's Vitality's standard ban. And then we head into the questionable part. Train would be an incredible pick. I actually give it to you. If they pick Train, that is insane.
I feel like it's too insane. I feel like they want to go for... Okay, so they go for something a little more cut and dry. They go for the Mirage pick. Last time around, Vitality, they went for the Nuke pick versus Spirit. Even though it blew up in their faces, I don't feel like Apex is going to waver on it, and he doesn't.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, if we want to see Train, then I guess we want to see it in map 3. And to be honest, we have a matchup of this stature. You don't want a team going into a map they're not comfortable on. You want to see them on Mirage. You want to see them on Nuke. You want to see them on Dusty. You want to see them on the maps where they're happy to play.
Oh, okay. So we're getting Train as the third, though.
We're getting Train.
Okay.
If we go the distance, it's going to end on the newest map in the pool. It's going to end on Train. That is an appetizing prospect here, fellas.
I mean, I was talking to Thorin earlier today about how there really haven't been certified bangers on certain maps that have come out yet. Train's in that pool. If Spirit or Vitality, for that matter, are able to win or end the streak on Train, I don't see how that doesn't just change our opinions of the map instantly in terms of just enjoyment value.
Yeah, not only is it going to be a banger, we have two teams that are both so suited for that map. You have these duels out middle on Train. Wow. We have these duels out middle on Train. You want these two teams.
I think this one matters.
It's a little loud.
Oh, yeah.
That was a little louder.
That was louder than usual. Look, they're a boisterous team. Don't get me wrong in the best of circumstances, but this one means a lot. History, folks. History. Contextualizing it again, this streak, they would surpass Liquid. They'd be second only to that absolutely unbelievable NIP run. This would cement Vitality as one of the strongest teams in modern Counter-Strike history.
It might already be a solidified case in some ways, Mike. The fact that during Liquid's run, they won 7 BO1s, and they also beat five of the matches were teams outside of the top 30. Vitality have won 0 BO1s in this match streak. They've also, all of the teams they've beaten have been within the top 30. So Apex, though, is going to look at that and he wants more, okay? He's not satisfied because we can contextualize and justify the streak being more impressive today. He wants to actually accomplish it.
Yeah, I think solidified is the right way to put it. I mean, you go back to the beginning of the streak, you ask someone, 2025 Counter-Strike, MR12, T-sided CS, can a team win 23 series in a row? They're going to say no. They're going to tell you no. They're going to say it's not possible. Vitality have proven it's possible. In modern Counter-Strike, this is one of the greats, win or lose.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. But it does feel like this consistency almost is a magic spell. They've been so close to losing that final map in the series, to getting edged out in a best of 5. And every time they found that little bit of spark to get their way back in. And if they get interrupted, if they stumble on their way to the major, on their way into the future, could that spell just dissipate? Do they need to keep this momentum?
The plot armor's too strong, Mike. Against 7 match points against Falcons on Nuke, they were still able to win rounds that otherwise they shouldn't have. We saw the clutch from ZywOo also in that retake on that lower bomb site. It feels like they're just destined for it. Today, I'm going for Vitality, not just because I think they're the best team in the world, but because everything is just pointing that direction. The emotions are there, the narratives are building up there. Apex right now, best in-game leader in the world, and he's gonna prove it with a win.
They seem destined for some magic in this one. If they get down, they still have the confidence. And we're talking about the clutches in some of these finals. It does feel magical the way Vitality have managed this. And they're going to continue it. They have no problem.
It's that magic in the story that builds legends. It's that magic in the story that creates moments of absolute, incredible human achievement. And 2 incredible humans whose voice we deserve to bring through this historic moment. We've got Scrawny and Launders. Take it away.
Oh, Michael, always making us blush over here. Yes, no, you guys have put it perfectly. The historical contextualization is excellent, and now we just have to bear witness to what could be a 24th consecutive win, Mo. That's what it's all about today in this semifinals in Copenhagen.
It was broke down perfectly between, the fact that in terms of BO3s, Vitality are already ahead, and how they've just had such an amazing year. Nothing will take anything away from that. But for them, there's the most simple record possible, just match streaks, being able to crush that record. They can do that here. Everybody knows that tonight, and that's what makes this game so special. Now, Zontix mentioned, Vitality are not going to be at 100%. They're tired. He doesn't believe anyone can win over 30 games in a row, or whatever the quote was. But they're probably going to have a little extra energy for this specific match.
I would maybe doubt Vitality a little more if they came in off that flight from Australia and showed us a hiccup in their opening games, but they have been playing excellently so far this week. And so it's just up to them to continue to do what they've done for 23 other games and stay a step ahead. 2 consecutive best of 5 wins as well in this head-to-head prior to the game going live. A game that starts quickly with ZywOo's name in the kill feed. 2 first frags towards top middle, bombs late to that party, and the other parties remaining for Spirit over towards Palace. Now bomb hits the ground, dire straight for Spirit to start this matchup.
Yeah, it's already a scary pistol here for Vitality. We had ZywOo miss a cat jump and then turn that into an instant, 2K. 1 bullet each kill, more headshots come in, and everybody dies for Spirit. That is an easy round for Vitality.
Right, that's a good sign. 5 up, 5 down, smooth as need be. Fist bumps all around for Apex, captaining this ship towards greatness. And ZywOo, the greatness himself, just 2 taps towards top middle for a comfortable pistol.
And that's one thing where even if Apex says, I'm tired, we're tired, I'm feeling fried, I don't know if there's anybody who hates losing more than him right now.
Feels that way.
From every testimony I've heard from Flamesy, everyone who's ever played with him, they just say, even if you lose 1 round in a map where you're dominating, he gets tilted visibly. And that's actually an area in which Apex has improved upon over the last couple of years. One of many areas as a player, I think, and as a person, that he's just now covered up all of his blind spots. Emotionally, you only see him kind of get excited to talk smack to the other team. When it comes to his gameplay as well, back in 2020, we used to make fun of him for running too much just not being aware of what he was swinging, and his aim was so bad. He's somehow become the top IGL and a better player at the same time. Usually you have to sacrifice something there. Apex has got both.
I think to really cement your point, for me, the most vivid example of that is just remembering Apex running down a ramp on Vertigo. How many times would he just be the first guy to die, just charging out through smokes needlessly?
Or jump spotting back red on Nuke, playing outside.
Sure,
just can't die, but has no idea when he's going to be hurt. It's just such a different player.
Yep.
And
so refined.
Yeah. It's as if he's getting younger. It's kind of scary.
You know, like a nice French wine, only better with age. And, well, better with guns, as you'd anticipate. A Glock kill from Donk. All that's looking likely here for Spirit. Nice dink on Apex, but he'll hold that line down. Doesn't die. So from 5 standing to 4 standing, it's a smooth sailing at the start of this for the 2-0 start.
We've also got quite a perfect situation, I think, for ZywOo, where he is achieving new heights individually, but still sort of the same player that is Vitality need and is consistently the best player for the team as well. It's kind of, he's just got the best roster that he possibly had. I mean, even back when, we're talking about like the Masuda, Shocks, and other player variations of this lineup.
Kyojin.
They were so much weaker. Like, he really didn't have a lot of help in some of those situations until Spinks came on. And now Spinks becomes an upgrade into Rops, and Flamesy comes in for Dupree, who was sort of a bet on the future, right?
Surely.
Maybe at the time, it's like, Flamesy on stage? We
Also,
don't know. Well,
I think a pickup of circumstance as well. His contract expiring with OG, it was sort of like if we don't get him, someone else will. And Flamesy could have very well just as easily been weaponized against this Vitality streak. So they seized the day, and maybe arguably one of the best things Zonic did right before he left. Saw his promise. There's a pickup here from Apex. So starting this game off strong, his 4th kill, but so low in this situation. Death felt inevitable. Nice double. The fact Donk ends up picking one up, but he gets dropped right thereafter. And anytime you can get Donk limited to 1 kill in a round is generally a good round for Spirit's competitors. We go 3 versus 3 with a low Rop solo B hold. Allows for Mezzi to come double up alongside a very silent and sneaky looking ZywOo.
It's actually a pretty cool spot for ZywOo to be playing in this spot because they're up numbers. The time is actually ticking down. So he'll start to move out. Oh, and he gets punished. Very nice find here from Magix.
Could damn well be a key piece to the success against Vitality. He's gonna go running. Rops lets his guard down. Very late lurk from Zontix. Mezzi will know at worst. 1v2 right here. Back turn, that's great. But insta response here from Shiro to shut down sight. And so I think one of the key talking points prior to the game is talking about, I don't want to, I was going to call them bottom feeders. That's not the right word. But,
the dogs.
The lack of impact from guys like Magix and Zontix versus Vitality in the head-to-heads, right? Those are 2 dudes that got to step it up tonight. If you're going to break this curse and simultaneously break their streak, let's keep seeing more of this from Magix.
Yeah, let's see if we get a Shanghai Magix all of a sudden.
Bottom feeders.
Bottom feeders.
That's rude.
The streets are believing in ZywOo, which I can totally understand. There's been so many amazing conversations narratively in this game so far. In this tournament and just in CS2 lately that, if ZywOo was the only player to talk about, that would be enough. That would satiate the average guy. Like, whoa, what's ZywOo going to do this year? But right now you have Donk on the other side, who's just as good as 24. You have m0NESY. You have these teams. You have this streak going on for Vitality. You have Spirits, who for me is still just like a new challenger. I feel like they've obviously just won the Shanghai Major, but Vitality are 5 years old and they feel kind of new. With some of the legacy orgs that are getting into the mix. But Spirit are here to stay.
Clean. They commit to that boost for quite a while.
It's a great find because they have cat control.
Flamesy
they can see
feeling
him
a bit
walking the
exposed.
connector. Yeah.
He holds off Palace at least. Good clean duel. Makes a drop. Plays the audio. Comes back in for more damage. But Donk and Shiro headshots come through. And that duo is deadly so far in Copenhagen.
Oh, that one kill's so big.
1/2 of it dead. So Shiro to Chopper is going to have to be how they pull off this post plant. And we're going to get Rops testing the idea of moving around towards CT spawn. Curious to see whether Chopper wants to take the fight. He swings. That's on his own accord. Pushes this into the hands of Shiro, who we know can clutch. And it's currently still a separated retake. But Rops comes to join up with Mezzi. Both of them side by side on this approach. Rops looking for the high rope. And there, off of the top of stairs, he'll find his kill. So Vitality lets Spirit take one, but then answer right back.
It's a nice sort of reassess of the situation there for Rops. He knows he's got Shiro in a very tough spot when he gets Chopper dead in CT spawn. Only way to lose that, I think, is to give Shiro 2 1v1s. So we know how good he can be in the clutch, but Not when you play that carefully.
I saw with that Blast TV poll asking the fans who's most likely to drop those 20 kills, and understandably, the vote goes ZywOo versus Donk. I think we need to highlight Shiro's impact. You know, 1.42 rating at the event, 1.48 for Donk. Both the two highest rated players we've gotten so far, and I think that, you know, he goes under the radar, but don't sleep on Shiro. That's the fool's folly.
He's the best sort of passive upper that we've got, and that is not a knock on his playstyle. It's exactly what Spirit were looking for when they picked him up in the first place. They used that well, but man, we don't even talk about Rops yet.
We've got limited pistols out here on the fields. A turn from Apex that's going to cost him. It was a big commitment to drop into underpass like that. Still a rifle out on the field. The best gun now hits the ground. Zontic's done for. Bomb floating top mid wants contact. ZywOo multi-kill this time. So the pieces already coming together here for Vitality. We had a round previously where Donk gets his kill inside connector. Rops quickly puts him down, limits him at 1. This round, straight up, head-to-head, Rops over top of Donk.
We've got Cat sort of coming back into what's popular in the meta, where for a while it was like a lot of double connector setups, and in CS2 you can nade the connector smoke and then fight it from A site, so people are playing less heavy towards B because there are more options for the CT side. But now you have players like Rob saying, oh, I can handle ladder room by myself. I can take lots of opportunities to fight playing on Cat. And that was like the, you know, first sort of very powerful spot that got popular on Mirage. Mezzy right now is just by himself. It's an interesting spot because he's playing very carefully for himself, but Magic's obviously can't get the bomb from here. He's just looking to save. Whoa. So kind of scary commitment. Dies before time. That's the most important part, I think, here. And that'll be Vitality up 4-1.
And a clean example of Mezzy's rifling. Again, a player who has flown under the radar until this inclusion of Rops, playing better than ever and keeping his kills clean to close out the last round. So we've already got ZywOo multi-kills, Rops shutting down Donk. We've got Apex feeling comfortable and taking big risks.
He's benefited a ton, definitely, from this Rops move, just as everybody has. I mean, even for this lineup, like thinking about Apex, it was just so much experience with him, and there was so much leadership coming out of him, but it did feel like there was a mismatch of vets to younger players, and I could only feel like that job is quite difficult. But it seems like everyone is sort of maturing at the exact right moment, and Rops is that perfect balance of superstar and humility. I think that makes him easy to slot into a team. It's actually funny how humble and not humble this roster is.
Right? Yeah. I feel like if the winning doesn't stop, that humbleness might just wear off. And deserved. Not the roster that's going to get too big for their shoes ahead of time.
Oh. Here's a moment where Rops is starting to peel back now.
Double flash setup. First one doesn't blind Rops. He'll control the spray down as Mezzy holds the line on sight. So those two flashes do nothing. The two Desert Eagles, same story. Nothing found here for Spirit. It is domination out of the gate for the 5-1 lead.
Yeah, we're already pretty quickly through the first half of this game, and this is Spirit's map pick. So their feet are to the fire here. T-side Mirage. Hallie's going to get involved. They're getting stained up no matter where they go. It's a very exciting day because it's been a long time since we've had like a new sort of record get set. And, you know, 6 years since Liquid have put together their streak.
We've been very privy to a fun time in Counter-Strike where anybody can kind of win events, and it's always about who's going to lift the trophy this week. And then obviously extra emphasis on our legacy events, the Colognes and the Catos and the Majors. But for any new viewers coming out of the COVID era, nobody's actually seen an era.
And not just that, but many people argue from the armchair that it's not possible. And I don't even mean to discount that. Like, it's impossible to know. Just a lot of people, if you ask them, they'd say, I don't think it's possible.
Sure.
And that's like a very fair thing to question because both the game's gotten harder. So, you know, it makes sense. It's harder to have one team just be that much better than everyone else. The Nips 87-0 streak happens in 2013. Part of that is because of that special confluence of, you know, a thinner field and such a good roster with amazing players who are still in their prime. But then there's also the inclusion of MR12, which in some ways threatens the competitive integrity of the game if people doubt, you know, its viability to be consistent.
Ooh, Apex clipped this time. He's been trying to get away with that. Nice turn from Flamesy. Rops assists again. So active off this catwalk.
This should have been a way worse round already, like the fact that he got away.
Mezzi, though, he ends up getting clipped by the Opper.
There's still 3 CTs here close to mid.
Floating around despite Spirit maybe thinking that they've been given a little bit of grace. Sontix considering the thought of just testing this A site while all that action goes down on mid.
ZywOo just walking back and forth through CT, but you can see he's really cautious about the idea that a lurk has happened.
Bit of uncertainty now confirmed by the utility. Zontix not turning towards Ticket despite ZywOo making this loud approach. I thought maybe the steps would be heard. Zontix offers up a chance for ZywOo to chop down Chopper. Now we're talking 8 seconds. Good kill from Zontix.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, he doesn't figure him out. And as he falls down, that's been heard, but you've gone ahead, effectively stopping the bomb plant. That's what ZywOo does.
And after time.
Kills Chopper as he tries to get that bomb onto the site, and Zontix just looks kind of headless in that moment.
Oh man, even that shoulder swing. Zontix is a guy who's known for being very careful about the way he clears angles, and he tries to go deep, but ZywOo was just perfectly tucked right there. Oof. It's crazy how much change at its first interaction. A gift from Apex into Flamesy staying alive, and then Rops covering him. This would have been a 5v3 and then a quiet moment as Vitality figure out a way to like, get back into the round. But they are just so good at covering each other at the moment.
Apex just said it best. Perfect, boys.
Yeah.
Nearly no utility here in round 8 as Spirit attempt to crack through this stellar defense, this fluid defense at that.
There isn't a gimmick here that Vitality have brought into their arsenal that is making them the most consistent team in the world. It's much like Astralis back then. I mean, looking back, you could say, well, they were the first to really bring in HE grenades, and that was paramount to their level of consistency. They were using those better than everyone else. But if you try to reduce it to HE grenades, you'd be a fool. It was every aspect of the game that Astralis were the best at. They had the best punish game, the best utility, the best comms, the best players at the same time. That's where Vitality are at right now.
The kill on Apex. There he is. Donk getting a highlight going on the entries. Suddenly that A site looks primed for the taking. So a double kill from Donk, something that I think every team has to account for at some point. But the lineup!
It's not done.
Mezzi peeks off jungle. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed, and we are just thrust right back into the even 2v2. You've got 25 seconds to find bomb.
They've got to account for Rops too. They don't know where he's got off to. They need to go and plant soon. Shiro's got to pick what to watch, and the shot's missed.
No way he does this all. He put that bomb into the dirt. He delayed all of it. Rops does not go for the challenge, but Chopper also doesn't go for the plant. Sitting duck, all Mezzi. 4 kills off jungle, and the rotate to Ticket is perfection.
Wow, I mean, it's the perfect chance for him to take a risk. It's a Hail Mary play from Mezzi in a moment where the round is pretty much a done deal. And after he takes out Donk, look at that. He just goes right for the swing. Oh, an unbelievable save for Mezzi. It's raining cats and dogs here on Spirit.
And that's in response to the donk factor. Just tried to highlight it, you know? Oh, you've got to get ready for this because you have to stomach these round losses is the point I'm trying to get to. Little did I know, Mr. Merryman had other ideas.
comes the
Fast
attack.
pounce. Yeah, they'll try to jump it with the flash. Cat presence denied. Drops head on a swivel, turns back. Multi-frags everywhere here as Mezzi gets back into the kill feed, hanging on to a thread. 10 health towards bench. Magic's alone, now hands on an AK, but surrounded. He'll try to fight his way out of this tooth and nail. It's a triple catwalk lineup and a little presence on market. But that presence is a present for Vitality because ZywOo locks it in 8-1.
Yeah, wow. Oh, this attack is a little bit flat. It's too easy here for Vitality, but it's just a symptom of too many good players at the moment. Everybody contributing. 8-1 is not the scoreline I expected. I expected this series to be close every round all the way through, and with like a small chance that Vitality are the ones who don't show up because of pressure and tiredness, and they were even referenced as being the ones who are most afraid of Spirit, of all the options that were available here. Even though Spirit haven't beaten them, there's still that sort of mutual respect across the board. But as we can see, Vitality understood the assignment today.
In some ways, Spirit's absence almost felt like they were becoming the boogeyman for Vitality. It's something you're afraid of, but something you don't get to see, something you can't prove to yourself outside of best of 5 grand finals that you can best. So would they get you on an off day? Studio environment, no crowd. Have you been lulled into this, false sense of confidence off all the wins? Or are you gonna step up to the plate with the same level of play that has got you here? So far, that is all Vitality show us. Again, ZywOo's gonna find a nade kill. An answer bounces back from Spirit thanks to Magix and Shiro. Great grenade damage, but he's still alive.
He's taking it.
And if he's alive, he's a threat, but a missed shot reopens the possibility of taking over the A site. We're gonna get a pretty fast flank here from Mezzi.
Such 1 minute 13, Mezzi's already at their doorstep. They haven't planted. There's like no chance that they're watching this early. Right at me.
No way!
We'll barely get the plant off, but now they're still gonna die.
Back turn to him, Magic's 5 HP.
I'm not sure if he shot, but who cares? He's got 5 health.
Could maybe try to delay the mid play. Eventually, they're going to get corralled up towards this tight top of connector. You'd think efficient trade possibility. Rob's high health. ZywOo's going to swing it. Now they know exactly where he's at, but a smoke grenade lands in front of him. He can test that. He's so low. And luckily for him, takes no further damage just yet. Bomb planted on his side. Lineup would have been perfect. One more chance. He can't connect it. Mezzi sticks it. And Vitality are choking Spirit out of this game.
Yeah, respect to Magix for finding an option like that with 5 HP. He can't take a duel where he runs through, can't try to fight him when they nade open the smoke. Just has to believe in the lineup, and he was very close to actually picking that up. Look at this first kill out of Flamesy. He was the one player on Vitality at the start of this event who looked like he was a little off his game. That was for about 4 rounds on map 1, on day 1. It's easy to keep the energy up if you enter games faster.
Bad flash. He tried to underhand it, but it gets caught on the archway, so gift given over here to Donk 5v4.
Not the first 5v4 for Spirit.
It's crazy, but that's the biggest mistake we've seen Vitality make 11 rounds into a half.
That Apex jumping out a window play.
What are you talking about?
But even then, they couldn't win. Yes, it is scary for Spirit. They know this round's not over. They basically got, was it a 5v2 with Mezzi getting 4 kills?
At least the 5v3 because Donk got the double up connector. But no, I think you're right. I don't want to give them too much credit, but that round did feel, for a moment, unlosable. Gotta be cautious of the ramp timing here. Flamesy ends up getting clipped by the Palace player. Rops finds one on mid. ZywOo, Deagle out. No way!
What?
Come on!
It's a rifle round.
He's gonna burn to a crisp thanks to Shiro. And Donk keeps his head down middle. He misses. Okay, it'll get recovered, but in the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's gonna swing.
Okay!
He knows.
Apex, baby!
It's Apex!
And he gets to put himself on for this. Sometimes he's yelling on behalf of his teammate, but right there, raw duel.
And
versus
for
Donk.
real, an uncharacteristic round for Donk. We take the nameplates off. Who's hiding top mid waiting for rotators? Who's losing aim duels to Apex through Con? And a deagle shot from ZywOo that's just pure class. Apex. Wow.
And you know that he didn't go for the molly play because it was Donk. Because he knew Donk wasn't going to hide and then timing peek it. He would have, versus almost anybody else, been able to get that molly out, cross, and play a longer round. Well, he's got that confidence right now. Okay, you're getting picked out of the sky.
Oh man, they can do no wrong.
Chopper is 0-12 after that death.
Uh-huh.
That will be the end of his half.
Having fun? I'd assume not.
Oh my. This guy's a demon.
And that's the kill that makes you 0-12.
Yeah, I want to say I haven't even noticed any misses or anything. I just looked down and see, I was like, oh, he's 0-8, okay, 0-9. And here we are.
Drops on the prowl.
Nice cover, Magics.
We've seen in these last couple rounds, you know, Vitality feeling the confidence of establishing a score like this and the nature that they have. When it feels like anybody can bail you out of a bad spot, yeah, we're going to get some risks.
Wow, ZywOo, he actually could save this round. They're coming to him while he's opping. I think he just spotted a shoulder as well.
There's more where that one came from. Donk leads the charge. Magic's right behind him. Plus, you've got that apartments player coming. But Mezzy, a set of helping hands that remain capable. Okay, reads it like a book with the repeat. Fully expects the next one. Dominance is all I can say. road to glory is what Vitality are on today. And we thought if anybody could slow them down, if anybody could maybe even stop them, that Team Spirit would have a chance. Mohan, they could do no wrong in the first half of Mirage.
It's kind of unbelievable. It's like Vitality's best day is what we just saw. 13 ADR here for Chopper. And after that last death, you got to feel bad for him. But this is the team that Vitality were most worried about. So maybe they need to be afraid of everyone, because Jesus.
Chopper,
what a level they can pull at any moment.
Is looking for his first kill of the map. And he's got it.
Boom!
First one's the hardest.
We're on the board, baby.
They're gonna go for the plant. Shiro's already close on ticket. Good damage on Flamesy as well. We'll see if that queues up a Shiro kill easy. 3 players on this ticket retake. Oh, they've let it go, but they then still find him. Apex sets that up. Shiro a little labored. Deep peek from ZywOo is man advantage here for Vitality. A second pistol win puts them comfortably 12-1 and a force buy. All that separates Spirit from embarrassment. Donk, clean as need be. 2 headshots instantly. We'll see if Apex can come forth with another clutch. Smoke towards the bomb. Time is of the essence. Knifes out, and Zontix gives good cover. Just enough to give Spirit a hope on the CT side.
He actually did the correct thing right there. Even turned a little bit, got by Zontix. That was not an easy shot for Zontix to land. He could have even shot his teammate by accident when that smoke plume. So nice try here. Amazing retake out of CT and a first kill from Chopper. It's looking up now for Spirit. Donk's pretty much the only guy that can handle a situation like that. 2 players in a perfect double swing and potentially getting both kills.
May the game begin. Just gonna say a buy like this is limited, but after a half like that, I feel like this kind of a deagle round feels all the more viable.
Yeah. There was just in a game like this, there's a couple of junctures where Spirit had a good situation. That Mezzy round, for example, it's just like that moment in time was so important for Spirit's scoreline overall. And each of those situations that were good for Spirit just went the way of Vitality, just like every single time. So X Factor just came through at the right moment, and we could have definitely had a different half. Even looking at this pistol, I was like, man, was this damn near 13-0? But it didn't feel like it. There were a lot of chances for Spirit, for sure. So we'll see how they feel about it.
I'm going to guess not too great.
Not too great. Especially if they start making a comeback and realizing that this game was possible. And I won't write them off either. It's a long road back, but Chopper's on the board.
First one's the hardest. We hit the 20-second mark. That smoke soon to fade. They're going to try their chance at just overrunning this B defense. Bomb plant here seems like far-fetched, but it's possible. Bodies all stacked up, though. They keep it clean, just as clean as Vitality converted their own pistol back on that first half, and we know where the momentum went from there.
Yeah, nothing to get excited about for anybody just yet. It's another buy comes through. Again, crazy that this is Spirit's pick. But again, who's got a better map pool than Vitality right now? Where it's like always a question of where you're supposed to take it.
That untouchable Inferno streak at the moment, just sitting in their back pocket because it's not a feature of this series. It feels like every time we talk about Vitality, we've got to talk about some kind of record.
Train would be an interesting end.
Up on the smoke is Donk, exposed and instantly dealt with. ZywOo doubles down with the AK.
That's great. I mean, as soon as they were going into the bottom of mid, they blew Donk open. I don't know if that was I don't know if he was going to phase that smoke, where that nade came from exactly, but they were watching it perfectly. Already an awkward spot. Apex down to half HP.
From that strong top mid presence to then a scatter towards A.
Mezzy's just prolonging his exit through underpass. Magix has been very aware of this game in terms of, I think, the more scary situations, putting himself in a good spot, but See if there's a timing swing here for Shiro or not. Yeah, there was one.
Spirit have moved it forward just in time. Chopper looks to reel back into sight. Sandwich player holds his ground. Oh, but then the second layer from Palace catches him off. So Chopper's gonna have to go incognito. Special forces from back sight smoked off his magics. He's got no support here behind enemy lines as the other duo emerge from connector, and they're scouring this site. They're checking every corner, and eventually they're supposed to get to this one, but they let their guard down. Chopper drops bomb, pushes the clutch onto Mezzi. He's got the time. 20 seconds still to figure this out. But Chopper pulls it off as he had to.
Nice.
A triple from the in-game leader that ended the first half with no kills.
Second, third, and fourth kill right there. And Apex is tilted because you pointed out they cleared out every angle. Every single angle. Except for Ninja. Right there. The one spot that was just a catch-all position that could be safe, that really is good in the last few seconds if teams are out of time and they just don't clear it out. And Apex could have cleared it because they had a jungle smoke out there if he wanted to go wide on balcony.
Right.
But I think just vaguely looking at his teammates and how they were getting comfortable and no one was fighting them, he thought, all right, it's good.
Kind of awkwardly fell in front of Chopper as well. I'm just so focused on planting that bomb, but it's going to give Spirit a little more runway. You know, we talked about those critical junctures back in the first half that allowed Vitality to keep their streak going. Rounds where Spirit felt like they could win until an individual pop-off. Well, there's one for Spirit. It's an unexpected delivery from Chopper, but it's done. And with it comes a comfort zone. Lesser buy here for Vitality in the 16th round. Peek from Donk into Khan. 3 bodies in front of him, but again, Donk usually gets more than the one. He's gonna be tethering off of Zontix. Expect this all map long.
Messi's got out.
He's at least gotten some damage in. Gotta be careful there, falling back into the Deagle. This is gonna cause them to scramble, to scatter back. Mezzi, huge headshot, and he's got the read on Zontix, who thinks he's got an element of surprise. Clean kill though, crouching down beneath that Deagle. Apex a little late to this party.
Yeah, and some clean movement here for Zontix. Apex, no chance that he can figure this out unless Zontix takes the swing for him.
Yeah, notices it now, but can't find that headshot. So 3 still stand. Good team play inside mid for Spirit to hold back that avenue of the hit. Mezzi almost makes it scary.
And where are we at on timeouts now? This one's called actually for Vitality. Might be nice for Spirit though. They can save theirs. This one will still be a journey. There's a lot more trepidation around mid from Spirit on Mirage lately. They've pulled back a bit from it, but I think their game plan has been really good because they still play close to mid and they know how to fight in the mid-round situations. We know Vitality are going to go for it too, so I'm looking forward to this round. We got 2 ops in play, Magix and Shiro. Again, he's my favorite second op on this team, not Dong.
Yeah, any round Donk has the op, it just feels criminal. We saw it really only on Dust 2 as he tried to bolster that B site with Zontix, but this far more classic. Let's see if the changeup catches Vitality off guard.
I think for a comeback where you have enough money and you're not really, if you lose, you're going to lose the game.
Right.
Having a 2-op setup is really nice for being able to keep it fresh every single round.
It's going to allow for Magis to just anchor apartments. Zontix again wants that early vision towards middle, looking to tether with top connector. Him, Chopper, and Donk, kind of the trident of holding back mid. Smoke grenade's gonna cut off the support for Zontix. We'll see how aggressive he wants to remain.
I mean, this is ending in an A split. Chopper, oh, nice one.
Yeah, sees Apex around the corner, so doesn't get away with that one. Man advantage goes Spirit's way, but Zontix oversteps. Flamesy, hot on the heels of Apex, gets the return.
Now the question is, does this one still end A? They're in such a good spot to go for the split, but with that kill on B, they want to wait this out, try to get one more rotation back in the other direction. Shiro still stands here with an op.
Gonna retakes, the real test, if that bomb goes down and 2 snipers on the field, one of which still so far removed.
Chopper's coming out to watch this. Flamesy will spot him.
Ah, Flamesy, perfect lurk, just catching Chopper's timing. Utility comes out. Donk is supporting Shiro from behind. This is a layered defense with smokes that cut off connectors, so it's full focus ahead, and Shiro's not gonna miss that first one. A little jiggle out from Palace, baits his second shot. ZywOo's on scene. Donk swings, ZywOo connects it, Opper drops, and we're gonna go 1v1 again. But it's a far removed Magix. He's able to swap over to the M4, at least lays flames to the site, is quick on the approach. So quick that he catches him. Mezzy bested in the open. Spirit's comeback keeps going.
Yes, it does. Very nice round out of Magix. And I was looking at this individual situation. Shiro's so smart to sit on default. They're the ones who do the right side sight smokes, even though they opened up connector. There was a chance here that Flamesy could threaten the walk up, and then Shiro could not stand in that spot to fight for both A-Ramp and Palace. But instead, they kind of gave him the right to sit here, even though they lost Chopper inside of connector. And that's how it distilled to the 1v1. It was still a very good attack here for Vitality, but very good composure for Spirit.
With an emphasis on Shiro, because that second kill, able to get around the default plant, stop that one player out on Valk. Critical stuff.
You know, that's a moment where I think, you know, if you smoke jungle to window, you've got a situation where you block that fight off, Flamesy can have the escort up, but you smoke just right side sight, and then suddenly you're blocking off one of your options, one of your lurks.
It is wild, though, that with that smoke, he didn't even consider the threat of somebody coming stairs.
Oh, missed the timing here. You know, Apex is below as well.
Placing that smoke in mid. Man, advantage here, Spirit. They're within touching distance now. On fire and 5 away. Sontic serves up a distraction. Donk strikes within that moment. And with fire at his feet, he's got a chance to escape here. It's going to need to be another recovery of a round for Vitality if they're to win this one with bottomed out bank accounts and very little util. Smokes will not be a factor if it's execute, but it will be a part of the defense. Does ZywOo respect it? His teammate able to lurk up. It's a great distraction. ZywOo's able to emerge off that moment. He doesn't get the better of the player towards jungle, but Mezzy sure as hell will. And on 2 health, he'll plant.
No HEs.
No, one on Magix. But he's a late arrival to this party, and it's not even needed. Easy cleanup from the op. It is a 7th round to Spirit.
Yeah, at least they get that plant off, but Spirit looking very strong now. This is solid. The round is won, of course, inside of middle. It's a smoke timing missed by Rops as he's jumping up. He thinks he has a second to phase it, maybe get through. Maybe it just isn't prepared for them, just very closely keeping watch. But again, that's what I was saying with Spirit. They haven't been playing as aggressively inside of middle towards the top of middle lately, but they have been playing very close to it and ready for mid-round re-aggressions, which will be a nice matchup for Vitality, who are going to take openings in mid a lot of these rounds. So that 2-op setup persists. And this allows you to save a lot of ideas for rounds where you have to go 5 rifles. Those are going to look a little bit different in terms of complexion. Here you don't get to turn your brain off, but you can say, Magix, you're good. You can keep vision on B-apps this entire time.
Yes.
What a shoulder spot.
We saw that second op positioned here a few rounds now. Flamesy getting past it, kind of flustering Magix for a moment. Also draws Zontix back from Catwalk, where he's been such a nuisance on mid. And because there's no smoke, ZywOo's doing this unannounced.
This is fast.
This kind of a timing could surely catch Spirit off. We'll see if they do end up getting caught. No, Donk, he peeks into it, and ZywOo's position now well known. Shiro ready to recover, but again, the tethering's good. Chopper finds his, out towards mid. Flamesy connects,
insane.
And it all falls on Magix. They've managed to get up towards past and beyond.
I will never stop talking about how important of a skill being able to shoulder spot like that was. Magix is holding extremely tight in that moment. If he gets the kill, it's a totally different round. Because he takes the shot, he has to call a teammate over to come watch B with him. This weakens the A site, and that's how ZywOo knows he can take speed now. It's all because Flamesy just shoulder to shoulder. That's it. Look how organized they got this round within like 30 seconds on that attack.
No, what?
This was a buttery smooth approach, coupled with a nice response out of the defense. You know, everybody brings one down with them. They just didn't realize that Vitality already had the jugular.
And it's also because Flamesy shoulder peaks from that close. If he's a little bit farther back, they might not have to call for help because it's too hard to exec behind it. But if Flash started coming over and he was the first one out, he would have got out the window. He would have been a real threat to Magic, so they had to respect it. And this will be the final timeout now for Spirit. I think they would have liked at least, you know, 1 or 2 more rounds with this double lob setup where
of course, yeah.
they don't have to think differently and can rely on, you know, one angle being held for 30, 45 seconds. But now it'll have to be a 5-round comeback. We've got 2 MP9s. Shiro at least has his op.
Yeah, we brushed on it quickly. Obviously, the cost you pay when it comes down to the double op. MP9s, at least the utility's still looking healthy. But it felt like that non-existent margin of error has now been tapped into. This is it. 5 map points for a Vitality that just showed us they can change up and solve problems quick.
That was such a beautiful round from so many different perspectives. That just really shows their versatility.
Speaking of which, Shiro on Cat instead of Zontix this round. An op reposition could catch them off, considering the only op towards B has been that passive Magic. Sure enough, ZywOo floating around.
Oh.
Shiro puts himself in a better place to find impact. Him and Donk hold this back.
That was awesome.
MP9s be damned. The cannons out there on the field find the impact they have to. Now Rops trying to throw out the Hail Mary. That's a ton of damage done here. Donk just stepping through the flames, but he manages to hold on. And now Apex shut out of top middle. 4 players standing for Spirit means this comeback still on.
You see how high level these mind games are? You got that molly down for someone to swing on him from the side of stairs. Donk does it, and Rops is still worried about it. And he nearly gets him killed in that same molly. But Spirit, this is all about Shiro right here. Look at this sequence. I mean, I think that's the way that Flamesy snuck up. It wasn't even guaranteed that he could be there. I don't think Magic's got full vision on him or anything. So Shiro just had to use his own intuition, make sure that he had his discretion on point and the aim as well.
Rinse and repeat, goes right back to it. Okay!
Oh, that's a message.
Sit down! Apex does a bunch of damage, still falls first.
Wow. That's a beast shot out of Shiro. Once someone got there to Delpan, you think that's it. He doesn't have angle dominance. He's just going to get peppered down, and he did. 15 health left in a must-hit scenario.
Zontix on the hunt again. We've seen this boost get caught off by the CT. And for now, Rops is just going to lock into the corner. Single smoke here for Vitality. Still, the one on connector is there, but it's limited. Oh, they read it.
Oh, what an
Still
assassin.
2 pistols out there on the field, but the double AK between ZywOo and Rops, this new duo of Vitality in 2025 that has turned heads and unlocked potential, is still alive despite Donk's best efforts, because Rops does what he does best, finds the perfect timing off of ZywOo's kill to test that back B site. Bomb is dropped, ZywOo responds. This is gonna have to be a full house between the 2 glowing pieces of this Vitality core. Magic's tasked with a clutch over top of Vitality stars. With no more nades in hand, with a comeback that felt real for a moment, he's got to somehow get them off this crossfire, and they know damn well where he is. Magic steps forth into his death, and that is the winning formula. That is Rops and ZywOo for 5, and a Mirage in their back pocket.
On the road into the history books for Vitality, Mirage serves as little more than a detour. Spirit, they tried to grab the wheel, tried to steer that direction, but greatness will not be denied.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Spirit team that has taken Vitality close every time they've played Mirage in the past in recent memory. And they tried to get it close. They tried their damnedest, but when Chopper starts out 0-12, it's going to be tough to get anything done.
T-side was a little too weak for the Spirit side. Vitality's defense there was so great across so many different places. I feel like everybody shined with a certain moment, multi-frags, key ones, and Spirit, the only thing you can be happy about is the comeback that you had in the second half. It was a good attempt, but man, they just dug themselves into such a deep hole.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about everybody shining, Mezzi at the bottom in terms of ADR, but he had so many key moments, key rounds, especially in the first half. They struggled in the second, but the first half, every single player on Vitality showed up and dominated.
And a number that also won't be reflected, when things were starting to turn against Vitality, Mezzi kept managing to eke out bomb plants that just sustained them past the burst of Spirit rounds.
I think at the very end there, it wasn't even a perfect buy from Vitality's side. Maybe a couple pieces of utility that were missing. They had decent weaponry, but yeah, no, that's a great observation, Mike. The fact that they kept the pressure on Spirit the whole time. It wasn't really maybe one of those rounds for Spirit on the comeback were purely clean.
Now, there was a round here that we wanted to take a look at, round 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I want to take a look at round 7 because this is why Vitality is a dominant team when it comes to Mirage. When they go for this mid control, even when they have the wrong read, it still manages to work out just fine. Flames and Rops, they have the 4-man contest into mid, and then you have ZywOo on the rotation into CT spawn. And despite this kill, Zontix, he doesn't notice ZywOo, he doesn't get the clear, but he doesn't have time. 7 seconds on the clock. Even if he gets this kill, he doesn't have the chance to win the round. And look at the patience from ZywOo. He waits out the clock, at 0 peeks out, gets the kill, so Zontix is broke into the following round. It just makes it that much harder, and that's why ZywOo is such an incredible player. He has the patience to wait that extra second.
There were so many times in this game where what ZywOo was doing, just barely not peeking. It's like they're so in the heads of Spirit, knowing exactly what kind of angle they need to clear to get that next in, and they just don't give him it. It's great Team CS.
Now, we heard in the pregame, Vitality were trying to downplay it, right? ZywOo, Flamesy, we're not thinking about the streak, it's just the game in front of us. Based on the form they came out in, based on the shots they were hitting, based on how raring to go, I would say that was a load of bullshit.
They did look charged up today. The reactions in the cameras too, when some of the, like we have in the green room access to all the cameras, we can see their faces at all times. Like the joy that they're inspiring in each other, especially in round number 8, where they were able to claw one back. Like these are the kind of moments where even ZywOo let out a huge grin. Like I couldn't, like, sometimes you see greatness from your teammates, Vu, but like in this kind of round, for Mezzi to be the savior, like ZywOo was thanking him.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those rounds where it's kind of like the backbreaker. You would think as Spirit, you get a close round, you bring it into the next one, you go up 5v2, and Mezzi manages to he pulls off the ace here, right?
Yeah, I mean, he gets, I think Rops on the very last one, the 4K for Mezzi, but it was just the triple kill, like the lineup that he found, the timing there on the rotation, and then he was able to get the kill through CT. I mean, that was just a fantastic way to claw it back. We saw a good team CS from Vitality, as Vu pointed out in round 7, but the individual heroics from people like Mezzi is why it's pick your poison versus them. If you can lose to good team CS, or you can lose to the individuals having pop-offs.
Yeah, we can reiterate, this is the lowest ADR on the team. It's not the lowest frags, you go 16 and 13, but this is, in theory, your 4th star right ahead. This is your 4th star, and he's still pulling off games like this, rounds like this, 4Ks like that, bringing your team back.
Most people wouldn't even consider the 4th guy on their team a star in any capacity, but Mezzi somehow elevates himself to become one in these kind of late round clutch moments.
That's just what Royalty does. That's just what Royalty does. If we're looking at the other side of the coin, right? Spirit came out and got run over in those first few rounds, and even though they managed to mount something of a comeback, it felt like it was just catching a falling knife, right? That was never going to end on Mirage. Did they do enough to make you think they're going to have a chance to put a stop to this as we go forward on the Nuke?
Magic's did enough. I mean, at some of the rounds that he was tasked with attempting to win, the 1v1 he won at the stairs where he was able to take down Mezzi, like, I'm glad that the Observer turned off X-Ray for that one, because you see Magic's head for a pixel for like half a second. The next time you see it, he's dead. So Magic's definitely warmed up. We wanted him and Zontix to show a little bit of just something here. Zontix, okay, like a meddling performance for him, but I feel like Chopper's got to look in the mirror too and say, okay, how could I have an entire half of 0 kills? Like, he's not supposed to be the fragger, but you are supposed to contribute.
Yeah, I mean, in Chopper's defense, he did have the kill where he jumps around a top mid smoke and ZywOo just kills him straight through the smoke. There are rounds where things go wrong, but you have to find a way. You have to find a way back into it. That's why people give so much respect to Apex, because Apex will lead in those moments. He'll find a way to make some impact, make a call that gets you back into it, and Chopper just couldn't do it this time.
I mean, greatness requires overcoming those obstacles. It is rising above those challenges that impresses us, that makes you a legend. And a guy who was an absolute legend in this one, right? He's the newest addition in. Rops, he felt unkillable for the first half of the game.
He was practically unkillable. The antics that he was getting up to towards middle, the way that he was able to tether around the other players that he was fighting with at mid, it made taking space for the Spirit side so difficult. Like, he's just never gonna give you anything for free. He finds these great timings, and even when he has to pivot to help the B bomb side, him and Mezzi were a great duo to defend that side too.
Yeah, when it comes from Rops, it's impact. He's got impact across the map as the short player. He's calling his B player over. They're making impact in mid. They're dueling. And as you said, it's the timing. When he groups up with teammates, when they go for double peaks in mid, he's always there at the exact moment to go for the trade, to go for the peak. It's never a second off, and that's what makes it so easy to play with this guy.
He's just complete. He's just complete. I mean, there are no flaws from what we saw in Vitality, right? Maybe that moment of allowing to come back in. But the question is, how do you overcome what seems to be perfection? I mean, if it's not Rops, if it's not Mezzi, if it's not Apex finding a way, it's ZywOo, the chosen one, making it happen in the server.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to any chance for Spirit, they need to show up like they did in the second half, because we did have Shiro showing up. We did have Magix showing up. Unfortunately, Zontix was kind of a little not at his best, but at the same time, we did have flashes of brilliance from Spirit. And if you have Donk, Shiro, Magix showing up, absolutely you can at the very least make it a close game in the following map.
ZywOo, with multiple moments in this game, not only showing the individual ability, but just the recognition and understanding of how to play off of teammates. I mean, Vu showing round number 7 where ZywOo just tucks in to kill the guy after time, knowing like he's so complete also because he gets the kills, but he also plays for the objectives so well. It's like you're never asking him to, hey, why aren't you peeking? Why aren't you trying to get something done here? Like initiative is not something that ZywOo was lacking in this game.
The crazy thing about ZywOo is we've always questioned over the years, you know, when can he get that extra gear? Because his baseline is the best of anyone, the most consistent, the most replicable CS you can see, where he just plays safe, he just makes the right play, he makes the right move. You can never question that from ZywOo. It's always been, can you make the next move? Can you make the next gear? Can you carry your team? And he's been showing it all year. He showed it here.
When the baseline is greatness, when the baseline is excellence, when the standard is the best of all time, how do you rise above that? Well, that's a question that Spirit is going to have to answer, because in the race into the record books right now, it is Vitality in pole position as they look to cement their legacy with 24. It was dominance on Mirage, but if Vitality want to move on into this grand final with a clean 2-0, want to move up in the history books with 24, then here on Nuke, they have to overcome Spirit, and last time, it may not have gone quite to plan.
Last time Spirit picked it up 13-5. Now, the time before that, Vitality might have found the win, but the thing to keep in mind is that every time these teams have played, they've been close on Mirage. Vitality has a dominant win on Mirage. It's making me a little concerned for Nuke.
It does in the competitiveness of this series today, but at least Spirit can look in the rearview mirror at Lisbon and say to themselves, we were able to win with a dominant CT side of our own. I also imagine that Vitality looked back at some of that footage and said to ourselves, why did we try changing up our outside yard control? Because they were throwing some extra utility on it. They were throwing this unbreakable smoke, which Apex kept trying to lurk through over and over again. And I think this time they're just going to simplify things a little bit more. And in our favorite words of most players, they're going to play more of their own game instead of trying to change it up too much.
Their own game.
Yeah.
Their own game. How would you define Vitality's own game on Nuke?
It's still the variety of cross smoke, sometimes the far ones, sometimes the diagonal ones. But it's just that I kept seeing them try to throw this extra little smoke that Apex would try to lurk to try to get beneath heaven, and they would just shoot him for doing that. So I think that this time around, if they just go for the more standard approaches, just the 2 outside, 3 go ramp, try to split B, I don't think that their execution needs to be reworked here.
Yeah, and when it comes to that exact play, that's a play, you know, I've seen a lot of teams against Spirit find a lot of success attacking ramp. It's very popular in the meta today. Attack ramp, 4 or 5 players on some fast plays, 2-3 times a half, once in a while. And Zontix is just, he's been struggling this event. He's been struggling this series. I think he's going to struggle on this map as well.
That's a concerning point for sure. Meanwhile, if we look at it, if you were Holly, if you were trying to lock Zontix in, if you're standing behind this team after what happened on Mirage, what would the messaging be? What would you be telling them to get them locked in and ready for Nuke?
Unfortunately, I think they just need to reset. They need to kind of forget the first half of Mirage. They need to move back to what they had on that second half and talk to the players and realize you showed promise. You showed something, you showed your level, and if you bring your level in this second game, you absolutely can take them to map 3.
I'd want to see Zontix play to fall sometimes. I feel like he sometimes commits a little too hard to the ramp fight. Like he plays that right wall so often to try to get a multi-kill, and lately he's been getting 1 or even 0. So I would like him to just lightly adjust his approach because the outside yard stuff was good last time. Chopper played well, Donk played well, Shiro even did well. It's just that Zontix has a recently poor string of form, and if he gets abused at ramp, and if Vitality are able to get 24 because of Zontix, that mistake is going to loom over his head, and it's going to be like he tried nothing different at all.
Yeah, I think when Zontix plays to fall, he does a really good job, and sometimes he finds one, but recently it's been in the meta. You try and find that kill because losing ramp control, it's not easy to win the round, and he really does struggle, like you said, when he tries to go for the kill and then drop. He doesn't get it.
24 is on our minds. 24 is on the horizon. And in just 24 rounds, we might have our answer. What's it gonna be, Scrawny and Launders?
I don't know, Mike. I'm no fortune teller, but in the nature of that first half, it felt like it was destiny, an inevitability to beat Spirit in this head-to-head. I like the fact that Spirit brought the fight back in the second half because I think even Vitality would want to have to fight for this historic moment.
Yeah, it's true. I think we expected this game to be close. I mean, they could have played any team today and set the streak versus them, but versus Spirit, the one team that has been the boogeyman, the one team they still beat, but is probably the hardest of the ones left that they haven't beat constantly in the last couple of weeks. This is the one test that we were expecting to be the hardest. And I mean, they passed with flying colors, and that's amazing in and of itself back on Mirage. So now we go into their map pick and we find out if this will be any different here for Vitality.
It's the utility for the door. Gonna give Donk something to look at, something to think about, and he falls back. Here's that presence outer. Waterfall smoke for main. Okay, tapped out of the round. Down goes Donk. Shiro gonna follow suit. That deadly ZywOo P250. A thing of class. As Rops has already got out ramp. Dude, okay.
He pulls off that lurk all the time.
Just played with. Right? You get Donk to fall away from the door. He understands that it's going to be an outer hit, 1 tap. Support from heaven, 1 tapped. Rops slides through in absolute perfection. And it is a flawless pistol yet again.
It's amazing, man. I mean, they've just such good fast defaults right here. That Rops lurk, we're going to see that happen a lot, but it's like a matter of protocols and branching options here where Rops knows if you get the 2 kills outside, they have to pull guard on ramp. That's the one place you can't plant on an instant attack, and here's where it goes wrong. Rops knows immediately that he can get out, and even when they come back to check it, he's just so in tune with what option he should take and what timing that, wow, just gets out of there. It's a great round just from the perspective of shots as well. ZywOo already on a tear. Sometics will feign the run back to Turnpike. Vitality just chill. I don't know if there's the thought that they want to go back outside or if they just want to check it and come back inside. Well, looks like they're just aiming to throw cross smokes to block vision, not expecting a secret start, and then maybe taking it back to ramp.
Looks like a good read. Spirit not very equipped to disrupt it. That Shiro frag grenade still held on to downstairs, so by putting a couple pieces lower, ZywOo's gonna meet some resistance. And he falls.
Oh.
Now, one half of this lower hit gets cut off. Desert Eagle damage also pretty key.
Now you go Heaven. Saw those players downstairs. 3 now have to get back up through ramp. Magic's outside. A site's open.
Yeah, can do nothing about holding back site. Could have challenged from main, but they would have just been behind the site silos. So really nothing they can do to stop the plant with that early rotate. They made their bed. And now Magic's put to it. Rops right there with another. We definitely hit a point back on the first half of Mirage where some of the confidence was boiling over. The style points were looking to be earned by Vitality because they really could do no wrong. But be cautious in writing off Spirit at the start of this one. There's an AK to be saved here for Zontics. That's big, but we'll see if he gets away with it. I thought maybe the Heaven player would keep him at bay from running towards CT spawn, but it looks like AK saved onto, and maybe Chopper does more here. Mac 10. Damage is good, and it gets him. Mezzi dies to the bomb in the end, so it's actually a better weapon saved by Spirit than Vitality.
Yeah, so right there after that smoke on ramp, I mean, Vitality are like, all right, fine, we'll make this a proper round, but they're willing to go through the right processes. And ZywOo understands the game plan exactly. Like, he's the one who goes so fast that he's not setting himself up for a lurk when they fully commit down ramp. He's the one to actually scout and understands I can get a kill or die, but I'm going to be the one to show everyone what's the least stacked site. So either he runs through there, gets the kills, and they go plant, but they had options to do both.
Fast one. Okay, here's a bit of a tempo in the first gun round. Oh, Magic, no way. Whoa, him and Chopper. 3 kills from the 5-7s, then Donk's AK comes out, 6 down on it. Chopper, half health left over, just mows them down with a sidearm.
Yeah, the 5-7, baby. Okay, nice hold. Vitality after that last round and the one before that with all the perfect moves, they decide to throw a haymaker to the upstairs site. And here's just Chopper mowing him down with a 5-7, no problem.
We have this AK out on the field. Donk just the sole rifle, not even needed. You want a piece of that A site, it's gonna have to be a little more meticulous than that. Early pill to swallow here. Vitality limited, and Shiro with an op in hand gets the better of ZywOo.
Nice clean shot. Some util on him too.
This first half does not look like it'll be nearly as lopsided.
It was the Vitality versus Wildcard game. You called exactly how many rounds they would get over the course of 2 maps. 9 rounds, you said, and it was 9 rounds on the dot. I won't ask you to spoil this game, though.
I'll keep it to myself. Interesting. Apex, suddenly he tests slower off that. Missed op shot, Flamesy Tech9 trying to go right back at it. Vitality can flood lower. There's nothing down there to stop them.
They lost full control.
Oh my.
Wow, that one kill, man. Chopper going down. He had him dead to rights on Secret.
And Apex picking up the one gun that was out there on the field. Does Spirit want to try to take a chance at this?
Well, no one's even coming to help Rops. They could come clear this out, but you see Donk just knowing that they are going to sit back and let this round be won from Vitality. It is that kill from Apex getting it into Secret, and I don't want to go past that point because Apex was being waited for. Chopper had a great fight for him as he was coming in. And Vitality are the ones who don't have much utility. They were just going to be like, let's follow some frags, and they went out ramp through a good flash as well. But there was nothing complex about this round from Vitality.
Terrorists win.
Just one key frag.
Well, excuse me, I spoke too soon. Vitality never going to make this one easy. Silver lining for Spirit. Obviously, money's still good with the majority save and the way they got those guns in the first place. But I don't think that silver lining is going to make them feel any better with having just missed a golden opportunity for early CT success. Gotta forget about that and move on. Oof. Had the first shot on him, too.
Man, it was a nice kill there from Apex. It's just not one that Spirit could afford in that spot. There's only ever one team in the world that is the ceiling of the game. Right now, that's Vitality. Mouse would be on an equivalent match win streak, or would have been, if not for Vitality just beating them 5 times in a row. They were up to 16 or 17 if not for those Vitality wins.
Falcons in a similar boat.
Yeah, now they're coming up too.
The inspiration and aspiration of everybody else in this community. Well-timed flank here from Zontic. Sees the barrel of Mezzi. Oh, but Rops turns.
That's so troublesome. Oh, the shot's missed. It's a tough one, but that was a big chance.
Donk gets flashed. He tries to go back towards that outer support, and in that moment, Apex gets the drop on him, is able to get into the cover of Garage.
Oh, they keep getting away with this.
Magix will continue to hunt, but all the while,
keep getting away with this.
That A site's gonna be primed for the taking. Zontix tries to climb back up the ladder to stop it, but it's already compromised. Utility can maybe slow it down, but Mezzi's gonna keep this one clean. He gets his frag, manages to stand on 11 points of health, and Magic's just dropping that utility belt to try to keep them off of the front of the site. Mezzi already out there with bomb, and you've got Rops just lurking down beneath you. They're a little limited, and that third piece is Chopper, who will soon arrive in a similar avenue.
God, their micro is so buttoned up. I cannot believe they're finding space in these moments. 3 players retaking from heaven here.
One flash for Rops. It's guns up. It's a quick wave, and it's 2 kills, but it's ZywOo. And so he shaves one off, dives back into the hut for a second, comes back in, and he will be denied by Chopper. They pick up the slack with what is an all-in impromptu heaven swing.
Speaking of button-up micro, that's really nice. It can be so awkward to get out of heaven at the same time, and then the depth of all the angles below you can really trip you up in moments if you're not ready, but they do a good job of watching all the right positions. 2 players below in this spot, too. That was actually a beautiful retake out of Spirit. I mean, I was just shocked to see Vitality get that far in this round. They even hit Donk with a flash behind Credit Card, had him run a few steps. Apex somehow wins the duel, then he gets away.
Apex doing a good job so far.
Just trying to make sure they're not going to push Secret this round. Donk's an interesting spot, though, because you know he's impatient.
Yeah, he keeps trying to change it up slightly.
Most people wait 45 seconds before they take a jiggle. I feel like he's going to wait 15. We've got the inner exec maybe when Apex gets up to the roof. Or they've got all their nades ready to go.
Set it ablaze and follow through.
Oh, the molly's perfect.
Sontics just crispy. Magix leans back, sight. Can't manage it as Flames, he just keeps it rapid. That extra mobility as he swings it round, and Donk fails to open up the smoke, so he doesn't get any kind of an angle to stop ZywOo nor peel a player off site. Looking like 5 rounds back and forth unless Spirit somehow up and man advantage in a post plant. And how do you even get Chopper out of that vent? Perfect flash. Donk has been neutralized as this half has gone on, eating utility and getting bested.
I mean, they're not just offhanding flashes. That's perfect. There's no way for Donk to avoid it. They have the setup for that. There's pressure no matter what, even when it's your time to try to play, man. This is perfect CS out of Vitality. They mollied Fur. They don't even molly Mustang. They have that everything covered. Just riding that tightrope of good fundamental CS and liberty in the individual moments as well. Freedom to take lurks and peeks and fights whenever they want to. This is the definition of a well-oiled team.
It's like a pack of wolves, the way they just run rampant through that site. Hungry to overwhelm. And uncontrollable, but we get all the economy on the line here for Spirit. Auto shotty in hand for Magix. A common sight on top hut when the money gets low for Spirit. And Apex has been present outside, if not on his own. In a round like this, he's got multiple bodies. You've mentioned the amount of pressure he's kept on those secret stairs. Well, there is an op down there this round. Shiro awaits. And just in time, puts himself ahead of what was looking like a rapid pace from Apex. But Apex is not alone. 2 players follow, and while Shiro leaves. But a loud drop from ZywOo, that's going to give it up.
Yeah, they thought Shiro was sitting here, which means they are ready for an op. Oh, he's found the lurk opportunity. Yeah, and Robs make a bit of noise, but this is an unnerving moment for Shiro because he doesn't have a teammate to join up with right now.
Considering it, peeking, not yet into the angle. Rops not only gets out into ramp room, but then readjusts and takes a little longer. Now Chopper is suddenly going to find himself on full display.
Ready,
2 players close right. He still hits the dink, but they survive. You've got ZywOo low. There's Rops, an arrival on the B site. Shiro just desperate now. We'll see if the other CT can pick up that Rops kill. No, sir. And while Shiro drops Mezzi, it is still man advantage for a Vitality post plant yet again.
Yeah, this one they got fully outclassed. They didn't have the adjustments. Shiro felt like was the only one who had the correct idea about how to play that situation. I mean, Chopper was in a fine spot over in Vents, but you know, this is a very bifurcated defense. They were just both on their own. Not able to make the most of a hold together. Is this possible? Okay.
You take it.
Auto shotgun comes in. Oh, protected by Flames.
Standing out there in the open like a sitting duck. ZywOo full trust.
It's just a big bait.
Sontics with a kit. Would have loved for Magix to have picked that one up. Cost effective, surely, but Vitality to 5 nonetheless. And this spree of rounds back and forth comes to a close. 5-2 on this T side, our Vitality.
So great with the way that they got downstairs, and Rops is only going to try his ramp lurk like 3 times and a half or something like that. Here's his second time. It's another successful attempt too as he walks out to nobody home. They are the ones who know exactly where Spirit are going to be in all of these situations and these defaults. They know where the holes are. They aren't running 5v5s into full execs, into stack sites. They're pushing and pulling the defense at every single opportunity that they get.
USP ramp rush. Uh-oh. Mac 10 runs dry. Okay.
All right.
Glock burst from Flamesy. Luckily for him.
Oh!
Okay.
Shot of the night, baby.
Sit him down.
besides his last op shot on Chopper on round 12 of Mirage.
Look, Donk's a little animal, but if he can't see you, he can't kill you. Apparently that is a trick only for ZywOo's guns. Ooh. This T-side starts to spiral out of control from Spirit's point of view. Had to bite the bullet in the last 3 straight for Vitality as they double the round count, and we see Spirit come back in with guns. Okay, let's see it.
It's just a tester. Head's about there. Had the audible about here.
To me, it's the fact it's a headshot as well. Couldn't have been better.
Definitely the red thread through this T side has been Vitality, like establishing secret control no matter what happens. I think that's been the biggest problem for Spirit, whether they play there or not, or Vitality take it or they don't. Even on the Antico, we saw when they got a little tested at ramp, they went back and said, all right, let's just go establish on secret first.
They go 50 damage each. Flamesy's on silo with a Mac 10, brother. If you tell him to go, he will, all in. As far as peeking Shiro, though, my money's on the op.
Let's see, we don't have a mini player, right? So this can be a question of if Shiro gets blind when they use him to drop, but like he can't see anything from here. Yeah, if he's playing from a Liger, you know, he's really good at catching lurks, but not so useful versus an upper pop with full nades.
Molly right there for the player that just came up from vent. Oh, it's just perfect utility. Zoned on the perfect timing. Chopper just came up vents.
Oh, they're going ramp.
Burned into main. Donk holds the line. There's their hero. ZywOo delayed on the re-peek. He's got Apex with him. They're reconsidering options here. They've lost track of Flamesy. Over towards Garage. It's him versus the op. Zontix and Donk on ramp 4-4.
Beautiful.
And Shiro able to finagle Flamesy, gets around him in the end. Whew. Felt like Vitality had that bigger picture, but then they stepped forward into Donk.
They just try to dress up this play a new way. It really felt like they could have pulled off the upper hit if they wanted to, but very nice here for Donk being at ramp at the right time. After this first kill came down, it's like, oh no, another tragedy's about to strike for Spirit, but it's just a perfect angle. And the perfect players at that. They read that situation quite well, didn't they?
Apex again.
Yeah, same staging, but faster. Way faster here.
Gets away with it.
Minute 30.
And he will find nothing lower until Chopper drops in vents.
Pre-smoke could definitely be wise, but you can see that like this is a little bit awkward because he doesn't feel like he can afford to commit downstairs.
He's going to get active inside a lobby. This is being held by Mezzi right now.
This is wild because they're still holding this default.
Mezzi checks it intermittently.
And he has bomb upstairs. They know vaguely Apex crossed. They don't know if he stayed down here. We don't have anyone from Spirit moving just yet. I like that Spirit are going to reinforce the ramp, but does this just come back to upper and Apex coming up the vent is the question.
Right, Flamesy's ready to rock through main. Looks like you are dead on. Vitality gonna try to change direction here last second. Snapshot down from Magix is clean. A double kill, but his gun is empty, so he's gotta dodge away, and his teammates come out to help. Mezzi to the clutch, also empty mag.
Crushed.
A couple of spent rifles in the middle of all that carnage, but Mezzi not able to, because Magix does a great job of still drawing all the attention.
Yeah, fantastic rifling out of Magix. And even back on Mirage, even though the kills didn't reflect it, I feel like he was one of the most aware players of the map for Spirit in terms of critical moments where he got kills. So very solid. I'm sure it was scary for him knowing that last time he stood up here, there was just a carpet of fire and flashes that came along with the A attack.
Good on Shiro to close that one out. 2 shots out, 2 shots hit. No denying Spirit have been on their toes this entire half, just trying to play catch up. Can still walk away with a tied score. Apex tests the waters of this cross.
This is like, 2021 Na'Vi was, the mantra was for Electronic, if Secret is available, we go there first. Before we do anything else. It costs you very little if it's not going to be tested properly. And Chopper, clean find, man. Very close to dying there.
Fast reaction.
Yes, it
Insta-kill on Donk, though. And so Donk's had his hands full outside. Pressure's been immense. Shiro scours the battlefield. Will find nothing out there with the smokes. It's again a redirection into A. Chopper can't maintain for more than 2, but Shiro's up already on the angle with a player down beneath him.
Are they going to reroute, though?
Yes, they've got a player wrapping heaven. Apex jumps up. Now you've got Shiro's attention, surely. Zontix can catch that, though, right? Secret control ends up being key. And ZywOo down through the wall, but a missed shot on the bomb carrier. Mezzi's just scrambling. If you can plant, that's one thing. Maybe a bit of money for the next one. He reads that Zontix would be the first to come at him. Mac 10 in hand, he's done for, but it's cash in the back pockets as Spirit grab another.
Oh, yeah, Spirit have had to work hard, but they're actually bringing back this half. This could have been much worse, absolutely. So, yeah, sort of a disappointing start, but 5 rounds here, very respectable, especially considering the quality of rounds that Vitality have brought. And with the ways in which Donk has died, I'm surprised that they're able to make this kind of comeback at all.
Just felt like Spirit got the better of the timings in terms of that outer fight. Because that smoke split it up, we see the flank from Zontix kill the player Heaven. ZywOo's got to try to go back through smoke, and then his back's exposed. So easier to hold back Vitality when you hit them when they're not looking. And it's not a round win for Vitality, but it is another effective moment of chaos, right? Spirit are trying to adapt within Carnage. And good on them for finding their footing, because for a moment this felt like a free fall. "12 rounds of Apex hitting outer. Deep wall guarantees it. This time they are coming down in full force.
It's one of those things like taking long on Dust too. Even if the other team knows you're going to do it, you still get an advantage. You can still pull rotations downstairs.
We've seen times where Chopper drops that smoke and leaves.
Oh my God, they're moving so fast.
Perfect route here from Apex. He's ahead of the smoke. He just got around that corner, unspotted, unnoticed. And so quickly, a follow-through, not 1, but 4 members of Vitality hit that B site. Flamesy able to cut off the first rotate. Zontix gets his. You've got a plant down on the Astralis corner, so a nade with Mezzi's name on it, but it's just chip damage, that's all. Magix tries to find a route as well. And it goes 4 versus 2 here with a late activation out of Rops. Spirit have done a great job of trying to hang on to this half, but now it's all Zontix for an ace, and he is surrounded, so 3 kills looks great, but it's Vitality remaining in control.
Both say team. First person to say they have that played for both teams gets a point.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, Liquid.
Optic.
Stanislaw.
Oh, good one, yeah. Good one. Nice, nice. Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, Fnatic.
Astralis.
There has to be.
I feel like there should be.
Flame
F.
F.
Oh,
Jinx.
that's
Jinx.
like the same
Jinx.
time. That's like the same time. Okay.
That took us too long.
Yeah, it did take a little bit long there. I'm thinking
3, 2, 1, G2.
Cloud9.
On the floppy roster, there has to have been somebody.
On G2, man, I feel like...
Who's on that random Cloud9, the Henry G
Yeah,
roster?
no, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about the Cloud... Like, which Europeans have been on Cloud9? Because the early G2 was like, you know, Body, Kenya, Shaw.
None of them went to Cloud9, though.
Smiths. No, none of them did. I don't think anyone did.
Kiyoshima was, but was he ever on the G2?
I don't
think he was ever on the G2.
No, I don't think he made it on the G2. He would have been like...
He actually might have been... No, he was. He was on the G2 Gamers 2, FaZe Gamers 2.
Yeah, he was.
Kiyoshima.
Was Kiyoshima on G2? Or was he on Kingwin or something, or what?
No, I think he was on G2 because that was the problem. I'm not the problem after the Envy. Oh, it might have been FaZe, actually. I think it was after the FaZe swap.
Let me see.
You know what? I'll give you the point. He stand in. He did stand in.
He stood in. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking that for sure.
Wow, that's a good one. That's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut. All right, I got one.
Sure, yeah.
3, 2, 1, heroic.
North. There has to be like...
there's so many. Brain. North. Heroic.
I was looking to say AZ. I don't think he's been on heroic though.
Was Kitty never on North? No.
No, he wasn't on it. Was Careby? No. Was...
All the others are
MSL
too
was
young. They're
MSL?
too young. No, MSL was never on heroic. He was on their staff.
Okay, that
I
doesn't...
think. No, he was
Does
on
that count?
Astralis'
Does that
staff.
count? No. Was Madi on heroic?
Snappy? Was Snappy on
Snap-
North? Snappy was on the old
I
heroic.
don't even know if Snappy was on North.
Was Snappy ever on North?
I don't know if Snappy was on North.
I'm just shouting Danes now.
Yeah.
Who said Cadian?
I did.
Yeah, Cadian's on North.
Was he ever on? Oh, he was. He was. Yeah, because there was the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was...
Let's go.
that
I'm
must have
kicking
been
your
brave.
ass at this.
Okay, wow. You've killed me.
You've
absolutely murdered me. Okay.
I believe that is 3-0.
Coming back from the 3-0 deficit, is it even possible? Is it done? Is it just done? It's done.
It's done. It's
over.
done.
I got
Death
owned.
by knockout.
I
Here we
got
go.
owned. I got
the
smashed.
champ.
Effectively neutralizing Donk outside, he finds himself at the bottom of the scoreboard as Vitality and Apex chase history. This was a one-sided T-side that had a glimmer of hope for a moment there. Economic woes because of the back and forth. Ultimately, Vitality give themselves great runway to close out Nuke.
They do. I think they put themselves in a good spot in terms of the quality of play, and numerically, it's decent. I think Spirit still have hope alive. With the way that first pistol went, you know, they're a little bit scared coming into the second half. And Donk, I don't think he gets scared, though. I think he gets mad. He'll be the tip of the spear on this attack.
Head tucked here by ZywOo. A lot of bodies here for the defense. One tap out of the Berettas. Tries to let him rip. Gets himself a second. Another hot player. No, he gets caught. Chopper trying to recover this low health on 2 of the 3 Vitality players. And Donk very quick to reposition. He gets Apex to swing into him. Not gonna let him get the better of him all map long. Heaven players already in the open. Donk's unable to catch that one though. And so you've got a fully health Rops waiting for that timing. He strikes, but he doesn't get Donk pushed over the line. It's low health bars across the board, and now Chopper needed in a big moment here where Vitality's momentum could crush. Like a steamroller here on Nuke. They try to push it forward, and they will effectively out from main pinch that site for 8.
Oh, that's the first time you could kind of see the nervousness a little bit between both sides. Even Rops missing as much as Donk, 2 of the players that simply don't. Not on peaks like that. And that'll be Vitality taking 8 at a very critical juncture here. Yes, it's their map pick, but it already looks more competitive than what we saw on Mirage. This bait was so beautiful out of Donk, you know, because he full commits on all of his runs, you believe he is just going to strafe infinitely all the way around through hut and go for another play, but he had it in the back of his mind. They might chase me. And after he turned around to get the kill, you thought that this is the moment that Spirit actually bring this back and maybe tie the game up. No, they'll have to wait.
The artillery sails down on ZywOo. He'll give it a headbutt. We've got a gap on that cross.
The headbutts these days are insane. That went so far.
Still able to test this though. Zontix is gonna come out through main in a second. Mezzi's just holding the open floor. He gets support at least. But Donk's got a deagle with 2 kills to it. Looking for that third one. ZywOo's his next target. Hang on, they've got it. ZywOo arrives in time. Finds 3 kills in the middle of all that chaos, but you gotta give it to Spirit. They had Vitality on their toes.
Dude, I mean, yeah, I've seen Donk in these mid-round moments, like he's hitting the gas, but like he's not that little extra bit, that third kill. That would have been so critical. And another round, they could almost win. I mean, it's like the Melbourne final in the sense that, you know, Falcons blew that enormous lead. But why? Because someone from Vitality popped off each and every single round of the comeback. it almost feels unfair to just say they choked, you know, because of how good Vitality can consistently play. But okay, the X Factor keeps spilling over. It's Donk after all.
There's no world where he goes down without a fight. Put an AK in his hands, he'll find your head. But Rops may find the better of the timing.
Remember, we got a lot of 5v4s from Spirit in this match.
Off the nade as well, you just got Donk to kind of tuck into the little bit of smoke there. Did they just give Rops a pocket? He's gonna test this.
Oh, man.
Cheeky reposition here from Robin. Okay, almost two. But at least you have, again, put Donk down with only one. Zontic slips towards Vent, but Flamesy on high alert of this. They know damn well he's hiding in that corner, so they snuff him out. And then a quick reposition here from Flamesy to get ahead of a low-health Shiro.
It's another kill. He gets a kill and a reposition. They get back the man advantage and material positioning.
Is he worried? Absolutely. Presence of mind here from Flamesy to get man advantage. Tested, but not bested. As these gun rounds could be few. Chopper is down beneath Mezzy. What is their avenue of attack? Looks like a potential ramp join up.
Apex committed on the floor, man. In a late round situation, this spot is deadly. Even though it's out in the open, they can't scale on both sides of the catwalk. They will have to eventually dive down and plant. We'll see if he decides to peek early, but how are they going to clear this out unless they molly it?
Flamesy already here to support it, so they seem very well aware at 8 seconds left. Oh, he stops
right
the
on
bomb.
The money.
Chopper's gonna be desperate to pick that back up. Can't now, needs kills, and Mezzy just will not give it to him. Nowhere to be found here for Chopper. Time expires.
And Mezzy comes hunting. Chopper gets into the smoke, though, and gets away. Oh, no, he got him.
Died after time.
He got him after time. Bad goes to worse.
Salt in the wound.
That is a nightmare spot to be in if you're a Spirit. And again, they get 5v4s, but what I meant to say was they got material back, and then they also got positional advantage all in one kill. That's not the first time that Vitality have done this. Flamesy getting the frag out of Vent, and also in the same moment, dropping down to make sure he takes care of lower sight. Two things needed to happen there to really win back the whole situation of the round, and they found these sort of brilliant moves over and over again between these two maps, and it feels like these 5v4s are just not that important. Not when Vitality are so aware of what to do next.
Quick reminder as well that playing on Underdog's real easy, folks. You choose higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and win real cash. Never as much money as what Vitality's made in the last month, but you can try.
Yeah, that'll be a hard one to beat.
And speaking of money, limited here for Spirit.
Feels like the final nails are being put in.
Long-range spray down here for Donk. He's looking for any fight he can get. He's testing smokes, he's testing timings, and his teammates will do the same thing over towards ramp, but Rock's critical position cleared out by Zontix at least as Apex is burned away from supporting. And that one AK is still out there on the field.
Yeah, we've got Flamesy now. He's actually surrounded, doesn't know it. He's gonna hear this glass get popped open. He's in a safe spot though with Decon behind him.
Doesn't really have to worry about sight just yet. He can maintain the secret control so that the numbers on the bomb site aren't bolstered. Not yet. Donk does get his chance. Strikes down ZywOo. That could be huge here. Chopper's just playing with Flamesy, and you can see how worried about it he is. Feels like instead, Vitality will have to emphasize this ramp approach. But Mezzy's here. Two sets of hands over towards Secret. Apex up close. Tech-9 out of the round. And a moment here for Spirit that could still go south. You've got a double peek from the double doors, but a gun back in the hands of the ramp man. Zontix tries to challenge, and now you suddenly see Vitality want out. Chopper's been able to find his. And so well done by Donk and Chopper to keep that attention drawn. Well done by Spirit to keep this game going.
Absolutely, it was a team effort right there. What a steal. And Mezzy ends up dying in the end too. Nowhere to hide with that low HP. Not with how lethal the bomb is these days. Zontix will save this M4 forward at the very least. This is also a round that they win with a tempo because they were saving. Just came through with a half buy. And it's beautiful frags across the map. I mean, this is where they're meeting Vitality where they are, in the sense that it's these complicated defaults Vitality seem to have full control over. Well, here's Spirit showing that they can do the same thing. They're not through it quite yet, though. Just survive this force, and this half will feel a whole lot better. Oh, it's actually nuts how much Vitality needed that to keep their economy up.
Oof. Missed chance for ZywOo, but he's still, oh, never mind. Exposed to Shiro. Trying to crawl into the cover, not allowed. And a fast swarm of Spirit players into Garage. Control the situation. This is what it's all about.
Oh, he got that.
The fact Apex finds one as 4 float around him. But it still feels like this one comes up Spirit. Chopper bringing that bomb to join forces. We hit 50 seconds. As long as they don't play with a dangerous element of that clock.
I mean, they're on the perimeter of the map entirely, right? At the moment, they're all in safe positions, but the time is going to bleed down if they keep these spots. And I think there's an aura about Vitality right now. Low numbers hasn't been a problem. They've always been the right spot. But Spirit are moving in right now. It's a good time. Flamesy here, he gets caught off guard, and they should be safe. Nice call with conviction here from Spirit. Again, that's a moment where I would fully expect them to take a little too much time because they're scared. They don't see enough people, but the leadership is there.
Clean. This is how they want to keep it. Vitality maintain a lead, but they are within range. Spirit keeping an eye on them as they convert this with 4 standing.
I think Spirit for the first time can actually take a breath after this round. This is a full force.
Of course.
That is... They nerfed that, Rops. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
Just one more for the road. Still majority stand here. Makes up for Chopper dying after time.
See if they have any investment at all. What kind of round Spirit are going to come into this one with?
Vitality splurge on a flashbang.
Looks like they're going to split up quite evenly. 2 ramp, 2 upper. Anticipating a longer default. Wow, man, they're all in lobby. This is what you want, actually, if you're coming in from the CT side.
You just kill for a little more money. Maybe one more 5-7 in the mix. There we go. It's a bloodbath on the A site. ZywOo, of course, if anyone will. Then even hits the follow-up dink on Magix, but it is Apex from Event that is yet to be busted open. He announces himself to everybody, and okay, no way, no way.
Kills. That's 15 grand down by the USP from Apex. A round they had 1 flash coming into.
I fail to believe it.
I can't believe that either.
What is this?
I mean, it was crazy because there was still no way he was going to be able to win this round, but how did he ever get more than 1?
The lack of head armor on Zontix maybe sets that up because there was no assist there.
And the economy damage is the most important part about that.
Whoa, that gives you the heebie-jeebies if you're Spirit.
Spirit's the only one, or Shiro's the only one who has a little extra. Oh man, Mezzi moved up quickly.
Confident and ahead of the timing. Okay, catches him off on his own. Double kill from Mezzi, just instantly reels back into that bomb site. Sets them up wonderfully in round 19.
Round 19 for 11 rounds here. Staring down the barrel of a 2-0. We've seen Spirit come back in a lot of disadvantaged situations. Haven't seen too many of those from Spirit, mostly from Vitality. And Mezzi wants even more.
They're going to test him. Third one just as easy. This man has taken 25 damage in the process, kills the majority of Spirit on his own. There was nobody to help him, no util to set it up. Just Mezzi in the pocket.
Just great shooting.
And that has Spirit instantly licking their wounds and walking away.
Oh man, that's disappointing. Oh, they just got mowed down by one young Brit.
Round 19 will conclude with a whimper. And what a testament to this new tale of Vitality that Mezzi, yet again in a critical moment, puts forth just the best version of himself that we have ever had the privilege of seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if this ends up being the streak here, Vitality, but it's rare that we get days like this. And, you know, the best players in the world and the best teams in the world are at the cynosure of every conversation on our scene, and for good reason. It's been 6 years since Liquid set their streak in CSGO in MR15. Here we are in CS2, and the viability of consistency has been under question since the game's inception. Many pros have even stated that they can't even believe in the game itself for that reason. But beyond all the arguments and conversations and theorizing about the viability of our new format, records like this potential streak are the ultimate proof. The undeniable proof. Vitality are here to prove that there isn't a cap to the level of ability one team can bring at the top level of CS. The reason we have trophies and streaks and eras is for rewarding teams that show us the ceiling of the game. That's something no one else can do, and we are lucky to be able to witness that when these records take place.
Etched into the history books is the goal today. A chest of accolades, and still a reason to continue to get better. Wall of smoke for Dunk to play behind. But there's got to be a certain level of timidness as defeat is around every corner and Magic's tagged down to half. ZywOo tries his hand at the spam. We get Vitality shuffling players lower. Flamesy's done a great job already of maintaining this portion of the map. And the beauty of Vitality is there is little hesitation. This round no different. They'll smoke it off and bolster that line in the sand.
Perfect teamwork at every stage of the round. And here, the clock has bled down already to 35 seconds. Apex knows that they were likely about to come back, but they go by his vision. Low on HP at the moment. Man, Spirit are not in a good position at this moment. 24 seconds, and they have to pick a site still.
The bones are rattling here as the nervousness sinks in. You've got 15 seconds to get on that site. So Magix just starts to sprint it in, but you've got ZywOo to hold you back. Magix is the solution for now, but cut off by Robs. Again, Vitality have been so ready for that hit.
This team has them so scared they can't even make a choice now. Even with the open map, this one runs out of time.
Hunt them down.
And this is how Vitality get 12.
3 stand after the clock, and all 3 move those guns forward. But there's one team that's playing for a win and another that's playing not to lose.
Oh, this is, the team that now suddenly, for the first time, appears not to have an answer. We haven't seen that up until this point. That is the level that Vitality bring. And this could be their final stand. 2 Tech 9s. 2 rifles and an op on Shiro. Mixed grenades here for Spirit on round 21.
Another approach to outside, but we saw Apex walk into this map with swagger on his attack. Whether there were teammates behind him or not, and he will continue to have this confidence as Vitality have effectively muzzled Donk throughout this series. Content to play within that risk is Rops. Not a test for the silent cross. There it is. contact made. Hand shown here by Spirit with multiple bodies at it. If you want to try to rinse and repeat and just do the last round faster, I understand. You've got another opening, but what you don't have is the opening frag that comes with that. ZywOo drops one. Donk's alive. Flamesy hesitates here on ladder, rightfully so. He plays with him as Apex slips into control. Shiro, it is a missed shot, and it is pressure thrown forward by the captain, but an answer here for Spirit.
Okay.
They test the waters on both ends, and they will find themselves one step closer towards overtime.
Yeah, just as you said, it was last round, but a bit faster this time for Spirit. They grabbed 9 off of it, and they survive having to come in with 2 Tech 9s. Key frags from Donk, and you could see the bloodthirst in his eyes, wanting to take every duel. Even stepping into that first molly, I think there was a 10% chance in his head he saw anything for that peak. But he's starting to get impatient. And when we say that doesn't go down without a fight with Donk, we mean it. Every single day we see this guy play Counter-Strike, he takes matters into his own hands. He goes out of prep all the time. His team's always ready to support him with utility, and they allow an environment where he can take risks that work for Spirit. But this is just a 1 round and a good kill from Magix as well, and they're going to need even more of that if they're going to actually make this comeback take place.
Could end in an instant. But they'll continue to try to push the limits. And Rops remains squirrely. A change up in a spot with a huge responsibility over on that ramp. We've seen him boosted and successfully hold back pistols. But that lobby setup looks primed to test him. He's got no grenades to do it. And yet again, for the 3rd consecutive round, we have Spirit sniffing out a route downstairs. Rops has unlocked this new world for Vitality. A team that chased wins back in 2024 now banks on him in this moment, and he will mow down 2. Chopper with the bomb has gotten through. Both captains still alive. And 2 players for Spirit down to this B-bomb site. Shiro out here on the prowl has missed timing versus Apex, who opts not to give away his hand,
And
but
Mezzi.
rather take sweet time.
Yeah, Mezzi's got a few moments before he gets over to ramp.
Shiro doubles back and Chopper swings. Apex bests them both! And so, here it is. Some wins are for trophies, some wins are for glory. Today, Vitality's win is for history. You are witnessing a degree of dominance not seen in more than half a decade. 24 match wins straight. No best of ones, no bullshit. For as long as Counter-Strike is played, the Vitality of 25 will be forever remembered.
24 series in a row in the era of Counter-Strike 2, in the era of MR12, in an era of vast competitiveness in our scene. They said it couldn't be done, but a model of consistency, a model of excellence here. It's V for Vitality, and we are fast approaching the territory where it might just be E for era. This is a team in rare company.
Apex continues to add clarity to his own etching of his face on the Mount Rushmore of in-game leaders, of captains that have graced this game. 24 wins in a row. In the modern era, I didn't know if this was ever going to really happen. This is just unbelievable. The consistency, the weaponry, the diversity in playbook, everything seems so available for this Vitality squad.
Yeah, you see it in every sport. As the game goes on, the players get better and it gets harder to have this level of dominance, but Vitality proves it's easy. You can do it. Anyone can do it.
I don't know if anyone can do it, but I know that certainly this team has. They can, they have, against tough competition, against challenging foes, against the best that our game knows, across the world, across continents, in arenas, in studios, but all of it on LAN. And joining us here on the desk, we have Apex. Dan Marisclair, you have edged this team into history with the 2nd longest win streak we've ever known.
Fuck America.
Okay, it's Spirit, man.
We're
It's
Spirit.
They're a
not
Russian
from-
team.
This isn't Cloud9.
I'm not talking. No, I'm just talking about the liquid.
Oh, liquid, the liquid lineup.
No,
Or-
no,
oh,
not again.
there
no,
you
no.
go. Okay, sure, sure.
No, it was just a joke. No worries.
Surging ahead of the horses of Liquid, though, I mean, that's got to feel damn good.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on with this team since the beginning of the year, but I have insane players. We are working so well together. Everyone is grinding